to celebrate. I'll be waiting till we make it the day to celebrate. I'll be waiting till we make it. Oh, we will see. Come with me, take the journey. We will see. Come with me, take the journey.
From the rusty time, those years. Don't stay in a daze looking for a sign. Start and try. Run across fields of ice, but hidden in starlight. Be well aware of roads we've gone by. Put yesterday's aside, meet the future head on. Now trailblazers keep credos in mind.
Wrapped in biting wind, hearts will never bleed. Frozen and vanished out of greed. In their restless dreams, they try so hard to breathe. Pulses flutter and sting within this bleakness.
Choice, go fight against your fate.
Pain will come with the blade. Pain will wake up the despondent crowd in the storming world somehow. Unsheath the sword not to kill. Unsheath the sword to end those clouds above the ground. Wake up, it's time to gather now. to celebrate. I'll be waiting till we make it the day to celebrate. I'll be waiting till we make it. Oh, we will see. Come with me, take the journey. We will see. Come with me, take the journey.
宇宙浩瀚无垠，智识包罗万象。在博识学会就有这样一位特例，无形的学术之星，举手投足间尽显低调奢华。
愚蠢是一种病，得治。我是维里塔斯·拉蒂奥，是学者，亦是老师。如果你的脑袋出现了愚钝的症状，也可以称呼我为真理医生。人要学会认识自己，但偶尔也需要一些严厉的教导。0分，0分，下一个。这就结束了。不错。加5分。选择和别人做同样的事，得到的往往不会是更好的结果。让我来考考你，切勿心急，想明白再做决定。计算之中的结果，以益智游戏的标准，还不错。
biu 是我运营的产品，我想通过它和更多不懂分寸的人一起探索世界的边界。正是这些不懂分寸的人，也许他们不被理解，任性、固执，甚至疯狂。
就是我。
但如果没人去打破边界，谁又能玩透世界呢？
大家好，我是星际争霸2世界冠军李培南。作为职业选手，每天大部分时间都是在电脑前度过。每次训练结束都会有不同程度的腰酸背痛，所以我们对电竞椅的要求都非常严格，能保护腰部并且坐感舒适，成为我们挑电竞椅的重要指标。我们一直在用的奥风电竞椅就完美做到这一点。升级的锥背小弹腰有足够的支撑力，并且上下前后都能调节，坐着很舒服，非常适合大家玩游戏的时候使用。不论用什么姿势，正坐、靠着、躺着。腰托都可以支撑我的腰部，非常舒服。再来坐感，这款还配置了空调坐垫，夏天凉爽，冬天温暖，真的是跟空调一样精准控温。训练久了总觉得闷热，坐垫有3档风度调节，游戏再也不闷屁股了。现在天气转凉了，坐垫同样配置了3档加热功能，让身体一直保持温暖，游戏手感一直火热。训练之余刷刷手机休息一下，玩玩手游。6D 机械手臂可以自调节高度，手臂不会感觉累，同时扶手面很大，即使有大动作也不会落空。相信我，跟我一起选择奥风机械大师电竞椅，你也可以逆袭成为冠军。
打开微信，搜索公众号“星际老男孩 SC Boy”， 这里有每日的直播预告、重要的赛事报道、精彩的视频剪辑、有趣的主播八卦， 定期的抽奖福利以及爆笑的节奏和评论。关注 SC Boy 官方公众号，365天每天更新，让你与20万猛男一起更便捷的享受我和黄哥给大家带来的快乐。不要告诉别人哟。
And oh god, hold on. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day of the Master Coliseum 7, not group stage, playoffs. Day number 1 of the playoffs. We are finally here. We are down to only a handful of players remaining, and we are ready to kick things off with a TVT. Exclamation mark B in the chat. Exclamation mark B in the chat. If you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves, we have plenty of high quality matches going on here tonight. We have Maru versus Cure, Cyril versus Solar, Dark versus Rainer, and Max Pax versus Hero. We have 8 players remaining in this event. If you don't see them here, they didn't make it. They did not make it out of the group stage. There were some insane results. The big one, Clem. Clem did not make it into the playoffs. He was knocked out in the group stage, did not quite make it through. But here we go. We're diving into our TVT, and spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have Maru for onside. And in the bottom left, we have Cure for Team Liquid. Here we go. Here we go again. It's a day full of mirror matchups. Bear that in mind. We got TVTs, we got ZVZs, and we got PvPs. Pure mirror matchups here, at least for day number 1. Day 2 onwards, we'll of course have a little bit more variety when it comes to the matchups available. So stay tuned for that. Again, it's a full week of Masters Coliseum every single day, starting from today until Sunday. We have Master Coliseum on a daily basis to crown our champion, to determine who is the best among the best, at least leading into I Am Katowice. Again, a very important event here. I mean, it's a big premier event. A lot of money is on the line. And on top of that, it is leading into our big event in Poland, which is merely, what, 2 weeks to go? 2 weeks away, if that? It's coming up. 3 weeks away, sorry. 3 weeks away. So it's coming up on us less than a month from now. Oh boy, and we'll see what our form is looking like. For now, we're getting to our TVT. We're going to be getting across the map. Did I say TVT? Oh, Cyclone versus Cyclone. Let's go. Let us go. For now, double gas opener all around from both Maru and Cure. Everything is looking aggressive and, I mean, mirrored for the time being. And we'll see how we do embrace kind of this opener of the new patch as well. Cure is very fond of the new Cyclone. Cure alongside Clem have been playing quite a lot together, and they have been learning from each other, and they have been adapting over the course of the past couple of months, ever since Cure has been on Team Liquid. And yeah, Cyclones are definitely something that Cure does embrace. But does Maru? That's the question. That is the question here. SCVs going to be passing by each other. Factories are on the way. Oh, hello, monsieur. Cure. Doubles back with that SCV. Keeps it hidden here instead. They're going to be coming in with the Reaper for an extra hit. Basically, the SCV is going to be used to tank a shot. And if we can tank one shot, then we can kill the Reaper. That's the goal here as we get across the map. And we do get on top of that CC. Oh! And it does tank the shot. Maru going to be forced further back, is zoned away from his low ground, and Cure comes out on top in this trade. Comes out on top. Second Reaper has arrived. Cure is going to be forced back, but again, the CC was delayed by a couple of seconds. That was the goal for Cure. I mean, the ideal goal would have been to kill the building SCV, but does manage to escape. Second Reaper has arrived. KDA charge thrown down as well, as Cure does race back up the ramp to his natural. So far, a nice little win for Cure. Is going to mean that his CC is slightly ahead of his opponents, only slightly, as we're easing our way into our 1-1-1, as we're easing our way into our Cyclones. Here we go. Cyclone production, it has commenced. Our natural base is getting up and running. No one base all in or anything of the sort in sight, thankfully. And typically we have been seeing a very popular opener with Cyclones into Medivacs, and there it is. Medivacs are on the way. I wouldn't be surprised if we get them from both players, just so we can go for some drop play. And there it is. We have Medivacs for both Cure and Maru. Double Cyclone drop should be moving out across the map. As I say that, I believe Maru has his second Cyclone on the way. I believe Cure cut at one is going to be mixing in some Marines instead, I imagine. Yep, there we go. So it's going to be not Marines, Reapers. It's going to be Reapers, Hellions, Cyclones. A little bit of a mishmash here of a drop. Bit of everything. Kitchen Sink is being sent across the map. Meanwhile, Maru just waiting for his medevac to send out his first 2 Cyclones. Now, they may pass each other. If they run into each other, that poses a different problem, especially with Cure, as we have that much more anti-air. But alas, the ships, they will pass in the night. Cure is going to be the first to hit, as he did leave first, since he didn't actually make that second Cyclone. Did get here a little bit faster in the end. He's going for the SCVs. Gets 1, gets 2. 2 SCVs go down so far. Good start, but reinforcements, they have arrived, and Cure is going to be forced back. At the same time, Maru going into the natural base of Cure. Oh, and more SCVs are falling here, as again, it doesn't take too long at all to kill workers with Cyclones. 5 workers go down, a Reaper as well, and we will... Oh, can we escape? The lock-on. Cyclone goes down at the same time across the map. Maru wreaking havoc in the natural base. Maru getting 7 worker kills as opposed to the 5 that Cure got himself. And as the dust does settle, Maru, he does come out ahead. Does come out with a slight worker lead. Not too bad. Bearing in mind as well that Cure lost a Cyclone. Yeah, you can see the resources lost, the units lost here. A Cyclone went down, and Maru has been making non-stop Cyclones. So Maru has a Cyclone advantage, plus an economic advantage. Hellion comes in. I'm going to get a couple of SCV kills, being an annoyance, and this does drag Maru back home. You can see on the minimap there, everything is racing back here. Boys are being pulled. Finally, this is dealt with, and now Maru can turn back around and get across the map. But this did delay the push. The push, it was delayed back at home. At Cure, he's getting ready. He has a concave. He has auto turrets. More importantly, like the Ravens with said auto turrets. They had so much DPS and they tank so much as well. They're crucial here in the defense. So again, Maru, he may have the slight Cyclone lead, but we have the concave, and again, we are prepared. How will this go? The boys most likely going to have to be pulled here. So here we go. We only have 1 Raven. Only 1 Raven. We go for the dive, but again, that concave is just a little bit too good, forcing Maru back. Reinforcements on the way. We're going to wait out the auto turrets. Ravens are being locked on. And it looks like Maru, he just barely has too much. He breaks on through. He's up in Cyclones, snowballing out of control. He was only up like 1 or 2 Cyclones, by the way. And you can see what kind of difference that makes as he has broken the natural base. Gets 6 SCV kills and will kill everything else as well. Good juggling out of Maru with that medevac. Shuts down the Raven. Oh, the juggling party. And again, 1 or 2 Cyclones can be the biggest of differences here as we snowball out of control. We take control of the natural. GG gets called, and just like that, Maru will take game number 1. GG. Again, very decisive play there out of Maru. Again, it was a kind of a risky moment, a scary moment when Cure lost his Cyclone across the map. Didn't mean that much less to defend. Likewise, didn't have his medevac to help juggle either. And you could see how much, not just your Cyclone advantage, but your micro capacity there with that medevac, with the juggling, with breaking lock-ons can add to a fight as well. On top of that, Maru was also very mature. When Maru pushed in, the auto turrets were thrown down for Cure, and Maru backed off. He just backed off, waited out those auto turrets until they ran out, then dove back in once again, just keeping the momentum up and snowballing out of control. GG. GG, well played. Maru does take the first game. But, as a reminder, because we're in the playoffs, best of 5s. Every match is going to be a best of 5 other than the finals themselves, which I believe is the best of 7. So a lot of games, a lot of matches to be had. And here we go, spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have for onside Maru. And in the top left, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran Cure for Team Liquid. Here we go. And again, you gotta babysit the Cyclones, right? You gotta that's what TVT is all about nowadays. It can be really brutal as well. Again, you miscontrol 1 wrong moment, 1 wrong time, and because the attack rate of the Cyclone is so high, because they deal so much damage so quickly, it's very unforgiving. It is very unforgiving. You have very little time to react, very little time, and very little room for error when Cyclones do engage in such a manner. So it's just a very intense moment, and of course, Maru did come out on top. From here, we're going to be able to settle into game number 2. So far, mirrored build. So far, it is mirrored build. I can barely breathe. I'm full of noodles and 70% humidity. Oh, give me the noodles, Bappy. Give me the noodles. Ah, it'll be beautiful. As for now, we are just going to be getting across the map. Again, going to be a double gas opener out of Maru. It's going to be an economic opener out of Cure. Interesting. Okay, so the first deviation in this series, where Cure is going for a Rax Expand, Maru going for double gas into faster factory, into, I imagine, faster cyclones. Ooh, we even blocked with the building there for a moment. There we go, cyclone. Sorry, CC is on the way. My brain, it's on the cyclone, Bobby. Oh my god. But the CCs are on the way here for Cure, and we'll see if he can hold on to it. We'll see if he can manage to preserve his economic lead as Maru is going to be building up. We have additional Reapers on the way. Interesting. With these additional Reapers, I'm curious if we're going to be investing into some Hellions alongside them to help keep the pressure up to get across the map, as Maru is aware of the faster CC. Yep, and there it is. Hellions are in production. So Maru's going to be a little bit more active, more aggressive earlier on with Reaper Hellion. We'll see how hard he does commit, because he's only made 2 Reapers and he has stopped Reaper production there, so it's only going to be a handful of units as we get across the map, and we'll see if we can make some magic happen. See if we can gain some value here. Reaper zooming straight towards that main base, avoiding the cliff. Oh, never mind, they do rotate over towards the natural. They get a read on things. Ooh, and again, we did react a little bit too late. 1 Reaper goes down. Did take some extra hits, so a good start for Cure. A very nice start. He does kind of take away that Reaper advantage that Maru had. He's going to be able to get away and get across the map with his own. The cyclone production is commencing. Is upon us. Maru, just like the previous game, is setting up for a drop. He's going to be going for a cyclone drop. Just like game number 1, where he was also able to take an economic lead. Remember, he killed 7 SCVs with his cyclone drop. We'll see if he can do the same. See if he can replicate that success. As for now, we have 1 cyclone, soon to be 2. Second cyclone's on the way. Likewise, Cure opening up similarly as the follow-up. He is going for his own medevac, so drop play is upon us. And ooh, actually, Maru, he's leaving without that second cyclone, and he gets spotted. Good catch out of Cure. He does spot the army. And Maru moving out with his Reaper Hellion Cyclone. You have a bit of repair. Very fast 30. Oh my god. Very fast 30cc on the way. A clutch repair as well, keeping that SCV alive just barely. Very nicely done. Maru not losing any workers, meanwhile dropping across the map, but Cure is in position. He's ready for it. He's here, and he will respond. Again, he opted not to move out with his drop, because he did scout that of Maru's. So we'll deflect it, and he can go for his own. So it's going to be a very intense moment here, where both players are going to be microing their hearts out. Both players are reactoring out cyclones as we speak. Both players are invested into Raven production as well. Ooh, as Maru going to be losing his second Reaper. Raven's underway. Remember, the big advantage that Maru has is that he is being more economic. He isn't going to be as aggressive and in his opponent's face as last game. Again, due to that 3rd CC. So Maru's taking the role of the defender. He's going to be stuck defending back at home. As a Cure does go for the drop into the natural base, but Maru, he's in position, does deflect it. Does deflect the drop. So far, so good. What's important as well is that Cure hasn't seen the timing of the CC. He's unawares. He is in the dark. Which again is confirming. These replays? No. I've seen this one this morning. This is a live cast. For those that are curious, Necessary Evil. It is a live cast. If you did see these 2 players face off this morning, then it may have been a different event or a different broadcast. Just as a heads up. As here we go. Tanks are going to be amassing. Would you see Maru going to be the first to transition into tank production, as we did mention before? Again, he is going to take the faster 3rd base. Ravens are going to be amassing. And for now, things are going to be settling down. we're just calming things down here, taking our third bases. We do have an abundance of Cyclones, that is true, bearing in mind that Cure also has the Disable available as well. He has Interference Matrix on his Ravens. Has potential to dive into that natural. And he is pushing. Oh boy, this is going to be a pretty tense moment here. Again, Maru, he's got around 2 tanks at his natural base. Drop sipping into the main. You're in position though, for the most part. Stim just a couple of seconds away. Good kiting so far. We get a couple of SCVs. Ooh, and Maru just get the hell out of there. But again, Cure focusing on his main push. He is spotted. He is scouted. Maru getting in position. Again, he's got 3 tanks, but we have 3 disables. We have plenty of disables available. But a good tank shot goes off. Cure, instead of avoiding the main fight, is going straight for the main. He's going to lose a Cyclone in the process. He's going to try and delay that 3rd CC, but with the tanks, he will not be able to. At the same time, though, Cure, he gets into the mineral line, and he will get some SCVs. For 5 workers going to be going down. And can he get the medevac? Barely cannot. But this is pretty intense here. 7 workers, 8 workers go down, 9 workers even. You can see the power of a handful of Cyclones here. Given a couple of seconds, a couple of moments, and they can just annihilate a mineral line. 9 SCVs go down, and just like that, Cure takes a massive worker lead. And sure, Maru, he may have had a faster 3rd TC, but Cure lands his 3rd on location that much faster. It's already up and running, already fully saturated. Cure taking a massive economic lead here. Maru sending his entire army across the map, and that's a lot of tanks. Again, Maru, he may be behind in economy, but he is up in tanks. 1-1 finishing up for Cure. Finishing up for Maru as well. Rotating around. Can Cure hold on? Can he survive? He's got the disables. Does get 1. Does get 2? Does get all 3 tanks. And 3 tanks are disabled, but we do stim on forward. Boys are being pulled. They have to be. The disable's about to run out. It does run out. Cyclones from behind. They get annihilated as well. And Maru, he is breaking through. He has to. We have to pull the boys once again, but it's not going to be enough. Cure, he just doesn't have enough here to hold on to his 3rd base. GG gets called, and Maru will take game number 2. GG. Maru forced all in towards the end there. He had to commit. He had to push in then and there. And you can see Cure shake his head. He knew that all he had to do was survive, but that was easier said than done, as Cure barely was unable to hold on. The disables were good, but there was no follow-up there. He was lacking his own tanks, he was lacking his own Cyclones, they were out of position, and unfortunately, because of the anti-armor missile, his Marines, they crumbled. They just crumbled before the bio army of Maru. GG. And with that, Maru, he is 1 game away from advancing on into the next round. It's a best of 5, first to 3. First to 3 wins. The pressure is now on Cure. And again, he didn't play badly this game. Like, he did well for himself. He was able to recover despite having a later 3rd TC. He was able to get a lot of economic damage done. Did well for himself. Unfortunately, he just couldn't hold a candle to the main push, to that main army. If he were to somehow able to slow it down, give him a little bit more time to actually build up additional tanks, then maybe he survives. Maybe he holds. Maybe. But now, though, we're getting ready for game number 3. We have our vetoes set, by the way, and game 3 is going to be on Solaris. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have for onside Maru. And in the top right-hand corner, we have for Team Liquid, Cure. Let's go. Again, the pressure is on. And again, when it comes to Maru's form, for those who maybe are unfamiliar, for those who maybe haven't been watching these past couple of weeks, then maybe you'd be unawares. Maru, he is very much so in form. It was surprising. Over the past 2 weeks, we've been casting a lot of Maru here on almost a daily basis. And both myself and Asher came to the same conclusion, despite like casting different days, which was really interesting, is that Maru, he is looking better than he has in a very long time. Like, over the past year of play, Maru, he's been good, but like, I don't know, it feels like there hasn't been that X factor, or it feels like the motivation or the fire that was once lit under him wasn't quite there anymore. But these past couple of weeks, Maru, again, he has been looking so very in form. A kind of Maru that we haven't seen in a couple of years, actually. In a couple of years, unironically. Which has been really cool to see. It's been really cool to see Maru just looking dominant once again. I don't know what any change was. Maybe in the aftermath of WTL, maybe after, you know, even Clem becoming our ESL Masters Winter Champion, maybe that's what it took. That's what it took for Maru to really just ramp things up, and now is the time to do so in the lead up to IEM Katowice. Now is the time to be peaking. Now is the time to be looking damn in form. And can we pull this off? Can we take the 3-0? For now, we do have double gas openers from both Kira and Maru. So Kira, he's kind of thrown away his more economic opener by the wayside. He's had enough. He's had enough, Papi. Going to double gas, going to faster factory. And we'll see how our players do diverge from here. Here we go. Gonna make some coffee. Anyone want some? No? Okay. No, come back. Give me some coffee. It's gonna be a long night. It's gonna be a long night of StarCraft. I will most likely boil some water later in between some matches. I'll do my best. As again, we are just getting into additional Reaper Hellion production. Both players actually. Okay, you have my attention. The last time we saw this, Maru only made 2 Reapers and 1 Hellion, but here we are committed a little bit harder. So additional Reapers on the way. Are we going to go up to 5? The answer is no. Okay, we're going to be cutting Reaper production at 3. So 3 Reapers and 2 Hellions as a marauding force. Both players have mirrored openers. They have the same amount of units. We can see both players also waiting on top of each other's ramps. Let's go. Waiting for the other to arrive. So far, no one takes the bait, and we're now getting into Cyclone production. Let's go. Let us go. As Cyclones are on the way. Medevacs as well. Soon going to be going for job play. I love that Maru, he actually rotates around the edge of the map here. He does bypass Cure, and as a result, he slips into the middle line. SCVs are going to be going down, but how many? We're going to go 1. We're going to get 2. Reapers, they do slide into the main. Ooh, big Hellion shots going off here. 4 workers go down, and we will be cleaned up. But again, Hellion Reaper doesn't scale well into the late game. We want to get rid of them, and we get 5 workers as a result. Now on the flip side, Cure has an army advantage. Cure, he has a supply lead. He's going for a counterattack. But again, we're massing Cyclones here. We're in position. We have a bunker on the way. Can we survive this? Can we maintain our own workers? Here we go. Maru's suddenly going to be the defender. So far, good kiting here with the Cyclones. Oh, pickup as well, avoiding those lock-ons. Oh, Medevac almost does go down. Boys are being pulled. And we do take down the Medevac of a Cure. Very nice control so far. Adamaru hasn't lost anything yet. Bunker is done. With completion of this bunker, I mean, we can hold. We can and will hold. You see Cure just rallying Cyclones across the map. Maru getting ready to break out. Just waiting for those repairs. Waiting to top up his Cyclones. Just waiting a moment longer here. Instead of breaking out, no, instead of going for a drop. Bold move. Bold move here out of Maru. That bunker taking a lot of damage. Again, Maru, who's going to have that much less to defend back at home. It's going to be that much easier for Cure to break through. The Liberator has arrived. He is committed, but he will lose the Cyclone. Brutal loss there for Cure. Cyclone goes down for free for repairs, basically. Ravencow getting higher. Liberator going to be rotating around, heading into the main. Going to try and drag some of the Cyclones away, but here comes the drop. And Cure, he is woefully underprepared. Again, he was committed to the push, and he will lose mining at the natural. Complete mining at the natural. Ay, there's nothing here. And Maru, that drop is the MVP. He's winning the game with it. He's forced to pull the boys. Raven goes down. The Oratar's going to be buying some time. 7 workers go down. Cure, he's that much more committed. He has to push in. He has to break Maru here and now. There's no turning back. Trades 1 for 1. And he's being forced further and further back here. Maru throwing down a 3rd CC. And Maru will maintain his worker lead. As we see there, Liberator went down as well. Maru, he's ahead in workers. He's ahead in, well, not to be ahead in bases. Cure's base is a little bit faster, actually. But again, he has the economic lead, has the army lead. Again, that drop sent across the map was so risky for Maru, but it more than paid for itself. It set him up for success. Is ahead. And from here, our players just going to be licking their wounds, building up their cyclone counts, and now it's time for Maru to push out. Oh boy, now it's time for Cure to defend, and he has that much less to work with. He is in quite a bit of trouble here. And we have plenty of energy on these Ravens for auto turrets. Maru scans, getting ready for the dive. He's pushing into a concave though. The auto turrets are thrown down. They tank a lot of shots. Boys are being pulled. Good target firing here as we are down to 3 Cyclones. Maru taking an insane fight. We'll be losing one. We're losing another Cyclone, and we barely hold on. The juggling here a little bit lackluster for Maru, but despite that, he kills 12 workers, and he takes an even greater worker lead. He doesn't kill Cure, but he does cripple him. Does cripple the economy once again. Does make sure that Cure doesn't recover. Meanwhile, behind this, Cure is going into mech. I feel like you have to at this point, right? Like, you have to be as efficient as possible, and Curie throws down 2 more factories, invested into Hurricane Thrusters. The scan reveals it. The scan does get eyes on all the factories. Maru is now aware of the mech. So Curie's trying to commit to Mass Cyclone. Has potential, don't get me wrong, but the reality is that tanks scale better into the mid game. And Maru, upon seeing the Mass Cyclone, he just sets up defensively, just fortifying himself, building up his tank count, getting his 3rd base up and running. All that Maru has to do is survive, is deflect this army. Easier said than done. See if he can pull it off. Again, we do have a disable. We do have 1 Raven available here for Cure, but there are 2 tanks. Gets a first disable, but there's another tank in the back line. A big volley goes off, and just like that, Curie cannot push in. Yeah, big tank shots. GG gets called, and there's just nothing left. Maru will take the 3-0. GG. GG, well played. Maru looking strong here. And again, Cure is not a bad player. Cure, I would say, is, I mean, comparable to Clem when it comes to his TVT. But Maru was just that much more in form and that much more control as well, able to... Oh. There we go. Able to just take some better trades. The decision making, the control as well was very impressive what Maru was able to pull off. And able to sneak away when he was up against Cure. Very well done. Very solid performance there. Maru advances on. Cure gets knocked down to the lower bracket. Now, if you're a fan of any of these players, do not fret, because win or lose, they will still be in this tournament. It is double elimination. Just as a heads up, it is double elim. So Cure is still in this, and so will everyone else be. No one is eliminated tonight. Regardless, GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Maru, having a strong performance. And we have plenty of mirror matchups coming up next. We have a grudge match. Oh my god. Serral versus Solar after the break. Again, Solar dubbed the Serral Sniper, the Serral Slayer even, in the previous season of WTL, where Solar was like the one that Onside relied upon to bring Serral down, not just in WTL, but in other events afterwards. Solar was able to be the one to reliably bring down Serral in this ZVZ matchup. But in the group stage, Serral did get his revenge. He did already beat Solar. He was able to avenge himself. Can he do it again? We hit him. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We just wrapped up with our first matchup of the night with the TVT. Maru looking dominant there against Kior. But now we're getting into a ZVZ. Again, a bit of a grudge match between Serral and Solar. They have a history, a recent history, with a bit of a back and forth. But here we go, spawning in the bottom right-hand corner. We have Serral for Basilisk. And spawning in the top left, we have for onside, Solar. And if you are in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take this series. I apologize, I was supposed to have predictions open for the previous matchup, but it did slip my mind, so I do apologize. But predictions are open, so place your bets on who you think will advance on into the next round to face off against Maru. Who is it going to be? Now, even though Solar has had a lot of success against Serral specifically and has been able to bring him down many a time over the past couple of months, in recent times, Serral has been fighting back. Serral has been claiming some big wins against Solar, specifically in the group stage of this tournament. So Serral, what I do appreciate, whenever a player goes down in such a fashion, whenever Serral, I'm sure, even takes a loss in ZVZ, it is something that he's working on. It is something that he's been actively improving over time and adapting over his opponents. I'm sure studying, going over some of those games, going over some of those replays, and Serral is that much stronger for it. Again, he does adapt over time. So even though Solar had success a couple of months ago, that may not be applicable here. I am ready for it. For now, hatch gas pool standard openers between both Serral and Solar. Openers are standard. As we ease our way into game 1. As a reminder as well, best of 5 is going to be a best of 5 between our two players. Plenty of games to be had. I'm hoping that it's not going to be a 3-0. I'm hoping that regardless of how this turns out, we get a more back and forth. But we'll see. So we go, Overlord going to be moving out. Just getting a read on the timing of the hatchery. Nothing too major. And really, we shouldn't see any deviations until we take the third. We should be just building up towards the third base. Just going to be droning up from here. Getting into the third, getting into a Bailey nest, then into Roach play. Once the Bailey nest is taken, we'll see if we do apply any kind of Ling Bane aggression, as Lings are fanning out to get some scouting information. As we do see Solar first take his third, likewise we do see Serral throwing down his third base as well. No one is skipping the Bailey nest, thankfully. We've seen that pop up from time to time where a player, feels the need or tries to cut some corners and go straight into roaches, and it can be a very terrifying moment to try to overcome. But no one has done that. Bailey nest from both players. And for now, we are going to be backing off. Just going to be droning. We're just really looking for the first sign of aggression here, for a massive wave of Lings to be made, and here we see it. Serral does have 8 additional Lings in production, 10 additional Lings in production, so Serral is going to be the active player. He's going to be moving out. It is going to be on Solar to defend, at least initially. Solar already making some safety bailings back at home. Serral's moving out. We're getting ready to, once he does shut down this Ling, he's going to have to keep up. And if Serral stays at home, then Solar will have a slight worker lead. You can see he's ahead 3 drones because Solar did cut Ling production and has been droning this entire time. Looks like Serral was just trying to be safe. Here. Roach Warrens are on the way. Serral gets a full scout, does confirm the Roach Warren. Mainly going to be zoning Serral away, but should go down. So a good trade for Serral. Good trade overall. As we do ease into 3-base saturation and we ease into Roach v Roach. Like, sure, we made a bit of Ling Bane, but nothing major, nothing enough to really break our opponents. We can see that we're posturing, yes, but we should be able to deflect each other. As Roaches are on the way. They are on the way for both Solar and Serral. Serral going to be rotating over towards left-hand side. He does have a lot of Bailings. Again, I'm sure tempted to get into that mineral line. Ooh, Bailing does get sniped. And just like that, Solar, he has to back off. Has to retrieve the queen, is gonna be going down. Yeah, just barely it does fall. Good pick off here from Cyril. He denies mining and he picks up a queen. Very nicely done. Again, Solar, he had a little bit of miscontrol, did end up losing a baneling. And that did kind of like escalate things. Just like that, Cyril does take a slight worker lead. Getting into Roach v Roach. Lairs are on the way, plus on range as well. It's been a relatively passive start. There was a small win for Cyril where he killed the queen. Outside of that, we've just been chilling, just been droning. And we should be getting into the Roach v Roach phase of ZVZ. Riveting, I know. I mean, this is basically going to be very positional play. It's going to be very positional oriented here. It's going to be the ebb and flow of Roach v Roach. Not just that, but our players also have to manage their droning here. As we do see Cyril taking a massive worker lead, and Solar cutting workers that much earlier, by the way. Solar cutting workers at 57, that is sub 3-way saturation. Oh, he's cutting workers early on, amassing nothing but roaches. Solar is going to be pushing soon. He's going all in. Cyril, he's teching. With his abundance of drones, we're taking up into a Hydra den as we speak. Roaches have been revealed. Now he knows. Now he knows what's been going on. Cyril even investing into a 4th base. And Solar, he's pulling the trigger. Can Cyril survive? Can he defend? Spine crawlers on the way they need to be. Again, Solar has a massive supply lead. He is pushing. Good concave. So there we go. 2nd spine crawler on the way. Queens are brought forward as well. If Cyril can survive this push, he wins. Like, that's all he has to do. Easier said than done here. Can we survive? We have a good concave. As Solar forces his way in. Does dive onto the army. Gets on top of the Ravagers as well. One Ravager goes down. And now we get on top of the other. There's one Ravager remaining. Queen's being focused down. Spine Crawlers do finish. And Solar's being forced back. He is being deflected. Oh, and Solar now in a rough position. He is going to be droning up behind this. Forced to drone. And Cyril, he can reap his rewards here. He's been up 10 workers this entire time. He does survive. From here, we can get into 2-2. The 4th base was denied. That is true. Oh, that's we're getting a bit of a pause. Okay, we're good. It looks like maybe the webcam was falling. There was something going on. We're good to jump back in. Solar, he saved us, man. He saved us. There we go. We are just quickly jumping back in here. As yeah, after the push, after the aftermath, Solar is 1 step behind. Like, sure, you can have a look and you can see that the worker counts are even. That is true, but Cyril has been mining more for longer. Oh, but his 4th base is denied once again. Once again, we force a cancel. Bile's not quite going to be connecting. Cyril, he does hold on to that position. 4th base on the way. We have Tuggling Claws. Burrow as well. Cyril's still looking quite strong here back at home. But what's important is that at least Solar was able to deny that 4th. Twice now. He denied it twice. He is slowly catching back up. He did end up redroning. We'll see if he can find another way in. Now, because both players are investing into Tuggling Claw Roaches, things are about to get chaotic. Things are about to get very chaotic between our players, where both Solar and Cyril are going to be going for Tuggling Claw Roach run-bys. Cyril is the first to max out, again, because of his lead earlier. But we'll see if he can make use of that supply lead, as Solar is catching up. Once again, pushing into another concave, though. Biles do connect. We can see Solar trying to slip by. Trying to sneak on by here. Does pull back with his main army, and I believe Cyril did notice. Yeah, he did. Oh my god. Keen eyes here out of Cyril. Did notice those roaches. Is in position. Finishes up his Overseer. Does force us back. Very nicely done here by Cyril. Now from this moment, both players are maxing out. Both players have hit 200 supply. And again, pushing up this ramp is just so difficult. The concave, the high ground, the point of elevation. Yeah, Solar bleeding out a lot, trying to force his way in. At the same time, Cyril committed to a big counterattack. And he's going to be focusing down this fourth base. Again, Cyril, he needs less to defend because of his high ground, because of the defender's advantage. And he gets away with this massive counterattack. Snipes a base and is pushing. He's going to be moving out, clashing with the main army. Solar likewise splitting up his forces. On the Biles. They take down an Overseer. They at least get an Overseer. Solar, he slips into the main base with Tunneling Claw Roaches. He gets in. And what can he get done? He's got Roaches in the natural, Roaches in the main. But Cyril, he does keep up. And once again, a better engagement for Cyril here. Every single time he fights, he has just the better positioning overall. And you can see that reflected in the bank. Even though both players have similar economies, I mean, obviously Solar lost the base, but Cyril, he has a massive mineral bank. A big part of that is because of his efficiency. And once again, Solar, he gets caught out. Gets caught on the right-hand side. Cyril once again in position. Lurker dens on the way for both players. Cyril working on those Hydra upgrades. Remember, that was the other reason why Cyril was so vulnerable earlier. He was investing into a fourth and a Hydra, and he's breaking on through. Gets on top of the army. Gets on top of the Ravagers. Solar forced all the way back home here, plummeting in supply. He's racing back home with his harassing army. But he's losing just so much in the process. At the same time, Solar's being dragged out of position, and we're looking to snipe the third base. Not like this. The base taking a lot of hits. Cyril coming back in. And it's just a numbers game. Solar just doesn't have enough. He is being broken. He defends on the right-hand side, but he is broken on the left. GG gets called. It's just too much to overcome, and Cyril will take game number 1. GG, well played. Again, Cyril getting away with quite a bit of greed. If you remember, the scariest moment this game for Cyril was when Solar cut workers. If you recall, when we wind it back, Solar, he cut workers at 57, cut workers relatively early on, and did commit to a 3-base all-in. Solar, he went for a 3-base all-in, and Cyril was being quite greedy. Remember, he had droned up 10 workers over his opponent. He had a 4th base, he had the Hydrogen on the way, but once he realized what was going on, and very important that he did, threw down Spine Crawlers, and he set up so well defensively, brought his Queens forward as well. Very clutch defense there out of Cyril, and from that moment, Cyril was in the driver's seat. Now, it wasn't just that. The other impressive thing, of course, is that Cyril, he was able to see the Tunneling Claw Roaches coming ahead of time. Fun fact, he reacted even without detection. He was able to get eyes on it, and then he reactively started making detection when he saw the shade, the shadow on the ground moving towards his natural base. Very impressive. Like, I was a little bit in shock as to how he was able to get eyes on that. But yeah, Cyril, he was able to keep up, able to shut down any kind of harass, and Solar was just trying to be as aggressive as possible, but didn't find any success. And now we're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have Cyril for Basilisk. And in the top right, you have his opponent. We have Solar for Onside. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, do we have clowns backseating in the chat? Shaking my head. Hey. Calm down, Poppy. Calm down. As Solar looking to spice things up. Here we go. We do have a goal base on the way. Vamonos, Poppy. The goal base is going to be taken here by Solar. Very cheeky. This is something that we've seen a lot on maps like Alcyone. We see it on Equilibrium as well, where players are willing to embrace this. Now, to take this goal base this early on, we typically go for an all-in. We do not go for a long game. It is so difficult to hold on to this base in a standard game, especially when we get into Roach v Roach. So this will typically lead into either a Ling Bane bust or a Roach rush. That's usually how things go here. So Solar once again going to be the aggressor. Serral so far hasn't gotten eyes on this yet. Drones are going to be main outed over towards that goal base. They're going to be avoiding that overlord. They do slip away. And they will slip in. To the gold, I mean. And a lot of this is going to come down to when Serral does scouts and how he does react. You can see that the overlord, I believe, is rallied to that mineral line. As yeah, Serral, he confirms that the hatchery is missing, and upon seeing this, he should be aware to check. And there we go, second overlord being sent over towards the gold. Serral will soon confirm. Now, just because you know what's going on doesn't mean you can stop it. Again, it's been mining for quite some time. Solar will soon be getting into his own queen production, his own lings. Ling speed is comparable between the two players. And as we mentioned, usually when you take this space, it's to rush. And there it is, Roach Warren already on the way. So we are going for a Roach Rush from Solar. You can go one or the other. You can go for a Bane Bust or a Roach Rush. And Roaches are going to be the answer for Solar. Here we go. So we are going to be knocking this down. Do have a defensive Baneliness on the way from Serral. Try to keep up. Lings are amassing. Against Solar, he will have the better economy here, at least for the time being. And we'll see if he can make use of it. Now, Solar has to be very careful not to be too premature. What I mean by that is that roaches are good, but roaches in low numbers are very prone to being surrounded. And Serral has a massive amount of lings. Solar has to be very careful with his roach positioning. Cannot allow that to happen. Does have to preserve them. There we go, banelings are on the way. Roaches are amassing here in the mineral line. So far, I'm loving the whole position there, walling off those mineral patches. Walling off that mineral line. So let's have to be careful though. Does pull back. Additional roaches on the way. Solar does reposition to protect his reinforcements. Banelings are done. And can Solar deal with this? Got Spine Crawler on the way to protect that mineral line. Serral, he wants to either collapse on the army or get into a base. Get into either the main or the natural. Bailey's crash in. Good start. 3 drones go down. 3 workers will go down. Serral keeping his attention on that goal base once again. Solar a bit out of position, gonna get surrounded. The roaches are surrounded. The Bailings, they crash on in as well. Actually go past. And with that, Solar, he is gonna get cleaned up. Lings they're trickling on in, but alas, it's not going to be enough here. As Solar, he will be surrounded, will lose everything. And from here, Serral, he can go for the mineral lines, he can go for the bases, go for the economy. GG gets called. Serral takes a 2-0 lead. GG. GG, well played. And as he takes a 2-0 lead, a big shout out to Thriving GG in the big shout out to Thriving GG in the chat. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great stream. Hope the ladder treated you well, Bappy. Take care, take care. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. You're here just in time for our second match of the night. We just wrapped up with Maru versus Cure. It was a very fast series. And this one is looking to be similar here, as we're getting into Game 3 of Serral vs. Solar. This is a best of 5, and welcome to Masters Coliseum. It is a premier tournament. There's around over 42k on the line, 43,000 prize pool, I believe, 43,000 USD. And this is the premier event leading into IM Katowice. IM Katowice is still in a couple of weeks, and we're here to determine the form of all of our players. And so far, Maru is looking dominant. Serral, likewise, looking very dominant as well. Now, when it comes to this series, if you missed out on Game 1 and Game 2, Solar has been hyper-aggressive. In Game 1, he went for a big 2.5 base all-in off of 57 drones. In Game 2, Solar likewise rushed into the goal base, went for a roach rush, but he got surrounded as well. And will we calm things down or keep things up? As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner for Basilisk, we have Serral. And in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have, for onside, Solar. Here we go. And again, Serral, he had a beautiful reaction to the goal base. As we mentioned, Solar was trying to go for a roach rush, using that goal to kind of like leapfrog or just position himself and move out across the map. But Serral, upon realizing what was happening, threw down the Bailey nest, mass Lings, and he was able to just pull Solar apart, threatening the main base, threatening the goal base, was able to catch him out, get us around, and cleaned up all the roaches. Again, just really good positional play out of Serral, just forcing Solar out of position. And now we're in game 3, and now Solar, he's up against the wall. Again, he has taken maps, he has taken series from Serral in the past. In recent history, he has done so. But the pressure is on, and he needs to do it again. And we need to win every game moving forward to force the ace match. Not going to be easy, not impossible, but not easy here for Solar. As we are getting into standard openers, it's going to be Hatch Gas Pool. There's no goal base on site Delta to tempt our players, unfortunately. I'm just gonna say it, the early goal base always backfires. Oh, we've seen it succeed. We've seen it succeed. Specifically, Raynor has used it to success. A laser was very fond of that goal base at the start of the patch. I should emphasize though, when it comes to the success of the goal base, most of the success behind that base being rushed into was in like the first month of the patch, the first month of the new map pool, when I assume players were still kind of getting a feel for things. Someone who still consistently does succeed with it is Dark. Dark is very fond of rushing into that gold, specifically in ZVP, not in ZVZ, but in Zerg versus Protoss, he does rush into it, and he can look terrifying when he does it. it's crazy, but that's also specifically Dark. Outside of that, yeah, it does feel like it has been played out a little bit more, and players are more familiar with how to react, as opposed to the surprise factor of the newer map pool and being unfamiliar with some of these strategies. So again, just really good reaction from Serral behind this. Bailey Nest is going to be on the way from both Serral and Solar. Are getting to Ling speed, and we are just looking mirrored so far. No one is really diverging yet. We're just waiting for our third bases to get up and running to see if anyone commits to Ling main aggression or if anyone commits into faster roaches. We shall see. Now, loading into Site Delta, it is more of a defendable map. This is one of the few maps that actually has a ramp leading into the natural. As a result, it's a little bit too late for that, but I was going to say that this wouldn't be a bad map to go 2-base Roach on either. We can see that our players haven't really embraced that here, but it is that much more difficult to break into, as Lings do slip in, and the Roach Warren has been thrown down. Roach Warren already on the way here for Solar. Quite fast, actually. And Serral has yet to confirm. He did see that a building was on the way, didn't manage to see what it was, but I'm sure he's aware. And he should be throwing down his own Roach Warren, and there it is on the way. It's only a couple of seconds later, not the biggest of deals. There's a small window, I guess, where Solar can maybe have an extra Roach, but by the time it gets across the map, like Serral, he will have enough. As we are just going to be droning from here. We are going to be droning. Specifically, Serral is going to be droning, but my eyes are on Solar, because Solar, he's cutting workers at 38. He just made 3 overlords, and there's a big reason why. Solar, he is going all in. Once again, he is the aggressor here. He's cutting workers at 38. We have 9 roaches on the way. We're amassing Lings as well. No more saturation, no more droning for Solar. It's all or nothing. And Serral, so far, hasn't pieced this together. He is making a couple of defensive roaches. He did drone up a little bit, and yeah, I mean, Serral, he should be okay. He only droned up to 41. He only made a handful of extra workers. He's amassing up roaches. He realizes how aggressive his opponent is being. And Serral is getting ready for the push. Spinecrawler on the way. Yes, Serral taking this very seriously. Spinecrawler, additional overlords. Now Solar, if he sees a defensive position, he may back off and just go for the third. He doesn't have to commit into the natural. The concave is looking good. Bailey's are being focused down as well. And Solar, he just cannot break in. Not like this. The trades are just too good here. And Serral, he keeps those Bailings alive for those Lings. The Lings are being zoned away. Up. And we just shut down the roaches completely. Solar's army crumbles. We didn't even use the Spinecrawler. Oh, Lings, they do flood in. But the wall is a wall. Good movement out of Serral. And Solar's in a rough position. He's still not droning, by the way. Solar, he's still amassing lings and roaches. He's going for a second wave. Now, the goal here, the purpose, is to hope that Serral drones. The purpose here is that Solar, he's hoping that Serral is droning after winning that fight, and that he catches him off guard. He catches him with his pants down while he's being too greedy and too economic. The problem is that Serral isn't droning. Serral, he's still producing army. He's ready for the next fight. So, Solar taking a bit of a chance here. Taking a bit of a risk. Lings, they do slip in, that we do get eyes on the producing army. And Solar sending everything here across the map towards that third. Serral, do we have any banelings? Mainly roaches to defend. Lings will help. As we do collapse on this. But there are just so many roaches at the same time. Do we get in? We do! We barely do not. One Ling slips into the main base, but only one. And Serral, he's shutting down this army for a second time. GG gets called, and Serral will take the 2-0, sorry, with a 3-0, will take down Solar. GG. Again, we had a very similar kind of outlook on every single game here, where Solar was the aggressor. Solar, he just went all in every single game. Different variations is what I will say. Different variations of aggression, different variations of all in. But alas, that is how Solar has beaten Serral in the past, and we spoke about this at the start of the series. Ever since Serral lost to Solar, he has been adapting. He has been that much more aware of Solar's potential for aggression. He knows that, hey, this is someone that I cannot drone freely against. It is how I lost previously. And Serral, he is that much more attentive when it comes to scouting, when it comes to respecting what Solar's doing. So just really good defensive play out of Serral. This time he doesn't get caught out. He doesn't get caught off guard. And GG. GG, well played. With that, we have our first two series in the books. We have two more after this break. Gonna be going on a short break. When we return, Dark versus Rainer. The ZVZs continue. See you soon.
大家好，我是星际争霸2世界冠军李培南。作为职业选手，每天大部分时间都是在电脑前度过。每次训练结束都会有不同程度的腰酸背痛，所以我们对电竞椅的要求都非常严格，能保护腰部并且坐感舒适，成为我们挑电竞椅的重要指标。我们一直在用的奥风电竞椅就完美做到这一点。升级的锥背小弹腰有足够的支撑力，并且上下前后都能调节，坐着很舒服，非常适合大家玩游戏的时候使用。不论用什么姿势，正坐、靠着、躺着。腰托都可以支撑我的腰部，非常舒服。再来坐感，这款还配置了空调坐垫，夏天凉爽，冬天温暖，真的是跟空调一样精准控温。训练久了总觉得闷热，坐垫有3档风度调节，游戏再也不闷屁股了。现在天气转凉了，坐垫同样配置了3档加热功能，让身体一直保持温暖，游戏手感一直火热。训练之余刷刷手机休息一下，玩玩手游，6D 机械手臂可以自调节高度，手臂不会感觉累。同时扶手面很大，即使有大动作也不会落空。相信我，跟我一起选择奥风机械大师电竞椅，你也可以逆袭成为冠军。
打开微信，搜索公众号“星际老男孩 SC Boy”， 这里有每日的直播预告、重要的赛事报道、精彩的视频剪辑、有趣的主播八卦、定期的抽奖福利以及爆笑的节奏和评论。关注 SC Boy 官方公众号，365天每天更新，让你与20万猛男一起更便捷的享受我和黄哥给大家带来的快乐。不要告诉别人哟。
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We just wrapped up with our first two series of the night with Mara versus Cure, Serral versus Solar, and now we are here with our third matchup, Dark versus Rainer. Now, depending on how fast this series is, we've had a lot of 3-0s. We've had a lot of 3-0s so far. We are on a bit of a timer. For those who are aware, or even unaware, we have another broadcast today. In an hour, we're going to be casting the Club NV X Duckling Showdown number 3. number 3 in 1 hour's time. We do have plenty of time to cast Dark versus Raynor. It's a ZVZ. It's going to be a fast one. But I don't know if we have time to cast Max Pax versus Hero. If we don't, if we do run over time, if it's a little bit too close, then we're going to wrap up Dark versus Raynor, and then we'll be heading over to cover our show matches. For those that are curious, who's going to be competing in the show matches tonight? Bunny versus DRG in a TVZ in a best of 7. Let's go. So we're going to be covering a best of 7 between Bunny and DRG. If you do want to tune into Max Pax versus Hero, do not fret. We will cast it after the show matches. So after we conclude our show matches, we'll go back into Masters Coliseum and cover Max Pax versus Hero. Now, those games would be like an hour old, so it won't be a live cast of Max Pax versus Hero, but we will cover it after we cover the show matches, just as a heads up. So that is most likely what the course of action is going to be. Again, these games have been really fast. There's a chance that, I mean, if every series is a 3-0, then maybe we can wrap it all up in time, but I don't know if we can take that risk. Like, I don't know if that's reliable. So again, we do have a date in an hour with the Club NV show matches, just as a heads up. For now, though, we can embrace and we can dive into Dark versus Raynor without any issues. Here. Oh, the predictions. My apologies. Do have to pay out the predictions here and set up the predictions for our next best of 5. Here we go. Dark versus Raynor. Okay. Now, what's interesting about these two players is, unlike the previous matchup, I do want to say that both Dark and Raynor have the proclivity, have it within them to be hyper aggressive. In the last series, it was Solar. Solar was the aggressor, Cyril was the defender. You know, we had like very clear roles in that ZVZ. In this one, I feel like the lines are a little bit blurred here, and both Dark and Raynor are willing to throw caution to the wind and go all in and go for Link Bloods, go for Roach Rushes. They're both animals. They're both animals, Papi, and that's how we like it, Papi. That's how we like it. Let's go. The Dark versus the Raynor. If you are in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on how you believe this series will unfold and who will take it. Dark or Raynor? Best of luck. Best of luck. Predictions open. Next minute show match goes for 5 hours. Live doesn't sleep until 5 a.m. I mean, that's what I've been doing anyway. I've been casting until 5, 6, 7 a.m. anyway, so there won't be a difference. As spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have Dark, our Korean Zerg. And in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have for Team Basilisk, it is Raynor. Ooh, and again, Raynor, he has been very much so in love with 15-15 openers. This is something that we've been echoing for like 1-2 months now. It's been a while, but basically in every matchup, Raynor, he has been going for 15-15s, not all the time, but like 80% of the time. Whether it's against Terran, against Zerg, against Protoss, 15-15 is becoming his go-to. What time is it where live VIP is? It is 11 p.m. It is 11 p.m. in the evening, and the show matches start at midnight. Here in the land of Australia. But here we go. Again, we're getting into our matchup. As a reminder as well, Dark is currently teamless. It is a little bit bittersweet here. Dark, of course, is set up to go to conduct his military service, relatively soon, and as a result, his contract did expire. It is just a theory that the reason why he didn't renew his contract and the contract wasn't renewed is because of military service. We don't know the exact time and date of when Dark is going to be going, but I believe Dark is still slotted to compete in IEM. So Dark, he'll still be at IEM Katowice. Any more than that, though, is more ambiguous, is more up in the air. So we have to enjoy Dark while we have him. We need all the Dark we can get, Bob. All the Dark. as we're easing into our openers. Now, I did briefly speak about the 1515. The way this works basically is that Raynor has delayed gases. It's a slightly faster hatchery, faster spawning pool, faster queens, but delayed gas and delayed link speed as a result. Specifically in ZVZ, 1515s usually do lead into roach play, into 2-base roach play. Not always, but it is very much so a build that you can seamlessly go into. So we'll keep an eye on Raynor. We'll see if he does invest into link speed or if he skips it. Again, just because it's late, very often players would skip link speed. So we'll keep an eye on Raynor, as Raynor is the one who's going to be diverging when it comes to standard builds. Meanwhile, Dark, he's going for a hatch gas pool, standard opener. Ooh, and Dark, he skips lit. Let's go. So Raynor, the player who goes for delayed gases, invests into link speed. Dark going straight into 2-base lair. Bold move here from Dark. Very bold move. With this, he's going to be walling off. He's going to be walling off on 2 bases with Evo Chambers, with Roach Warrens. And the question becomes, depending on how much gases Dark takes, this could just be 2-base Roach. He could even try to go into 2-base Muta. Now, I'm not fond of 2-base Muta on hard lead because of the rush distance by ground. It's a very short rush distance by ground. If Raynor catches a glimpse of what's going on, he can go all in and he can kill Dark before he can get into Muta play. So I imagine this is just 2-base Roach. Just a way to avoid the Lingbane phase of ZVZ. As Lair is finishing up. The Roach Warren is actually not lined up with the Lair. Interesting. We have +1 carapace on the way. There it is! The Spire. I was going to say that the Roach Warren wasn't lined up, so it did kind of lead into Spire play more, and the Spire is on the way. I am concerned because carapace is on the way. Now, for some context, +1 carapace, what does that mean? That means a big Ling Roach timing. It is a very strong borderline all-in from Raynor. So blindly, he doesn't even know what Dark is doing, but he's already getting ready for a +1 carapace timing. This is terrifying. So the purpose of +1 carapace is that 1, Banelings are less defensive against your Ling Flood, and it's going to be Roaches to support, and Roach is going to be that much more tankier against Ling surrounds as well. Roach speed is being researched. I love this from Dark. He's hiding his build, revealing Roach speed, revealing the fact that he's spending his gas elsewhere, that it should be Roach production, but +1 melee is on the way. So it looks like Dark most likely is going to be canceling Roach speed before it finishes. Most likely, as the Spire is still on the way. You can see Raynor cutting workers a little bit earlier, cutting workers at 42, and you can see that Raynor, he's massing Lings right now. He is massing up Lings. Raynor is going to be hitting hard, and I think Dark may have been too greedy with this. We'll see. Mutas are on the way. 4 Mutas in production. Dark, he gets supply blocked. 3rd base on the way. Unfortunately, as Dark has been teching, I believe he hasn't been scouting. Like, the Overlord gets shut down, he won't see this army, he won't see how large it is and how much we have to work with. Now, to be fair, Dark has also cut workers. He hasn't droned up his 3rd base yet as he's taking it. So, the army supplies, the army sizes are similar, but I would say that the quality of the army is a little bit better for Raynor. The Mutas have potential to pick off Ravagers to try to wreak some havoc here in the mineral lines. There we go, Mutas, they go straight for the main base. And you can see Raynor, he's skirting around the left-hand side. Raynor, he's avoiding the scout, he's avoiding the Overlords, avoiding the main attack path, and he is sending it here towards the 3rd. Oh, Roaches, they do get in position just in time. They barely get in position. Oh, we do get a decent surround here on some of these Roaches. Ravagers are on the way. Raynor, though, is being deflected. Good defense so far by Dark. Very nice last-second defense. Likewise, he's getting some of the Ravagers. The Muta's going ham. Going ham on these Ravagers, on these Roaches. But Dark, he's zoned away from his 3rd. Raynor, he gets a surround with the 3rd base. He gets a kill. The 3rd base goes down. When we even flood into the natural as well. And we are breaking in. We're breaking through. Again, it was a risky maneuver to go for the Mutas. And Raynor does punish it. Again, he didn't even know. Like, he didn't even know what he was punishing. He was already opening up +1 carapace anyway, and he does bust in. But what he hasn't done, he hasn't killed many workers, but he's denying a lot of mining time here in the main base. Behind this, Raynor is droning. He saturates his 3rd base up to 60 workers. And Dark, he is behind economically. He's stuck on 2 bases. He's behind 20 drones, but he has Mutas. These Mutas have a lot of work to do. They have a lot of work to do here, and we'll see if they're up to the task. We gotta pick up some of these tumors. We are amassing queens. We have spore crawlers in position. Additional spore crawlers on the way. So far, good setup here by Raynor. The spore not done though. But the defense is gonna be good enough. Dark is deflected. Now, on the one hand, these mutas, they don't just pose a threat to Raynor, they also provide map control. So while Dark has map control, he has the opportunity to take the third base, which he is doing, and to drone up as hard as he can to catch back up. We can see though, interestingly enough, even though Dark is taking the third, he's making lings. He is massing lings, getting into +2 melee, +2 melee, +1 air attack. Dark isn't actually saturating his third, he's still doubling down on army production instead. Which makes sense. Dark, he basically recognizes that he cannot catch up economically, he's too far behind, and he's going all in. Well, that's a kill! Ooh, very good start here. That's a kill on a base, 300 minerals down the drain. Oh, but at the same time, Raynor, he once again avoids the army, goes for a big Ling Flood, and he's going to be canceling that third base. He's going to be killing that third base as it does finish. At the same time, the mutas, they go for the dive. Shansu is too good. The spore finally goes down, but we have so many queens. Yeah, and Raynor, he will hold. Additional queens are on the way. Mutas, they are falling left and right. Having such a hard time trading here. And Dark is still stuck on 2 bases. Hive is now on the way. Raynor, with that Hive tech, we can go into Vipers, and Vipers, they just shut mutas down so hard. Mutas are so fragile, and power bombs, they can kill mutas in an instant. Doesn't take too long whatsoever. As mutas, they avoid the queens, and we're looking for another denial of the center base. We do cancel it, but again, Raynor, he's still up a base anyway. He doesn't need the fourth. The fourth would be nice, but doesn't need it. As Dark, he's still rotating between the bases. Lane's going for another massive counterattack, looking to deny that third base for a third time. Oh, that's another kill! Not like this. Not like this, Papi. A kill, not a cancel. Infestors are amassing back at home. We've got 2-2 on the way. Dark still trying to keep up with these lings. Still trying to desperately get a third base up and running. Does have a decent muta cloud. But now we have spellcasters. Whether it's Infestor or Viper or even both, which I imagine we're working towards a combination of both. We can lock down these mutas. Sure, they're mobile, but not much longer. Not with fungals. Well, that's a lot of Banelings. That's a lot of Banelings on the way. Here we go. It's all or nothing. Dark has a comparable army size with his opponent. That is true. His army size is comparable, but we'll see if he can make his way through here. There it is. 3 Vipers on the way. Ultra Cavern as well. Banelings are waddling in, but we get the fungal! The fungal, the Banelings, and they will be shut down. Massive connections from the side of Raynor. One Baneling does waddle in. We do get a mineral line. But at the same time, Raynor going for a massive counterattack. Mutas are trying to find a way in. GG gets called, and Raynor will take game number 1. GG. Again, it was a very rough start for Dark. Winding it back, Dark, he blindly was going into 2-base Muta, 2-base Spire play, and Raynor was blindly going for a +1 carapace Ling Roach Rush. Technically, it was Ling Ravagers. And Raynor, he was able to punish Dark quite hard. A really good setup where he was able to knock away those Overlords, bring them down to avoid any scatting information, as Dark moves out with his first wave of mutas that triggered the counterattack from Raynor, and Raynor, he was able to bust in. He didn't cripple the economy, but he denied the third. That's all he had to do, just deny the third base over and over and over again. Deny the third, break into the main, reset the queen counts, and Raynor was in the driver's seat. And that's the risk you take. You know, to be fair, 2-base Muta is uncommon for a reason, because it is a very risky build. A very risky build because you are so fragile, because you're investing so much into mutas that take a long time to actually pose a threat to a roach-based army or any army, because they have, again, they're so fragile. You have so few of them to begin with. Takes a while to really build them up over time. And again, Dark wasn't able to get away with it. And now we're getting ready for game number 2. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have our South Korean Zerg player. It is Dark. And in the top left, once again, going for the 15-15, it is Raynor for Team Basilisk. Here we go. Again, as I mentioned before, Raynor, very fond of the 15-15 opener in every matchup, and is doing it once again here in game number 2. Again, very stylistic choice here. Very stylistic build from Raynor nowadays. With this, again, faster hatchery, faster spawning pool. Delayed gases is the downside. But we're loading into a very interesting map here. We are going to be loading into Golden Aura. What I mean by that, short rush distance by ground. Aggression can work quite well here. Not just aggression, but likewise, you can be quite defendable on this map as well. If we did go 2 base, this would be a good map to do it on. I mean, I say that. Your third base is quite defendable as well, so we have seen a lot of Zerg players be very greedy on this map. Be quite greedy. We'll see how greedy we become. Speaking of, Raynor should have thrown down a gas geyser by now. He should have thrown down a gas. He did not. He's going gasless. Oh, wait, no, there we go. Gas now on the way for Raynor. Did delay it a little bit longer, I believe, than the last game. I could be mistaken, but I feel like it's a little bit later. And just like the previous game, again, late gases out of Raynor. Now, once again, we're going to be keeping our eyes on Raynor to see if he does invest into Link Speed, if he goes into 2-base Roach, if he's the one that goes into 2-base Lair. That is possible. That is on the table here for Raynor. Likewise, Dark, how will he adjust? Well, I say how will he adjust? I mean, honestly, I doubt we're going to see 2-base Mutor again from Dark. It's a very specialized build. It's not going to happen again. And I don't think Game 1 really told us much about this series. That's the problem here, is that Game 1, like, our players kind of chose their builds. They played out, and as we expected. And that was kind of it. Like, there wasn't any other back and forth, it felt. Which I'm sure we're going to see this time. Sure we will see this time. Link Speed going to be on the way for Dark again, because he did go for a standard opener. Third base soon to be taken, and Raynor with that 100 gas, I'm sure going to be getting into Link Speed of his own, similar to the previous game. There it is, Link Speed on the way for Raynor. He's not skipping it yet. Now I do predict that Raynor will skip it at some point in this series, just to kind of play with the opener. As ooh, that is a fast Evo chamber. We're going 2-base. Okay, Raynor. This is what's scary about 15 hatch openers. Okay, so Raynor, I believe, wants to try to fake out 2-base Roach here. We do see Dark getting his third, getting a safety amount of Lings on the way. Baneling Nest is thrown down from Raynor. I believe the Baneling Nest is hidden. Yep, it's hidden behind the mineral line. So Raynor, he's hiding his tech. He's making it look like 2-base Roach, when really he's setting up for a bust. Oh, as I say that, yeah, Roach 1, yep, part of the wall. See, we're revealing the Roaches, we're revealing the wall, we're showing some tech, but we're hiding the rest. So, very cheeky play here out of Raynor. We'll see if Dark can get a read of what's going on. We'll see if he can recognize what's happening. See if he can recognize it. You can see Raynor, he's massing Lings in between his bases. We have 16 Lings on the way, and we're soon going to flood across the map. Meanwhile, Dark back at home. Because it looks like 2-base Roach, Dark is doing what you should do. He skipped his Baneling Nest. I believe Dark did skip his Baneling Nest, so he will have no Baneling to defend against the Ling Flood. Yeah, Dark is going to have to defend with Lings and Queens. He will be at a disadvantage as a result. Roach is going to be on the way. Raynor, he's pulling the trigger. He's going to be sending it across the map. Behind this, Raynor, he's droning, but we'll see what he can achieve with these Lings. Dark, he has an army, though. Is ready for it. Banelings are on the way. We'll see how good those connections are going to be. Again, given a little bit more time, Dark, he will produce those Roaches. Banelings are amassing. Raynor has potential, but I feel like that window is closing. The window for Raynor is closing, and if he isn't able to trade well, then Dark gets away with cutting Banelings. He gets away with being more efficient. Raynor, he's rotating around, he's looking for another way in, unable to find one. Spine Crawler was made. Dark taking this very seriously. With the help of that Spine Crawler, again, Dark, he defends. Now we can drone. I say we can drone. Raynor's been droning. Dark cut workers at 38. Dark is going for a Roach counterattack. A massive Roach counterattack. Oh boy. This is what we spoke about at the start of the series. Like, both players are so willing to be aggressive. Rainer's droning. No shot. Rainer, he's saturating his bases. Link Scout confirms the one worker at the third. But we have 5 more on the way. Rainer is droning on up even further. And again, Dark, he hasn't made a worker in quite some time. So Dark, he's turning this defense into an offense. And Rainer believes that he's in a comfortable position. He believes that he can get away with saturating his bases. That is not true. And we spoke about it. Rush distance by ground on Golden Ore is very short. Rainer, he throws down 2 spine crawlers. 3 spine crawlers. Very big reaction here. Rainer, he knows he needs everything to survive. But is it going to finish in time? Because Dark goes for a massive counterattack. Dark is committed. That's a lot of Roaches. That's a lot of Lings. Banelings are on the way. How good are the connections going to be? Oh. So far, Dark forcing his way up the ramp. He has a massive Roach army. The Banelings connect. Big connections on the Lings. Bit of miscontrol there out of Dark. But doesn't matter. Doesn't matter because he has an overwhelming Roach army. Banelings, they do soften up a lot of Roaches though. Spine Crawlers are pushing forward and Rainer. Can he hold? He canceled a spine. Can we barely hold on Spine Crawlers? They are rooting. They are burrowing. Reinforcements on the way. With these reinforcements, yeah, Rainer, he holds. He does hold. He will swap this away. The spines, they do finish in time. And again, the Baneling connections earlier were on point. And now Dark is in a lot of trouble. He has no tech. Like Dark, he doesn't have Roach speed all the way behind this. He doesn't have an economy. Dark, he's in a world of hurt. He's still trying to drone up as hard as he can. And Rainer going for a counterattack. The pendulum swings from one player to the other. Rainer initially trying to catch Dark out with Ling Bane. Then Dark counterattack with Mass Roach. And now it's going to be Rainer's turn. And we can keep pushing. Rainer pulling back for a moment. I'm happy. Rainer, we're up 20 supply. 20 army supply at that. The Ling run by though, forcing him back home. Rainer, I do believe he missed an opportunity there to punish that third base. And Dark, he has a moment here to recover. Now, Dark has a lot of recovering to do is the problem. Like, he's still droning up. He's still trying to catch up. We have Roach speed on the way, and it's already done for Rainer. +2 range on the way for Rainer as well. He's getting ahead in upgrades. And Dark is droning as much as he can. Rainer, though, he consolidates his army, and we can just go for a later push. Rainer still has a lead. Ravagers on the way. Now, Dark has a larger army than he otherwise would have, because it was given a little bit more time. But is it enough? Yeah, another Spine Crawler on the way for Dark. We need to rely on that sack defense. Rainer, he's joining up behind this. He will soon be taking a 4th. So Lings are getting knocked down. Yeah, we're just forcing our way through in between the bases. Roach is going to be falling here as well. Spine Crawlers are helping. But Rainer, he just has far too much here. He's breaking on through. He has a massive supply lead. The Vials, they connect. And the Spine Crawlers are going down one after the other. And Rainer just has too much here. Dark was all in earlier, and when it failed, I mean, again, it's called all in for a reason. GG gets called. Rainer takes a 2-0 lead. GG. GG, well played. Again, Rainer able to muster up a defense in time, able to survive the all-in from Dark. Again, I do feel like a lot of that was also down to the Banelings. Remember, the Banelings, they did connect, and we had some big connections on the Lings of Dark. They all got cleaned up, so the Lings, they couldn't really support. They couldn't really come in to help support that Roach army. On top of that, the Baneling connections on the Roaches as well. I know we don't really get to see them too often, but we had like 5 or 6 Banelings, and they did soften up a lot of those Roaches, so a lot of really good connections. Dark did try to split, but a little bit too late. A couple seconds too late with the split, and his Roaches, they were annihilated as a result. Rainer, he holds, he survives. He needs one more game here to advance on into the next round. One more game. Whew. And it's going to be on Hecate. Meanwhile, oh, interesting. I just realized the vetoes. Radis's Station. Now I want to see a game 4. We need a game 4 is on Radis's Station. That's crazy. Give, Papi, give. As in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, Dark. He's up against the wall. He has to fight back. In the bottom left, though, we have his opponent for Team Basilisk, Raynor. Here we go. As, oh my god. We're going for a 12 pool. Okay, Papi. Raynor spicing it up here in game number 3. Bold move is what I will say. Bold move out of Raynor. Rushing into an early pool. Now, this doesn't have to be all in. There are all in variations. We could 12 pool and pool the boys if we're that confident. Otherwise, it should be a 12 pool into a natural base into a macro game. So I'm curious which direction we do go in and how committed Raynor becomes. As there we go, 6 lings are on the way. And Dark is going for a hatch gas pool, standard open out of Dark, and yeah, Raynor, he is expanding. Okay. So it's just a macro variation. So it's going to be a 12 pool, and for those that are curious, this is not an all-in. This is designed to get you ahead. This is designed to kill drones. Now, the goal here is to force Dark to pull the boys to the low ground. So Dark is going to have to pull the boys to the low ground, and Dark is going to have to micro his heart out, drone drill his heart out, and minimize his drone losses while saving his hatchery. It's going to be on Raynor to force those drones to overextend, to expose themselves, and to kill some workers. Ideally, like 3 worker kills is what we're looking for. Like 3 drones, plus all smiting time. Lings have arrived. 1 worker already down here on the low ground, as Dark is a little bit suspect of what's going on. And we'll see how good the control of Dark's drone micro is. And he has to make sure he doesn't lose too much. So far, so good. Drones, they do arrive here on the low ground. Going to be drilling here against those lings. A lot of damage being dealt. A lot of damage being dealt here to the hatchery. Down to half HP. Oh, getting very low. Dangerously low. There we go. The lings, they have arrived. Queens are on the way as well. And so far, we haven't lost a worker. Good control here out of Dark. Again, using this hatchery as a resource, but it's getting very low. He wants it. He wants the base. No shot. Getting the base is going to be too much, and he will get a kill on the hatchery. Ay. Dark, you can see him sigh there on cameras. That is too much damage. This should not have happened. Yes, Dark did save his drones, but at the cost of his hatchery. And this is a disaster for Dark. Oh boy. This is not a good start here. Suddenly, Dark pulling the boys and all that lost mining time was for nothing. It was for nothing for Dark. And from here, how do we recover? We go for a counterattack. Queens are in position. Raynor taking a worker lead. Raynor, he's ahead in bases, he's ahead in workers, he's ahead in queens, he's ahead in every aspect of this game. And Dark has to do something crazy to come back. He needs to do something out of the norm. Whether it's a Ling Bane bust, rushing into a lair, teching up, something. Oh boy. As Raynor is in a very comfortable position. Again, Raynor was just so quick to just inch out whatever damage he could on that natural base. It's very impressive. You can see Dark, okay, this is how we come back. Double expand. He's double expanding, taking his natural in his third base. He has to. Like, he has, at this point, he has to double expand. He has to be greedy. But can he get away with it? Can he get away with that greed? Is the question. Because Raynor's in the driver's seat. He's in the driver's seat, and he's driving to the upper semifinals, Papi. He's on the way. Bathing nest being thrown down for both players. We can see Dark, he's cutting workers. So Dark is going all in. It looks like this third hatchery for Dark is just for larva. It's just for larva. Dark, he is amassing lings. And he is soon going to be sending everything across the map. Oh boy. And we'll see if he can catch Raynor droning. That's the hope. Unfortunately, Raynor, he's playing 2 base. Raynor, he doesn't expose himself. He's not going for a third. He has a wall at the natural. He has queens. He has transfuse. He's soon to have Ling Bane. And there we go. Banelings are now going to be on the way for Raynor. He is so well set up here defensively. He is so heavily forward that the Lings, they get in. Oh, the Queen's not in position. We get us around. 1 Queen will not fall. Clutch transfuse. And Raynor, he is holding. He is shutting this down. Dark forced to retreat, and now Dark drones. This is late droning here for Dark. Late drones, and he's doing his best to try to recover here. Ling's though going for a big counterattack. Bailing's gonna be denied. Bailing's they will be denied here. As Dark is looking for another way in. Raynor slipping into the main. Does slip into the middle line, gets one more drone, and Dark, he barely has any workers to begin with. Oh god. Every worker killed is that much more brutal. If Dark can somehow connect with these Bailings, like one juicy connection, then maybe, as Raynor, he's got Bailings on the way in the main. They're being morphed in Dark's main base. More drones going down. Okay, Dark, he does see, does force a cancel. Does force a cancel. Lings, they do slip into the main base of Raynor as well. Dark causing a bit of chaos. Gets a queen. Bailings, they do crash into Bailings here. Not good enough trades for Dark. Additional Bailings in production. Again, Dark going for a Hail Mary play here with his Ling Bane. Oh my god. Good Raynor playing with fire right now. Avoiding those Bailings. Roaches are coming out though. With the arrival of these Roaches, Raynor, he's not going to stop. He's going to keep on pushing across the map until he gets into the bases of Dark. He cannot be stopped. Dark trying to get into his own Roaches back at home. But alas, tonight is a night of 3-0s. It's a night of 3-0s, man. A little bit unexpected. Again, in a lot of these matches, I was expecting more of a back and forth, longer series. But Raynor, he is out for blood. And Bailing's going to be waddling on in, zoning Raynor away for a moment. Roaches are amassing. But Raynor has a massive supply lead. Dark trying to kite back here, trying to preserve whatever he has left. GG gets called, and Raynor will take the 3-0. GG. GG, well played. Again, a night full of 3-0s. Raynor giving a bit of a thumbs up, a half-hearted thumbs up towards the end. But we will get the 3-0 here, and nothing but 3-0s. Maru, Serral, and Raynor all advancing on into the next round without too much issue, looking dominant in their respective series. Again, Dark was being very risky in some of these games, especially game 1, but here in game 3, it was just a really rough defense. Like, as soon as Raynor killed the base, that was kind of game. Like, that's at such a deficit to be under that early on, and yeah, Dark, he was just trying desperately to recover, wasn't able to. GG. Raynor gets a 3-0, and we have one series left. We have one series remaining here. Now, based on trends, should be a 3-0. should be a short series, but I feel a little bit anxious about risking it. I mentioned before, we have a cast at midnight. We are going to be covering the Club NV X Ducklings Showdown at midnight, and that is in 22 minutes. 22 minutes. It's possible. This series could be 22 minutes long. It's happened before. It's a PvP. But on the off chance that it isn't, I don't want to cut this stream mid-series because we do prioritize our show matches. So I don't want to, like, I don't know, be like 1-1, and then we have to, like, head over to another cast. Like, I don't want to cut mid-series, so we're going to be switching over here. We will cast Max vs. Hero in a couple of hours. We will cast it, but we're going to delay the cast. We're going to be going on a short... I do apologize. We will be covering Max vs. Hero in a couple of hours. Right now, we're going to be getting ready for the Club NV X Ducklings Showdown. What is that? It is our weekly show match series. We're going to be casting Quanta versus SCV, followed by Bunny versus DRG in a best of 7. So a lot of matches to come here. We have partnered with Club NV, a Korean team, to fund these show matches, to bring them to you. So the show matches will be coming, and most likely, hopefully better than just pure 3-0s. So they're coming. Again, we will be casting Hero versus Max Facts, but most likely in like 2 hours, maybe 3 hours time, like 2.5 hours maybe. So I do apologize. But again, I don't want to like cut the series like halfway through and then come back to it later. So we'll be heading off for now as as they are about to begin. But again, I do apologize. We will be getting into Max Max vs. Hero later on. Again, you can see the logo. you can see, it's beautiful. He's in the Club NV jersey. So we're gonna be going for a short break. Here, and when we return, we will be having and hosting our show matches. That is going to be the plan. Again, there are some other casters out there covering Max Max vs. Hero. I think there's like Wardy, Rotterdam, Comeback TV, Crank, 3D Clan. There are some other English and other language coverage for the PvP, so they got you covered there. Again, we're going to be covering that once we wrap up our show matches. We'll be going over that series. So with that, thank you so much. Thank you so much for watching. We're going to be going on a 15 or so minute break, and when we return, we'll have our Duckling Showdown. See you soon. See you soon. Until then, hasta luego. Bye. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that brutal OC, because we have returned with something different, something special, with the Club Envy X Duckling Showdown number 3. I'm, of course, Showside VIP, and with me, I'm joined by my lovely plushies and the people in the chat as well. Again, we are going to be cutting our Masters Coliseum broadcasts a little bit earlier here. We will be wrapping up with the rest of those matches with Max Pack versus Hero later on in the evening, but we are here with a best of 3 between these two lovely players. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Orange Terran, representing Club NV. It is Quanta. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Chinese Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing Mystery Gaming. It is SCV. And I need a moment to set up all the names. Ay. You know, who wants to have their regular ID in game? Nah, no one. So one moment as I do set that up before us, and quickly to go over this as well for those that are maybe unfamiliar with this tournament series. This is a new weekly show match series. We host show matches on a weekly basis, and when I say we, I really mean Club Envy. Big shout out to Club Envy, of course. They were once a prominent Korean team. Nowadays, again, they don't really have the funds that they used to actually salary as many players as they once did. Instead, they want to support the Korean scene a little bit less by actually having, you know, a big roster, and instead by funding these show matches to support all of these lovely players instead. So big shout out to Club NV for giving back to the community, to the scene, to StarCraft. Much love indeed. And again, we have 2 show matches tonight. We have a best of 3 between SCV and Quanta, and we have a best of 7 right after this with Bunny and Dongregu. DRG. So we have a ZVT thereafter. I know that we have to kind of get out of the mindset of mirror matchups. We just wrapped up with most of the Masters Coliseum broadcasts, and it was just pure TVT and ZVZ and just mirrors all around. Now we can get into some StarCraft. We can get into a bit of a different dynamic, is what I should say. Very different dynamic here. Talking a bit about the players though, as we ease into this. And again, as a reminder, this is every week, every single week, we host our show matches and we feature different players here, mainly from Korea, but you can see here even a Chinese pros being involved. Next week, we have a Swiss format instead. The Wikipedia page is already up and running. I recommend checking out the Wikipedia page because there's a lot going on. A lot of players getting involved, a lot of Koreans getting support. So now Reaper does dip into the main base. It's going to be threading that mineral line. We have our take of choice, going to be a Twilight Council opener, and Quanta does see. He does confirm. He is aware of the tech. Behind this, we do see our CC on location, on the low ground, getting things up and running, and we are easing into a 1-1-1. So it's going to be a 1-1-1 opener at a Quanta up against a Twilight Council based opener as well. This should be leading into a mine drop, but no, never mind. We have Hellions on the way behind this. Okay. Hellions in production, have our tech lab as well. Starport's a little bit further back, so we shouldn't really be seeing an add-on swap. As Reaper dips back into the main base, trying to get another read on what's happening. And ideally, we need to get a read on how many gateways. It is Blink, that is true, but how many gateways, how aggressive is SCV plan on being? Also, not confusing at all that the player called SCV is Protoss. I am shaking my head. It's similar to a UED soldier. Oh, as we use... Oh my god! The control! Papi! Jesus! Quanta making use of the tall grass there to avoid that adept shot, microing out to that Reaper, and does keep it alive. A very nice control there out of Quanta. Behind this, we do have Stim on the way. We spoke about the tech lab on the racks earlier. We're getting to early game Marauder production. Very fast Marauders here. And we're not going for a medevac, we're going for a Liberator. Very aggressive build here from Quanta. And let's see if we can get into it. Meanwhile, we have confirmation as the Hellions, they do bypass the wall. The wall is not a wall, it's wide open, and probes are going down. They're getting roasted here as 4 workers. 5, 6 even probes go down. 7. As well as that final 8th probe. Good trade here out of Quanta. Again, Hellions, they don't scale well into the mid game, so trading them out for workers is always ideal. And I was about to say that it was an economic opener, 2-gate blink into a 3rd, which means there's no aggression. There's no warp prism. There's no way to reinforce. There's nothing really that Quanta has to be concerned about. He's chilling back at home, building up his army. In a good position. Does deal quite a blow to the economy here of SCV, and gets away with it. Does get away, and we're not done. Liberator making its way towards the main. Likewise, we do have SCV back at home, getting into interesting. So it's going to be 2-gate blink into a third into Colossus production. Colossi going to be on the horizon here for SCV. Liberator comes in, good reaction. We do pull away. Do minimize our losses against the Liberator at least, but again, the Hellions did so much earlier. We're still recovering. Liberator being as annoying as possible. And we will be forcing back some of those Stalkers. Meanwhile, we do see Quanta still building up here again, a hefty Marauder counter early on. Observer does get eyes on the production. It is going to be a 3-1-1 setup, pretty standard setup here on 2 bases. We will confirm. And we get an eye on the army composition as well, which is important. No tanks. No tanks whatsoever for Quanta. He's going mainly Marauder Mine. Again, is a pretty terrifying army in its own right. Marauders, they can do well against gateway units, against Colossi, Immortals. Speaking of, Colossus production has commenced. First Colossus on the way, third base getting up and running. Charge on the way as well to help refine this army, and we do see SV moving out with these Stalkers. Now again, he can't reinforce. His goal here is to pick away at the army, to get a Marine, to get a Marauder, to get whatever he can. Gets 1 Marine so far, gets a bit of damage dealt to some of these units. Widowmine almost goes down. But we are continuing to push. Again, SCV keeping up with the movement of his opponent. Well, as a Liberator, trying to go Hammer at the natural, does get shut down. Does get shut down in the end. Widowmine soon to be sieging as well. 2 of them, 3 of them go down. But the army, we still on forward. We dive on that Colossus. You can see how quickly we do just chew away at that HP at the Colossus, but it will barely survive. The overcharge, it pays off. We barely hold on. We clean up so many Marauders, and Quanta overextended. That was a dive that was meant to kill the Colossus and break the third. That was committed, and it failed. We lose everything. Only the Medivacs make it out, and back at home, Quanta is still building up his army. 3rd CC on location. He has lost a lot of momentum, and suddenly SCV not looking too bad. SCV getting his 4th base on the way. Colossus survives, 2nd Colossus on the way as well, getting into double forge, double upgrades, extend double lance. SCV looking quite good behind this. Here we go. We do see Quanta moving out towards the left-hand side, going for his own mine drop. Doing what he can. Gonna try and recover here and deal another blow to the economy of SCV if at all possible. SCV taking a more defensive stance, fanning out some pylons, getting a read on what's coming his way. Observer does get eyes on the Medevac, and good reaction. Stalkers, they do rotate over. Rotate over towards that natural. Ooh, Medevac goes down. The mines. Shot's going to be going up. Decent connections. 3 probes go down, and at the same time, Quanta focusing on his push on the right-hand side. Does catch a pylon. Does catch a pylon here. As a Colossi, they will be able to keep up with the movement, though. Again, only 3 workers went down. Another mine drop slipping into the main. A bold move once again here. Out of Quanta will be shut down. At least one of the Widow Mines. The other Widow Mine. Oh, the Medevac takes a lot of hits. Widow Mine will burrow. And we will get a shot off. Oh, the retargeting. Good retargeting there by Quanta. Gets 3 worker kills. And the army is dragged out of position. We are chasing this down, which means there's an opening. There's a big opening here at the 4th base. But we go for the pylon. SCV, he has time to respond. He rotates back over. As he even goes for his own Zealot run by. So far, so good by SCV. Shuts down the Widow Mines, keeps up with the movement, doesn't allow a way in. But another drop slipping into the 4th. At the same time, Zealot run by gets into the mineral line, gets into the 3rd base. Gonna get a couple of mules, but not too much else. 2 SCVs go down. And the drop across the map still not committed. As there we go, we will get some counter damage done here. Probes are falling, overcharge is forced. And SCV doesn't turn back around. He's committed. He's pushing in. He wants to try to break this position here and now. Is losing quite a lot of SCVs back at home. But he doesn't care. Does focus on the Vikings. Big mine shots going off. Nice EMPs here on the Stalkers. And the Vikings, they're going ham here on the Colossi. Can we barely break through? One Colossus does go down. The other getting very low as well. It looks like we have just too much Terran. The Marauders, they stim on 4. They get on top of the Colossi and every single Colossus gets picked off. But what about the SCVs? A lot of Stalkers, a lot of reinforcements. They get into the middle line. 23 SCVs go down. Probes also falling back at home, and we do get a kill on the Nexus. The Nexus does fall. 12 probes alongside it. Things getting very chaotic as we go for another big warp in. And we take control of the main base. SCV is popping off, getting the mineral line. He cripples the economy even further here of Quanta. The Marine drop across the map, running out of steam. And we're going to the last bastion of hope here, the final mining base. We go straight into the third. More SCVs going to be going down. Oh, the friendly fire. Mine shot going off. This will eventually be forced out. We still have Zealots in the main though. They're still wreaking havoc. Will eventually be cleaned up, and as the dust does settle, Quanta, he's down to 35 workers. 35 SCVs remaining. Barely an economy. And even though SCV may have lost the Nexus, he has a backup base. We should be transferring our workers over. So some inefficient mining going on here from SCV. Essentially double expanding. He has a 4th, he has a 5th soon to be on the way as well. His economy is booming. His army, though, is lacking. Remember, his Colossus count was reset. He has 1 Colossus left. So Quanta, what he lacks in workers, he makes up for in army. Quanta's pretty all in, and he could break his opponent here and now. This army has potential big EMPs. Big EMPs here on the Stalkers and the Colossus. And we're zoning the army away. We're going for the 4th base. Once again. Some big Colossus swipes going off the mine. Mine takes down the Observer. Observer gets picked off, but SCV is holding, and the longer this goes on, the better it is for SCV. The better it is for the Protoss. Quanta rotating around. Ooh, running out of energy on these medevacs. Running out of steam. As he will pull back. Just consolidating his forces. He's got his 4th base actually up and running as an orbital. A little bit greedy here, but it is up. And you can see that Quanta, he's trying to recover here. He's on up to 50 SCVs. Meanwhile, SCV's still on 85 workers. Jesus. Arguably, he has too much money. How many gateways do we have? 8. Could do with a little bit more. But SCV, he's soon about to max out. Burning through his bank, burning through his money here. Army is revealed. SCV going to respond at the same time. A Marine drop towards the left-hand side. Quanta is pulling SCV apart. Is it enough, though? As we collapse on these Marines, the mines could be going off on the Zealots. Good drag here, good kiting from Quanta at the same time. Marine drop comes in from the left-hand side, forcing a reinforcing warp in. But this should be enough. As the Zealots will clean this up. At the same time, Quanta moves in once again. Good EMP. Oh my god, very nice EMPs here on the Stalkers. Very nice EMPs, but it looks like there's just too much Colossi, too much splash damage. Oh my god, massive swipes go off. Across the map, 14 SCVs went down towards the counterattack. At the same time, though, 15, 16 probes go down as well. The medevac drop finally gets cleaned up. Both players are hurting, but Quanta still hasn't recovered. Still on a very low worker count. Quanta, he's still on the back foot. And SCV is still in the driver's seat. How many disruptors? Too many. 6. 6 disruptors. Now we're getting into Immortal production. Do love to see it. Immortals on the way. We're getting a 6th Nexus. We don't even need it, but may as well. May as well go for it. Looks like SCV, he hasn't seen the 4th. He doesn't know that the space is up and running. This is keeping Quanta in the game. But he needs to do more than just tread water. He needs to do more than just hold on. Base has been scouted. Drop going to be shut down. The Nexus is getting very low, but we will lose an entire drop of Marines. Zelts do get eyes on the main army. And SCV, we can push. We can push out. We can either engage with the main army or just go for a big counterattack. What are we thinking? Where are we going? SCV, he's up 40 supply. Is up in the supply here as he's going to be rotating around. So by running into the army, won't achieve too much. Getting a little bit more done here on the right, forcing out a stim. And here comes SCV coming in from behind. Big swipes going off here on the SCVs. These knee peas. Oh! Whoa. Novas are going to be going up. Big connection. Massive connection here on the Marauders. And 11 workers went down. The Zealots are still wreaking havoc here at the third base. No shot. They bustled in. 16 workers go down. SCVs killing SCVs. No. Just realized. What does SCV mean anymore? Who knows, man? Who knows? As we do see our Protoss pushing out. We have had some good EMPs, don't get me wrong. Immortals on the way, they get caught out. Good catch. 2 Immortals going to be going down for free. Yeah, we collapse on this position. Novas go off though, forcing a bit of friendly fire. So we collapse on this, but massive connections once again. The Colossi looking very exposed, but we should have enough. GG gets called, and SCV will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. An assault game there from SCV, able to maintain his position, and of course able to maintain his position there, able to take a pretty strong lead early on and eventually snowball out of control. And with that, does maintain it as well. We saw Quanta, there was so much pressure on him to try to bounce back after losing so many workers, and he was never quite able to recover. Never quite able to from that point. As we're now getting ready for game number 2, going to be on Hecate. What I will say though is I do think that Quanta and SCV are pretty comparable overall, and again, if it wasn't for Quanta's dive early on, losing his army, losing his economy, like, I'm sure we can have a more back and forth here. He was achieving a lot with his drop play, is what I will say. Like Quanta with his bio drops, with his Widowmine drops, he was achieving quite a bit there. His multitasking was on point, but again, just defending against the harassment, against the Zealot run-bys, against the Warpins, that is where Quanta did struggle. And here we go, we're diving on into this and spawning in the bottom right-hand, there we go, in the bottom left-hand corner of Hecate, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Orange Terran, representing Club NV. It is Quanta. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the Red Protoss player, representing Mystery Gaming. It is SCV. Here we go. SCV is going to be coming out swinging here already with a 1-0 lead. Can he keep it up? I love that he's going to be checking initially here for a proxy racks, just making sure that he doesn't get cheesed out before moving out across the map. It's a very safe play here out of SCV. Back at home, Quanta getting ready for his own opener as well. No cheese, no proxy. Nothing too crazy, nothing out of the norm. Do appreciate it. So Probe is going to be slipping into that main base. And yeah, being a bit of an annoyance, looking like an economic opener out of Quanta, going for a Rax Expand. Single gas opener out of our Orange Terran player. CC is soon to be on the way, and SCV doing the best he can to be as annoying as possible and delay this base for as long as he can. Oh, and that's quite a delay. Again, going to be a couple of seconds late. But again, from here, Quanta just opening up economically overall, and SCV should be feeling pretty safe. Pretty safe, pretty secure. Should be feeling pretty secure overall. As from here, what kind of tech do we end up going for? Now, Hecate is an interesting map, has a short rush distance by ground, that is true, but is also very defendable. It's a very defendable by ground map because of all these choke points, because of all these points of elevation. As a result, I wouldn't be opposed to another Blink Stalker based opener, and there it is, Blink is on the way. The Twilight Council's on the way. Should be for Blink. There are some players that like to dabble in DTs and Dark Shrine openers. Those people are crazy, and they have mixed success in this matchup, and we shouldn't be seeing that here. Now the question becomes, sure, it's Twilight Council, should be Blink, should be at least 2 gateways, but how many gateways exactly? 2 gate, 3 gate, or 4 gate? Depending on how many gateways we throw down, it does kind of dictate how aggressive the Protoss is going to be. So we'll keep an eye on SCV. You know, Quanta back at home, getting into his 1-1-1. Once again, getting into additional Hellions. Remember, last game, the Hellions, they were able to get a lot of damage done. They killed 8 probes in game 1. Can we achieve something similar in game number 2? As it's the same opener. We're getting to 4 Hellions and a Liberator. Same build as game number 1. Meanwhile, SCV is not going for the same build as game 1. I see 2 gates. I see 2 gates here at the natural, 1 gateway in the main. It's going to be 3 gate Blink Stalker, so a little bit more aggressive here by SCV. Now with this extra gateway, means an abundance of Stalkers. It means that his initial defense is going to be stronger. It also means that he can counterattack and contain his opponent. Now, it's only 3 gateways, so the likelihood of us actually diving into the main and wreaking havoc is low. Instead, the contain is more likely once we deal with these Hellions. Speaking of, Hellions going to be rotating around. They're going to be threatening a dive. Is this a full wall, by the way? Oh, I think so. Yeah, no way in here for these Hellions. Stalkers are amassing. Wait, is it? That's crazy. Do we cancel? We are. We're going for a 3rd. Interesting. Okay, so we do have an abundance of Stalkers to work with, but I believe we're going to be canceling this. Yeah, we're going to be canceling the 3rd gateway. Just only there to wall off. Only there to wall, and we have plenty in position. At the same time, Liberator dives in, but we are likewise in position as well. We trade 1 for 1, 1 Stalker for 1 Liberator. Solid defense here out of SCV, and he does get his 3rd base up and running. Let's go. Solid defense, economic start here as well. Again, the 3rd gateway was just a fully wall off, was just to make sure that the Hellions could not find a way in. And game 1, these Hellions killed 8 probes. Game 2, 0 economic damage. A much cleaner defense here by SCV. Very nicely done. Across the map, he slips into the main base. He does get an eye on the production. It's going to be a 3-1-1 setup here by Quanta. And SCV is fully aware. Fully aware of the composition. Fully aware of the tank production. That's what's important. Remember, last game it was a heavy Marauder Widowmine army into continued Widowmine drops. Here, we have confirmation. No Widowmine drops whatsoever. We're getting into a heavier tank count for a heavier push. So this will lead into a much more stronger timing out of Quanta, but it also means that SCV doesn't have to worry about defending against drop play. Yeah, no mine drops this time. And SCV is fully aware. Meanwhile, we're just building up our armies. We have a massive gateway explosion. That's going to be 8 gates in total here for SCV, getting into charge. Going for a swarm toss style. Who needs Colossus? Who needs splash damage when you have a wave of zealots? That's true. So it's going to be a lot of zealots, Papi. A lot of zealots. The way this works is this is ideal when it comes to engaging in the center of the map. Fighting out here in the center it's going to be so difficult to deal with a wave of zealots without SimCity. Good blink so far, but 1 Stalker is going to go down. Quanta going to be going for his push. Behind this reinforcing. Good movement here out of SCV. Going to be slowing down this army. Getting a couple of extra hits in. And we are working towards the bay. We will eventually have Colossus, but for this first push, we will not. It's going to be all about the Stalkers and the Zealots. It's going to be about the Gateway army. I believe we have a couple of force fields available. so we can force field the ramp. This is the advantage of Hecate. Again, this ramp is so narrow, so difficult to push into, and Quanta knows that, so he rotates around. Does rotate around, looking for another way in. Does catch a Zealot. Does get a Zealot in the end. Behind this, going for a CC on location. We do get a Warp and Zealots into the main. AI Quanta still trying to find a way up this ramp, but he will be losing SCVs back at home. Workers are going to be falling. Quanta still not committed, still not pushing in. And we get another Warp in. We're going for the tank. No shot the tank. It's going to go down. And Quanta, we got to go. We got to send it. Good tank volleys on the army. Again, tank did go down across the map. Liberator is going to help to defend. Going to help clean this up. Once again, the tanks just leapfrogging forward, getting ever closer. Good force fields. They would clean up some of those Marines, some of those Marauders. And across the map, 12 SCVs go down. The Zealots is still going ham. They're still just wreaking havoc here. 15 workers go down. Before we eventually clean this up, that Prism is still in the main base. We're still going for another warp, and it's out of range. Barely. As we are being a little bit wasteful. That last wave of Zealots not achieving too much. Good hold position. Yeah, once again, a good force would we catch two of those Marauders. Every Marauder counts. Every Marauder does count. And finally, the Warp Prism is forced back, but we can just go to the low ground. We go for another big Warp Prism. We deny the third base. And this army is mainly a tank army. Like, there's just not enough to support this. We're going for a draw. Okay, I'll say we're not going for a doom drop, are we? No, we're racing back home. We have to. We're turning back around, and SV is looking solid, by the way. We're building up the Colossus, Disruptors. We're on 3-base saturation, soon to be a 4th, and Quanta, the pressure is on. Pressure is on. Why is SV Protoss? Right? Maybe he used to be Terran. Maybe he used to be Terran. He saw the lights. He saw the Protoss, papi. He liked what he saw. Aye. And here we go. We're boosting up into the main base. A massive doom drop. 10 tanks. 10? What am I saying? 4 tanks. Where did 10 come from? But we are going to be stuck in the... we're going to be stuck in the corner of the map. No way in. We are in position. A couple of tanks were left behind. Third base being taken. This is the advantage here, is that yes, this is committed, and it's going to be devastating if Quanta loses this army, but he's getting his third base up and running. It's getting fully operational. Saturated as we speak. Second army pushing towards the left-hand side. Oh, but SCV, he's in position just out of range of that scan. Big warp in here into the third base. The warp in, part of it will finish. And we collapse on this army. We collapse on the Marines. There's no way out for these tanks. We have to save them. The tanks are saved. The Marines are not, though. And SCV, he can keep on pushing at the same time. Doom drop into the lane, but we are likewise just waiting for it. We are lying in wait. SCV everywhere he needs to be. Yeah, we are going to be committing. Nova goes up. Not quite. There we go. Nova's going to be going off, but there's no way out. Big connection on the SCVs, on the Marines. At the same time, Quanta does go for the Doom Drop into the natural. Does siege. Good position. Does take control of the natural base. And we are forced to recall back home. And we go for the dive. Good target firing out of Quanta. Does get 1, does get 2 Colossus. And will barely not get the 3rd. But this was still a costly trade here for Quanta as he plummets in supply. Gets 16 probes. But SCV's economy is still superior. He's got a 4th base. Quanta stuck on 2. Stuck on 2 CCs. Long distance mining. What do we have to work with? We have 3 tanks. We have 3 tanks. Handful of Marines, handful of Marauders. SCV is going for another big push. Now, SCV, when it came to his recall, if you remember, he did lose a lot of high-tech units. He lost his Colossus and his Disruptors. He has 1 Colossus left, but he catches the tanks. No shot. 1, 2, 3 tanks go down. GG gets called. And SCV will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, as SCV will come out on top here. He will take the show match 2-0. My condolences. My condolences to Quanta, as he did have a good showing here. He had his moments, especially game 1. Game 2 was more brutal, is what I will say. Game 2 was SCV definitely having a lot more say and in a lot more control. Game 1 was more back and forth, and Quanta was able to have his moments, was able to spread his wings and have more back and forth. But in the end, SCV did overcome the worker, now turned Protoss. Now in charge, and congratulations to SCV here for taking the series. Very well done. We have been keeping our eye on SCV recently because he, especially with China merging with the Oceanic region, SCV has been popping off a lot more and has been at the forefront when it comes to those regionals, the Oceanic or Rest of Asia regionals for DreamHack. So a really good player, and definitely a player to keep an eye on. GG, well played. With that, we are getting ready for our next series. We have one more matchup, one more show match, but a much larger one. This was merely a best of 3. Up next, best of 7. Best of 7 between Bunny and Dongregu. Here we go. Bunny versus DRG in a TVZ. Let's go. Vetoes are currently underway. I will set up predictions. Predictions will be set up for this series, so you can get your gamba going in the chat. I will do my best to set that up. And we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a very short break. When we return, we will have our best of 7. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. A very short break. Vetoes were done so damn quickly, and we are diving into the featured show match of the night. Welcome back to the Club NV X Duckling Showdown number 3. Again, a show match series, a weekly show match series where we bring you as much beautiful Korean StarCraft as we can, and we are diving into our best of 7. And if you are in the chat, predictions are soon to be open. Hold on. Soon to be open here. As I do clean this up. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Hecate, we have our Korean Terran player. The blue Terran representing Mystery Gaming. It is Bunny. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player representing himself, currently teamless, looking for a team. It is DRG. The one true Dong himself, and I need a moment to set up the predictions in the chat so you can get your gamba going, papi. Don't worry, it's coming. Bunny versus DRG, Club NV, X Duckling Showdown Beautiful. You have 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes to place your bets in the chat. Best of luck. Oh boy. And so far, we've been very lucky. We've been hosting this event, these show matches, for a couple of weeks now, for 2 weeks before this, of course. And so far, every single time without fail, we've gone all the way to the ace match. It's been crazy. In the first edition, we had Creator versus Gumiho, went all the way to Game 7. We then had DRG versus Cure, also went all the way to Game number 7 as well. What about this week? This week, can we continue the trend? Can we go the distance and go all the way to the ace match once again? Personally, I would love it. I would love to see that happen. I would love to see it back and forth. But I'm greedy like that. We'll see. We'll see if that's what we can embrace here amongst these two players. Again, old friends, old school players from many years in the past. Both Bunny and DRG, they have a legacy behind them. But here, in current era, who comes out on top? For now, Hatchgas Pool, standard opener out of DRG. Likewise, across the map, we have Bunny going for a Rax Expand. Nothing too crazy. There's no 2-Rax Reaper. There's no Fast Gas. There's no 2-1-1. Nothing crazy yet. So far, standard openers. Reaper gets across the map. Going to be dancing with these Lings. Going to be picking away at some of these units. Trying to get into the mineral line, but it's going to be denied. Meanwhile, behind this, Bunny going for a third CC. Third CC before Starport. Very economic build, a very economic opener at a Bunny. So no aggression whatsoever, at least not from the Terran. As we're just being as economic as possible. And oh, my apologies. I assumed it was going to be a third. I mean, it is technically a third CC before Starport, but this is a 3CC 2-1-1 because that is a second Rax. Let's go. A little bit cheeky, a little bit more unorthodox. For those that are curious, this does lead into less Hellions. We're going to have 4. We cut the Hellions at 4. Only 4 Hellions for map control, so the map control early on for Bunny is going to be significantly weaker. It is going to be weaker here for Bunny, but he's going to be building up towards a Stim timing with Medivacs. It's going to be Stim, going to be 16 Marines with Hellions to support, and of course, Medivacs as well. So we will eventually work towards that Medivac push. Now, because there are only going to be 4 Hellions, and again, we should be cutting at 4, and there's the add-on swap. Yep, only 4 Hellions. Because there are so few, it means that early on, DRG can be greedy. He can drone. He can cut Ling production, and he can drone that much harder because there's less of a threat of a Hellion dive, which is what causes Zerg players to make Lings early on in the first place. So you can cut Lings, you can just drone your heart out. That is if DRG realizes what's going on. He hasn't seen it yet. He sees a handful of Hellions. We can see that he's making more Lings, he's droning. Again, Lings that he doesn't really need at the moment. He doesn't know that. Bunny likewise going to be rotating around, looking for another way in. Overlord Scout is attempted, but is going to be denied here as DRG, he gets an eye on the factory, gets an eye on the Rax, and not much else. Does get a glimpse of the add-on swap though. And based on the factory positioning, I should be able to piece it together. Yeah, double Evo Chamber. Double Evo Chamber on the way to get into double upgrades. A greedy response out of DRG, which it makes sense. You do want to be greedy. Well, as a tumor is going to be going down. So essentially what's happening here is that DRG, he's going to be skipping, he's going to be delaying his lair, delaying his Baneling Nest, delaying Baneling speed in favor of 1-1 upgrades, which is what you want to be doing in this situation. You don't need fast Banelings here, not against a 2-1-1, or not against a 3CC 2-1-1. As the Medivacs have arrived, and Bunny soon going to be moving out. Go. Double jump on the right hand side. Oh, third base getting up and running. We're trying to be a bit of an annoyance here, but we do get shut down. Ling did confirm the third base timing though. And here comes the draw play. Queens are in position, Lings as well. DRG shouldn't take too much damage here. He should deflect this. And clutch transfuse, keeping the Queens alive. And we barely do. The Queens, they do survive. Lings, they don't quite engage yet. They respect the Hellions. Bunny is being forced back. Again, 20 more Lings in production. Now we get our lair on the way alongside the Baneling Nest for eventually Baneling speed. Again, Banelings were not required to defend against this, so we're able to cut that corner and force this back. One queen goes down. Not a bad pickup. Ooh. One queen goes down, but we do force this back. Yeah, that was a Hellion. That was a couple of Marines falling. Behind this, we're working on our transition, getting our second factory up and running, and we're going into Widow Mines. Okay, it's going to be Bio Mine here at Bunny. Gets another queen. Nice pickup. Gets an extra queen, being forced back. Losing a Hellion, but Hellions, at this point, they've been outscaled. We can afford to lose them. But behind this, a DRG has been setting up his bases. He's on 4, soon to be 5 hatcheries. His drone count is still lacking, but the wall is not a wall. The Lings, they flood into the natural, they flood into the main base as well. We get a surround. That's a kill, not a cancel. A kill on the CC. The mineral lines are under fire. Mine shot going to be going off. Good reaction there. Good split from DRG as he is at every single mineral line. So much damage being dealt. Oh, and we do avoid the friendly fire, thankfully. But the Lings are still not cleaned up. They go for the armory. They get us around. The armory is going to be going down. Oh, the Widow Mines. Widow Mines going to be exposed. We will eventually clean this up, but here comes the rest of the army as DRG rallies towards the third base, and Bunny is being pulled apart. Ay, ay, ay. Amidst all of that, I lost 10 Marines, 9 SCVs. We did trade out a lot of Lings, that is true, but that was worth it. Remember, we killed a base. You can see there a kill on a CC. So well worth it for DRG. Behind this, he has been happily droning up, saturating on 4 bases, almost at 80 workers, soon to surpass 80 workers. And now he can focus on Ling Bane production. Ling Bane into Hydra. Shows the mines. Oh, decent connection. Decent connection with the Widow Mine. Gonna get behind this. The Hydra Den is now done. So Ling Bane Hydra is going to be the composition of choice for DRG. The creep is looking strong. Again, Bunny was forced back home because of the aggression earlier. Because of the chaos ensuing. Does have on top of the queen. Does get one. Queen goes down. Bunny backing off. Still building himself up here. On a bio mine. Still recovering from the earlier losses. No forts TC, by the way. It hasn't been rebuilt. Uh-oh. Not yet, at least. Instead, Bunny just focusing on army production. Focusing on aggression. Here we go. Gonna be slipping on forward. Up! Bailey's rolling in. Again, a decent spread there from Bunny. Does take some Baileys to the face, but he still maintains his marine count. The mines! Oh my god, as the friendly fire, the Widow Mine killed the medevac? Not like this. Medevac does go down. Big mine shots. As you can see there, Bunny, he killed 61 Lings and also a full medevac. The friendly fire, Poppy. As we collapse on this. Mine shots not ideal, and we will force this back. A good positioning behind the mineral line. Bunny will evacuate. But again, he doesn't touch the economy, doesn't touch the worker count here of DRG. He's still trying to break through the defenses. The Hydra count getting higher. These Liberators, there is an answer. DRG going for his own counterattack. Yeah, rolling in towards the third base. Does break on in. The Bailings! They get into the mineral line. SCVs are going to go down. Some of them, at least. Some workers will fall. Bunny focusing his attention across the map. It's going to be 8 dead workers. And we break through the depot wall. Bunny still hurting, still not in control of this game. We're looking for a big mine connection. But they get baited out. And we will clean this up. Bunny going for a drop into the main, pushing towards the left-hand side. Again, he's still trying to force some damage. He needs a mineral line. Does need a mineral line. Dropping the main base is going to go. He's actually going to be able to unload. We're getting damage done. We're pushing in. We get on top of the spawning pool. Hatchery going to be going down. A couple of drones as well. Spawning pool falls. Bunny. He's getting damage done. He is popping off. Snipes the base. Escapes with most of his army as well. DRG across the map. He gets eyes on the 4th base, but he cannot touch it. Soon to be a planetary. So a couple good moments here from Bunny. But DRG, he's got eyes on this base, and yeah, he will force a cancel. Does force a lift. Bunny just not able to hold on. Not able to hold on here. Once again, just committed to drop play. Just doing whatever he can to force back DRG. Give himself some room to breathe. But there's no way out. There's no medevac here. These Marines are going to be shut down. Center base is ambitious. Oh my god. Good bailing connections. The mines! Likewise, good mine shots here on the Lings. Decent connections. Bunny pushing forward. DRG, he has maxed out. Now, DRG, he has foregone Hive Tech. There is a Hive, that is true, but there's no Adrenal, there's no 1-1. Sorry, there's no 3-3. Upgrades have fallen by the wayside. Instead, he's focusing on taking up into Lurkers. Lurker tech on the horizon. All the Marines are breaking through. They are breaking through. I just realized as well, +2 just started. Oof, the upgrades don't matter. Not for DRG. I was like, oh my, he's forgetting 3-3, Papi. Oh, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. He collapses here on the Marines. Will focus him down with the Mass Hydra. At the same time, this planetary is not going to get up and running. We do get a surround. And Bunny, he is falling apart. GG gets called, and DRG will take game number 1. GG. A solid game there from DRG. Again, Bunny initially had a bit of momentum. He was going for mass drop play, and he was trading well. But there was a moment amidst the drop play, amidst the initial aggression, where DRG went for a massive link counterattack. Remember, he got into the main, the natural, and the 3rd base. And that was also the moment where he killed the 4th, and he also got on top of the armory. Remember, he killed the armory, which is why 2-2 was so delayed. I guess Bunny did, oh, apologies. Bunny did, forget to rebuild that. No. Sorry, I'm just trying to set up the next map. There we go. But yeah, the Link Flood had just got so much damage done, and DRG was in control from that moment. The pressure was on Bunny to get some kind of counter damage done, and he was achieving some wins here and there, you know, with his drop play, with his harassment, but just the non-stop aggression from DRG, the non-stop bailing, run-bys as well, made sure that Bunny's economy was never up and running. He was never able to establish a 4th. He was stuck on 3 bases for the entire game, stuck on low upgrades, on a low army as well, and GG. GG, well played. A solid game 1 there out of DRG, but now we're getting into something very different. A map that I haven't casted in a week. It's a very rare map that we get to cast. I was only able to cast it so often in WTL. Remember, in World Team League, there are no vetoes. So you see this map much more often in WTL, but with the conclusion of that season, it's much more rare here on the CranKy Ducklings. And here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Radhaset Station. We have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Mystery Gaming. It is Bunny. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the red Zerg, representing himself, currently teamless, currently looking for a team. It is DRG. See in the chat, Bunny was betrayed by his own winter mines. He was, Bobby, he was. Smooch. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. That was a rough moment as well. There was a bit of friendly fire, as sometimes is the case in this matchup. Does happen. Ooh, Bunny going for a CC first. Let's go. CC first here out of Bunny. You do love to see it. again, this is something very unique to this map. I should talk about it a little bit just because we see it so infrequently. So Radisson Station is very unique, by the way. It's a very unique map just because of how defendable it is. It has the longest rush distance by ground. The rush distance by ground is insanely long, so it takes so long for aggression to get across the map. Likewise, ramp leading into the natural, so you have the defender's advantage. You also have a pocket base, so a free third and almost a free fourth, because this fourth base is also very defendable with these choke points. So as a result, typically you cut as many corners as possible. That's why Bunny goes for a CC first, because you can get away with it on this map. Likewise, we have seen a lot of Zerg players go gasless. That is not the case here for DRG, but we do see it quite often on Radisson Station, where you just open up gasless, go for a fast third base, get straight into roach production, or even just delay your tech even further just to drone up even more. Like, the greed that we've seen here on this map is insane, which is why it's often vetoed. Like, this is a very unique map and does lead to very unique play, which leads to really fun games, to be honest. Like, I often have a lot of fun casting games on Radisson Station, but it leads to just a very different style of StarCraft. A very different kind of StarCraft that most players are not fond of, which is why it's vetoed so often. But it's not vetoed here. And our players did have vetoes, by the way. It's a best of 7. Each player had 1 veto, and let me just double check. I believe the vetoes were hard lead. Yeah, the vetoes were hard lead as well as equilibrium. Equilibrium and hard lead, which makes sense. Equilibrium is considered to be like the Zerg map. It's like the Zerg map in the map pool, so Bunny got rid of equilibrium. We did see that DRG got rid of hard lead as well, just to get rid of any kind of aggressive potential that Bunny would have. Had our vetoes, equilibrium was prioritized, which means we get Radisson Station. We get it, Bob. We get it. Let's go. We had the CC first. We're getting into our 1-1-1. Third CC on location as well. So greedy, Bobby. But again, you can do this, and it's not even the pocket base. It's just the triangular third here, and yeah, we can get away with it on location. Bunny just being as greedy as possible, getting to his 1-1-1, going Viking first. Interesting. Viking first with Stim on the way. Back at home, DRG likewise is just droning. He made it 2 lings in total, only 2 lings, and we are just droning up as much as we can. Again, whenever we play on Radisson Station, it is a game of greed. How many corners can you cut without dying? That's the game that we're playing right now. Just how greedy can we, like, how much can we get away with without things quickly going south for us? Bunny is going to be pulling back. Again, just being active with a handful of Hellions. Back at home, 1-1-1. Stim on the way. Overlord coming in for a scout, but we have the Viking en route, and it looks like, oh, do we get in? We do not. We do not get in, and DRG is in the dark. He sees the Viking. For all he knows, it could be BC. It could be mech. It could be anything. DRG is in the dark. Behind this, Bailey Nest, Lair is on the way. Very safe follow-up, actually. I'm not too sure if I like this. I mean, it's understandable. So, DRG, because he didn't see anything, like, he hasn't even seen the third. He doesn't know how greedy Bunny has been. So, DRG is playing safe. Fast Lair. We have Spore Crawlers on the way. Fast Bailiness as well. Instead of faster 1-1 upgrades, again, we're prioritizing Bailing speed. Bailing speed that we honestly don't need right now. It's a very safe play from DRG just because he doesn't know what's going on. Link's going to be patrolling. Overlord's going to be shut down. We've already gotten 2. 2 Overlords do fall. Liberated to the main base. There is a Spore in position, and we're going into Mutas. Let's go. Mutas can work on Radisson Station just because it's so large you can get away with rushing into a Muta tech. That is true. But it can still be difficult to gain value with them. So we'll see. We'll see if DRG can make use of said Mutas. He's also investing into +1 range. Wait, what? Wait, what? We do have range on the way here for DRG. Likewise, Hellions pushing on the right-hand side and getting on top of a base. Getting eyes on the would-be fourth. But this feels almost like DRG thinks he's playing against mech. to be honest. Prioritizing like range and melee. Carapace is typically required here against buyers, so I think this is a misread from DRG. Again, because we have nothing but bio on the way, and DRG doesn't know, not yet. Again, Carapace upgrades are crucial against Marines, and it is just not available here. As DRG is just going to be focusing on his upgrades, working on +1 air attack. Spire is done, we can start working on mutas, and there it is. 7 mutas are on the way. They are in production. And I'm concerned for DRG. I'm very concerned for him. Marines are moving out. Jobs as well. DRG does have a ground army, thankfully. He can just rotate between the bases. So Naga will fall under control of Bunny, and here comes the double drop into the pocket base. Straight to the pocket. DRG in position with mutas. There we go. Link Bane does roll in as well. Yeah, we should be okay. We should be able to keep up and even shut down the drops. Marines, good target firing, but I believe the mutas have not been seen, and not until now. The mutas are revealed. And we dive on those Medivacs. We dive on the Widow Mines, actually. Oh, we get one, we get two. The mine shot. Decent connection. Decent connection with the Widow Mine. At the same time, drone's going to be going down to the main base to the lib. DRG is on the hunt. Trying to chase down those Medivacs, but they did escape. They did fan out. Now from here, yep, there we go. Now we have Carapace. So again, it did look like the range upgrade was because DRG was getting ready for something a little bit different. Now they realized it's Spire. Now we have Carapace upgrades. Which again is late, and that can be crucial. As Bunny's committing to his push, knocking down these rocks. Double drop here towards the right hand side. So far, Bunny has been left untouched back at home. These mutas, though, they're getting damage done. How many mutas do we have? 15. 15 mutas. DRG out of position. He's not where he needs to be in this space. It's going to go down. He was distracted by the push. We do deny mining. Big mine shots. Big mine shot's going to be going off, but we do save the base. We get here just in time. And Bunny will back off. Oh, the Medivacs! No! We stuck around too long, and then both of them will be shut down. Nice cleanup there from DRG. Does shut down those Medivacs. Catches the Viking, pushing towards the pocket base. The base of it is not up and running, not yet. Turrets are still on the way. They will be shut down. Oof. Yeah, we do only get one muta in the process. Bunny, though, still keeping the pressure on. Still being very active with his army. Still being active here. Going for a June drop on the right hand side again. Really committed drop play. Now what's important is that Bunny's economy has been untouched. Sure, we just did kill 2 SCVs, but only 2 workers. Like Bunny happily mining on 4 bases on 74 workers. Can work towards either the gold or this northern base instead. Speaking of, it is on the way. And Bunny is pushing. You're still turning back around. We do try to collapse on this. Big mine shots. Good mine connections here on the Ling Bane, but we crash on in anyway. We clean up the army. Mutas are on the chase, and we shut down the Medivacs. At the same time, Bunny going for another right-hand side push. And this time, we should get the base. Okay, this time, the base will fall. Good pick up there by Bunny. Good stutter stepping as well. Cleans up a lot of these Lings. But DRG still has enough to just collapse on this. He rolls on in, breaks through the Marines, cleans up every single drop here. The Medivacs will not escape. And sure, Bunny, he may have killed the base, but was that really worth it? He's losing so much. These trades not going in favor of Bunny whatsoever. We do have 3-3 on the way. We're getting into Thor production. This CC soon to be up and running. But DRG has map control. Oh my god. To have map control here as DRG going to be pulling back. Does race back home, reinforcing with more Lings, more Banelings. I love that we're making use of the range upgrade now because, hey, we're getting into Mutas. Sorry, getting into Hydras. We're done with Mutas. Into Ling Bane, Hydra Lurker. We do collapse on this. Gordo survive big mine shots. Good connections here on these Lings. Good connections overall. Bunny taking a good trade. DRG is going to have to pull back. And again, ideally, he wants to get into Lurker production. And there it is. Lurkers. We have 5 Lurkers on the way. DRG just one step ahead when it comes to tech. Like, we're still fixated on Biothor Mine. Like, this is an ideal army against Mutas. That's true. Not ideal against Lurkers. Against Lurkers, what do we need? Tanks, Liberators, Ghosts. Speaking of, that's a Fusion Core. That's 2 more starports. That is a Liberator transition on the way for Bunny. It's on the way, but it just now started. And here comes, oh, the Nidus. The Nidus into the pocket base. That's where the Lurkers are. Nidus does finish. Lurker's going to be filing on out. Ooh, big spine shot. Oh my god, the spine shots. They're brutal. They shut down the army. 1 mine shot goes off at the same time. We're going to be collapsing on the main Bioforce as well. Decent trade out of DRG, and he takes control of the pocket base. 16 SCVs go down. The Mutas, they go ham in the main, camping the production. Nidus Worm does finish. We can evacuate. We can reinforce. And Bunny, he's not a World of Hurt. He's racing back home with what little he has. With Marine Marauder Thor. Does get him told the Mutas, but I don't think we care. I don't think we care anymore. Not about the Mutas. As DRG, he's rolling on in, getting into the mineral line. Ooh, doesn't quite make it, though. Doesn't get there. DRG pulling back. Getting into more Lurkers. And that is going to be keeping Bunny's attention back at home. Lurkers, we actually go further in. Oof. Bold move here from DRG. Pushing further into the pocket base. Okay, he's just focusing on his main push. Lurkers moving forward. Again, this army not looking too ideal against this. How do we dive into Lurkers? We can't! Big spine shots. The spine shots are brutal here. Yeah, we annihilate the army. We bring down the base. Now we can focus on top left. Lurker is still alive on the right-hand side. Being such a nuisance. Will eventually fall. Meanwhile, the Lurker army just leapfrogging forward here, taking down more of these turrets. Taking down more turrets, forcing back more of these mines. Now we're getting to Lib Ghost production. As we mentioned before, like, this is what we need against Lurkers. But it was a late transition and the damage has been done. Bunny, he lost his 5th, and he lost his 4th. Now behind this, we should be working towards Vipers. We don't have any Vipers yet. Without them, it can be a little bit more difficult to trade against this. Liberators are out pushing forward. Big snipes. DRG coming from behind. Oh, doesn't commit. Does pull back. Does pull back in the end. Alright, it's going to be on the way once again in the natural. Here we go. GRG just trying to pull apart his opponent. The army a bit out of position. Mine's going to be going down. Ooh. The Thor does stand strong, but we deny the base. And we get a kill. We get a kill in the CC. That's all that matters. The pocket base back up and running. We're back on 4 bases. Non-stop Nidus Worms here. Behind all of this, like, DRG has just been happily mining, taking more bases. He's getting the gold. There it is, Vipers finally on the way. Now the reason why Vipers are crucial here is because pushing into liberation zones is a difficult thing for a ground-based army to accomplish. Vipers, they can yoink. They can abduct these liberators and drag them into range of the Hydras. That's the goal here. Whether it's abducting some of these liberators, even abducting ghosts if we see fit. Oh, the Hydras! They're going to be shut down. A big overextension by DRG. And a good trade for Bunny. Good trade overall. DRG not quite paying attention, did allow the army to just walk into freedom zones. He's going to be remaxing on more Hydras, taking more bases, engulfing the map. But Bunny has remaxed. Again, because of how large this map is, he has time. He was given the time he needed to remax once again, but his economy is lacking. You can see that he's oversaturated. He's running out of mineral patches. He has one full base here, and that is it. We're running out everywhere else. He needs a CC. If he doesn't, he will lose the battle of attrition. He will be starved out. So the pressure is on Bunny to expand. The win condition for DRG is not to kill. He doesn't have to push into this. He doesn't have to push into the third or the natural. Doesn't have to commit into the pocket. All he has to do is deny the fifth. Deny the fifth is the win condition for DRG. Deny this base. It is slowly getting back up and running. It is now being landed. DRG does have eyes on this. He does see. And he responds. He is rotating over. Double drop on the right hand side. We're going for some of these fringe bases. Bunny breaking free, getting damage done. Yeah, this hatchery looks like it will go down. Things they try to engage the liberation zones. This defensive position is looking terrifying. Oh, here come the yoinks. We get one, we get two. Two full medevacs go down. We have a third medevac here on the right hand side, distracting DRG. At the same time, we dive on top of these lurkers. DRG is distracted. Oh, that's gonna be 4 or 5 lurkers going down. Big pickoffs. That was 6 lurkers. Again, DRG just his attention being pulled apart by the drop play. Bunny doing well for himself, getting another base. And now DRG, the problem here is that now that he's dealt with the drops, we can focus on the push. We can focus on the main fight. And we're getting into double Spire. Greater Spire, second Spire on the way for upgrades. Brood Lords are on the way. And that's what we have to transition. So Ghost Lib does force the Zerg player out of Lurkers and into Brood Lords. You may think, well, isn't Ghost good against everything? Yeah, it is. But Liberators, not so much. Liberators are great against Lurkers, less so against those Broods. That's why we have to take to the skies. That's why Lurkers are not really the ideal as they once were. We can still engage with our abductions with those yoinks that we spoke about, but again, still quite difficult to deal with. DRG just refining his army. Wants to try to catch Bunny spread a little bit too thin. Show us the yoinks. There it is. We do abduct those libs. 3 of them going to be going down. Oh, big mine shots. But we get the 4th Liberator as well, forcing back the army. Can we connect with the ghosts? We try to. But good kiting overall. Up. And the ghost, they will survive. It's a good control here out of Bunny. That was an overextension from DRG. Did keep his Vipers alive though. And behind this, Infestors, soon to be Corruptors, plus 3 attack on the way for those Corruptors as well. Scan getting eyes on the economy. Of course, DRG has a massive bank. He's got 8,000 minerals and 2,000 gas. Now, the Terran army does trade efficiently, so the Zerg player needs a bank. Definitely, they do need a bank, and I don't think this bank is large enough either for DRG, specifically his gas. His gas is lacking quite a bit. So Bunny on the worst position. The minerals, that's a different story. We can remax on lings for days. Can make a lot of lings, Bobby. Here we go, once again collapsing on this planetary. There is no lift. The planetary is going to go down. Not too many SCVs. Yoinks coming in as well. We are running out of Hydras though. As the Bailey say, once again, go for those ghosts. The Ghost, they will survive. Once again, good trade here from Bunny when it comes to preserving his Ghosts, but he did lose the base. That's what's important. Another CC went down. 13 SCVs as well. Once again, DRG burning through his bank. He doesn't have his gases here in his pocket base. Doesn't have the gases here towards the south. No gas mining here either. We're seeing why our gas bank is a little bit lackluster. So we're taking gases, but again, we're not even mining from some of our... There we go. We do pull back in. So DRG, he recognizes that, like, hold up, I can't max. Like, hold up, I can't make an army. So DRG, he needs a little bit of time for these gases to kick in. As he is still committed here to Hydras. I'm concerned. We should be seeing a transition to Corruptors soon. Okay, there are just so many liberation zones. That's 14 libs. We can't yoink 14. That's not happening. We can't yoink them all. Working our way through. Nuke here towards the gold. And do we notice? We do. Okay. We do notice in time. We pull away and we get a kill on the Ghost. DRG, calm down, Pat. Calm down. Even taking Bunny's gold. Speaking of Bunny getting another base up and running. Gets his 6th. SAG's rolling on in. Liberation zones were not quite in position. And we get a mass amount of yoinks here on those libs. Bailing's rolling on in. Once again, going straight for those ghosts. This time we connect. Big connections. Big connections on the Bio Army. EMPs are looking okay, but it looks like DRG, he may just have too much. He is being forced back, but DRG, he can remax. Bunny cannot. Big snipes though. Oh my god. There goes. They force back the army. DRG's got 52 Lings in production. And it looks like DRG will be extending his lead. We'll keep this going. As again, Bunny, he's slowly getting these bases up and running, but he's down to 47 workers. Doesn't have a lot of mules available. And DRG, he's just been able to trade well enough to make sure that Bunny isn't able to max out. Not again. He's been just stuck on the receiving end for a little bit too long. Mine shot's going to be going up. Liberation zones have arrived, but we have a mass amount of Hydras. We have plenty of Hydras to deal with this. As we do start to step forward, getting on top of some of these libs. It's a brutal trade, but yeah, the libs are falling one after the other. GG gets called, and DRG will take a 2-0 lead in this series. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Get a solid start here for DRG. A solid start for DRG, able to be in control of both Game 1 and Game 2. Now, to be fair, Radisson Station is a lot more... is a little bit different. Hold on. Just messaging some people here. Okay, looks like we are good. But sorry, we're just setting some stuff up. Just sorting some stuff out as we are getting ready here for our next matchup. For game number 3, going to be on Alkyone. Well, looks like our players they just need a moment. I don't blame them. I don't blame them whatsoever. That we need a moment to kind of gather our thoughts here and to get things ready. But again, so far so good. And yeah, again, when it came to Radisson Station, a very unique map, and because of just how just how large it is, we got to see that DRG took map control and was never did really let go of it. Bunny was trying to go for mass job play, but once we got into lurkers, once the lurkers hit the field, then things were swinging further and further in favor of DRG. Was able to successfully take up to lurkers before Bunny could recognize what was happening. And as a result, DRG was able to take control of that game and never let go of it. GG. And with that, we're getting ready for game number 3. Remember, this is a best of 7. Best of 7, plenty of games ahead of us, plenty of games to come. When it comes to the map order, it's on Wikipedia. Game 3 is going to be on Alkyone, followed by Golden Aura, Side Delta, Solaris, and Oceanborn to end the night. A lot of matches. We go. We're getting into game number 3. Looks like our players are ready. Again, Bunny just needed a moment, but he has recovered. We're good. We are good to go. So we are loading on in. We go, and spawning in the top right hand corner. In the top right hand corner of Alkyone, we have the blue Korean player representing Mystery Gaming. The blue Terran, that's what I meant to say. It is Bunny. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the red Zerg representing himself, currently teamless, looking for a team, deserving to be on a team. It is DRG. Here we go. And Alkyone has a very similar kind of overall idea to Radisson Station, where it's a very large map. It's a very large map, not as large as Radisson, to be fair, but despite that, Alkyone has a lot of bases to be taken, is very much so known for its split map play and its split map scenario. Yeah, it can be terrifying. We can end up in another long macro game here. There are goal bases that you can try to rush into, but in this matchup, it's typically a death sentence. It's very difficult to hold onto this as a third base. The fourth, taking this as a fourth is a lot more viable for either player, but any earlier than that, and you can run into some pretty rough issues there. As you do ease into things. Again, we're also very defendable on 4 bases. We have a ramp leading into the third. We have a ramp leading into this upper echelon as well. And if we expand on the right-hand side, again, also very defendable on the other side of the map. Which also leads into why we see so much late game here on Alkyone. It's very difficult to end the game earlier on, whether it's with Ling Bane aggression or with Roach timings. We've seen players try and fail to end the game early. So we'll see. We'll see how we ease into this, as for the time being, Bunny going for a Rax Expand, going for a standard opener. Remember, game number 2, it was a CC first, but that was very akin to Radisson Station. Again, you can be that much more greedier on a map like that. Here, you can get away with it at times. We've seen players like Björn and Spirit go CC first, but Bunny is not one to really go that far, to test the waters there. Reaper gets across the map. So do slip in. So do slip into the main base. And again, we're just going to be dancing with these lings, dancing with these drones. Looking for a lane kill if possible. Behind this, third CC before starport. Very economic opener here at a bunny. Which is what we expect. No! Oh my god. We're on 3 HP. Reaper did overextend for a member, but did barely escape, thankfully. DRG getting his third base up, and the game will settle from here. Again, we don't really expect too much aggression from either player on this map. But we'll keep an eye out for it. Behind this, for the first time this series, we have a third CC into starport. Remember, game 1, it was 3 CC 2-1-1. This time, it is going to be a more standard opener, more meta opener from Bunny. Interestingly enough, we don't have an add-on swap. It's going to be Marine first, which means this should be a Viking opener. I imagine, as the racks did just complete. Behind this, Hellions are moving out, and no, we're not going for a Viking opener, we're going straight into Liberator. Bold move here. So usually when you go for a Lib opener, you still make a Viking first to deny scouting, to keep the Zerg player guessing, to keep them in the dark. Instead, we prioritized a Marine just to make sure that this Overlord is zoned away. So just an alternate way to get into Liberator Harass. It's going to be Mass Hellion Lib. The way this works is that Hellions are ideally going to be distracting the Queens, and they do keep their attention on top of the creep. Meanwhile, the Liberator comes in from behind and does get into a mineral line. Or vice versa, where the Liberator could maybe distract the Queens, and then the Hellions can likewise roast up some drones. We'll see how we're able to piece this all together, and how much damage we can achieve. Behind this, Stim is on the way, third base soon to be taken as well. Again, Bunny, for the time being, still has map control. And he has to be very careful not to lose it, not to throw away these Hellions. As he is pushing forward. He's going to be rotating around. Liberator slipping into the main. Hellions likewise, they go for the dive. They run past the Queens. We do have some Lings, but is it going to be enough as we roast through them? Yeah, we burn our way through the Lings and we're going straight for the drones instead. Is it going to be worth it though? Oh, we barely make it in. The Hellions getting so very low. 5 drones go down and we roast them up in the main base. They're bunched up. No, the drones. The workers, they line up. 8 workers so far go down. We need another volley and we do not get them. So many of these drones are so low. They're deep in the red, but they survive. This could have been so much worse. Could have been so much worse. As we're kind of following each other. We'll get back to mining soon, I'm sure. There we go. But 8 workers go down for how many Hellions? That was 8 workers for 8 Hellions, trading 1 for 1. Oh, not ideal. And without those Hellions, we lose map control. And SCVs are going down. DRG punishing the dive. We bust into the natural. There are too many Marines. We can't quite engage. But we deny mining here at the third. 3 dead SCVs and the mule as well. So again, Bunny punished for that dive. And again, it wasn't quite worth it. It was an okay trade, but ideally you want more damage. Ideally you want a mineral line. If you're throwing away that much, if you're throwing away 8 Hellions. As a result, DRG is going to be able to get his 4th base. The other downside here with the death of all those Hellions, there's nothing to stop the creep. There's nothing to keep the creep at bay. DRG now has map control. He'll be spreading creep to his heart's content, taking a 4th, joining on up, getting into 1-1, bathing speed on the way. Bathing speed being prioritized. Bunny is moving out with a double drop. He's got some work to do. Does have quite a bit of work to do here. He's still on forward. Focus on some of those tumors. We're going to be focusing down some of those rocks. Rotating over towards the south. Okay, we have plenty of Ling Bane here in position. DRG is able to keep up. Up. Baiting out of mine shots. Thought Transfuse. Oh, the Queen will go down though. Transfuse a little bit too late there. So just dancing with the army. Do you have another secondary drop here towards the left hand side? So Bunny going for a split push. Hydra Den is on the way. DRG rushing into Ling Bane Hydra as his composition. Does take control of the Zolnaga. Double drop making its way into the natural. DRG not quite in position. Drones may go down. Oh, the medevac taking a lot of damage. The medevac goes down. Marines were inside. Mine shots, they get dragged away as well. Good cleanup here from DRG. Very nice cleanup. Again, only losing one queen. Behind this, Hydras are on the way, so we can shut down the drops that much easier. Creep still soon to spread as well. We still have active tumors. And baiting at the Widow Mine. Oh my god. As Bunny is going to be reinforcing. He needs to before he does lose control of this drop. Do you clear up a lot of that creep? And here comes the reinforcing army. Bunny still keeping the pressure on. But you can see that DRG, he's gone away with droning. He's on 90 workers. 90 workers here for DRG. Now he can focus on nothing but Ling Bane. He can invest into Hive Tech. There it is. Infestation Bits on the way. Lurker Den as well. Bunny needs to get some economic damage done. He has to slow DRG down. Now he's doing a good job when it comes to clearing up creep. Like, a lot of tumors are being cleaned up. Drop comes back in. We get another queen. Focusing on forcing back these medevacs. Queen goes down. A nice pick up from Bunny. He's getting his own fourth up as well. Again, because of all this pressure, DRG hasn't been able to go for a run by. He's been stuck at home, so Bunny takes full advantage of that, and he himself has a decent economy. Almost 80 workers here, plus mules. Goal base on the way, on location as well. Bunny. A little bit greedy. We'll see if we can get away with it. Widow Mines are being set up. Mine shot's going to be going off. Bunny going to keep on pushing. Takes down some of these tumors. Tumor's going to be going down. Bunny rotating around as well. Again, I'm surprised that DRG hasn't tried to collapse on this yet. He's been very passive with how he's been engaging. He's been very careful, respecting Bunny quite a lot. And as a result, Bunny is maxing out. He closes the gap in supply. Double drop threatening the main. Main push rotating over towards the fourth. DRG, can he keep up with the movement here? We do push in. Bailey's getting wasted on the Marauders. And Bunny's gaining ground, forcing back the army, pushing into the bases. A bit of friendly fire. But again, DRG not in position. Has to rotate back around. He does collapse on this. That's a lot of Bailings. A lot of Bailings do arrive. Good splits here from Bunny. Yeah, he avoids most of the Bailings. He pushes on forward. And Bunny, it looks like he has broken through. Again, a beautiful split there towards the end. But can we keep pushing? Decent mines. Bunny barely forced back. DRG does hold, but he lost 12 drones in the process. 12 workers went down. Lurkers, though, they're on the way, and this is what DRG's been missing. But as he's getting into lurker production, here come the libs. Liberators are on the way. Liberator range as well, +3. Bunny not missing a beat. Do we have a Ghost Academy? We do not. No Ghost Academy, though, which is concerning. So it's going to be Biomine into Lib. No Ghost yet. We shut down a base. DRG is just being pulled apart at this point. Having such a hard time keeping up here. Another hatchery goes down. The hatchery does fall. Now, DRG, upon losing all these bases and the economy as well, he does have lurkers. He can take a fight. But the gold is going up and running uncontested. We haven't scouted, not yet. There we go. DRG, he sees the gold base. He's now aware, but can he do anything about it? Can he touch the gold? The Bailings is still not done. This is going to be a rough trade here. The lurkers are going down. Oh my god. Decent spine shots. Decent shots on the army. DRG wants to threaten that mineral line, if at all possible. There it is. SCV's under fire. Lurkers pushing forward. Bunny has Remax, so pushing in with freedom. And there may just be too much freedom here. The concave is too good. These lurkers, it just wasn't worth it. Wasn't enough. And DRG, he plummets in supply. He still doesn't have his bases up and running. He's still resaturating his mineral lines. And Bunny, he takes an insane fight. And we are looking to put a point on the board. It would not be a 4-0. It would not be one-sided. Yeah, Bunny pushing forward. The freedom has arrived. As we're bullying DRG further and further back. Ghosts are now on the way. DRG just now getting into Vipers. Trying to at least. Hive is done. But again, it's the economy. The economy has been struggling for DRG. He has no bank. I do think that Bunny has a bit of onus to keep on going though. Like, we gotta we gotta push, Pap. We gotta push. Can't let him back in. Lurker gonna be harassing across the map. Getting some damage done here. Likewise, we have Liberators over towards the right-hand side. Bunny, he does ease up here on the aggression, and DRG, he has time to recover. He is remaxing, he's resaturating, base is getting back up and running. The creep is lacking, we're barely connecting the bases here. But DRG, he's mustering himself up, and now he's full of energy with those Vipers. He is full of energy. So DRG can still take a fight. Bunny has a bank, true. But DRG can still swing things back in his favor. Double drop gets loaded up. Bunny rotating over towards the right-hand side. It does confirm the lack of gold. His own gold still very much so mining. Here we go, Bunny. He likes what he sees. He sees a vulnerable lurker army. Yeah, he's going for it. At the same time, double drop into the main. Oh, the freedom. The Venn diagrams are thrown down. We force back the army even further. We can keep on pushing. The Liberation Zone slowly working forward. Now, we may have taken a little bit too long here because DRG, he's now arriving with his Vipers. He can yoink, he can abduct. And we collapse on this. Big abductions here on the Liberators. And every single lib does get abducted. Baileys, they connect. Decent connections here with the Baileys, but the spread is just too good. Liberation zones, they have arrived. Reinforcements, they come here just in time. And we can shut down all these Hydras and the Lurkers. On top of this, DRG lost 12 drones back at home, and every single Lurker goes down. Again, Bunny, he was able to maintain his lead, able to maintain this fight as well. The 12 workers going down earlier. And GG gets called as a DRG, he has run out of steam, and Bunny fights back, putting a point on the board. GG, well played. Let's go. I'm just happy. I'm just happy that it is not going to be a 4-0. It's not going to be one-sided. And again, Bunny able to pull his opponent apart. And we have the beginning of potentially a comeback. Here we go. So I'm just setting up the lobby, getting all the players invited, and we are getting into game number 4. Winding it back to what happened between Bunny and DRG. Initially, DRG was holding his own, but we mentioned it at the time, and clearly we know why. I was going to say that DRG was being very passive overall. He wasn't being very proactive when it came to diving on top of the initial drop play, the initial medevac drops, and even counterattacking across the map. And a big reason for that was because DRG was taking up into Hydras and taking up into Lurkers behind it as well. He was focusing on taking, less so on really gaining control of the map itself, and again, he was just having a really hard time keeping up with Bunny. Eventually, he did get into Lurkers, and that did help a little bit, but again, it wasn't really worth it in the end because he, had 5 Lurkers at the time, and he was having a really hard time keeping up with the mass drop play. He was being pulled apart, bases were falling, drones as well. And Bunny just had his way with him. GG. And with that, we're now getting into game number 4 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Mystery Gaming, fighting back, putting a point on the board. It is Bunny. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing himself, currently teamless, deserving to be on the team. The Blue Zerg, it is DRG. Let's go. And Bunny going to be spicing it up, going for a 2-axe Reaper. Let's go. Getting a very popular opener here, especially on Golden Aura in this matchup. It's going to be 2-axe Reaper. Byun is quite fond of going 3-axe Reaper with a proxy Rax here on the left-hand side. But I don't think Bunny is one to really embrace that more chaotic Byun style. Should just be 2-axe Reaper into containing the Zerg player on 2 bases. So more of an aggressive start here out of Bunny. Meanwhile, DRG going for an interesting opener as well. Is he going gasless? That is a hatch pool hatch. Yep, he is going gasless. Let's go. So for those that are unaware, this is an opener that you can get away with on Golden Aura. It's gasless here. No gases whatsoever. Very greedy build from DRG. Other Zerg players have been embracing this ever since the new patch. Players like Dark, players like Raynor. The reason why is because this 3-base setup is actually very close together. It's very compact. What I mean by that, you can defend these 3 bases quite easily with queens, without speedlings, without lings in general, because it doesn't take too long at all to rotate between this ramp and this entry point. These 2 locations are very close together, so make yourself like 4 or 5 queens you can defend and deflect Hellion run-bys once we get into the mid-game, once we get into our openers. But as much as this is amazing against a 1-1-1 or a 3cc 1-1-1, this is a 2-axe Reaper. So the goal here for Bunny is to try to punish this. And again, because we are playing gasless, that means very late link speed. That means these Reapers are under no threat. There's no way for DRG to really collapse on these Reapers without speed. We're already getting a lot of damage done. Now, to be fair, this base is going to finish. Creep is going to be spread, and Queens can deflect this. We're going to have to rely on Queens. Meanwhile, we have 3 Reapers, 4th and 5th Reaper on the way. Bunny, he wants to get damage done. He wants to either kill Queens or deny the base. Otherwise, you wouldn't commit into a 4th and 5th Reaper. So here we go. Reapers once again being forced back. Oh, taking a lot of damage. Do take a lot of damage. More Reapers are arriving, though. As we force back the Queens, they're taking a lot of damage. Oh, but once again, we overextend. 1 Reaper goes down, and this should not be happening. 1 Reaper does get picked off. Suddenly, that much less DPS available in this army. We're holding on to that 3rd base. And again, Bunny, the fact that he committed into additional Reapers here, like, he needs to make it worth it. It needs to make it worth his while. So far, it hasn't been worth it. So far, DRG has deflected this, hasn't sustained any economic damage. Kind of did, though. In a sense, he was forced to make lings. Ideally, DRG wanted to skip all these lings, so was forced to make them just to be safe. But overall, I want to give the edge to DRG. He gets away with his 3rd base. He's droning happily. He gets away with, delaying link speed for so long. Link speed is on the way. I'm sure DRG wanted to just skip it entirely, but is forced into it eventually. It's very late, don't get me wrong, but on the way. Ooh, and now the dust is going to be settling. And DRG gets away with a good economy. Bunny back at home, getting into a 3rd CC, getting into Cyclones. Now, this is a follow-up that is quite common, quite prevalent among some of the Korean Terran players, specifically Kira and Maru. Kira, Maru, I think Clem as well. Yeah, Clem, he does do this as well. Where you make 2 Cyclones, only 2 Cyclones, then you go into Hellion production. The goal, the reason for this, is that with those Cyclones, with those Hellions, you can shut down Overlords. Yeah, these Overlords are going to be chased down, not just this one, but this one here in the center of the map. We want to chase them down, and of course, threaten Creep and threaten Queens. It is a variation that we have seen rise in popularity in the new patch as well, is to make a handful of Cyclones for this purpose. Now, typically we make 2 Cyclones, but we can see that this is a bit of a Frankenstein build. it's a little bit all over the place. We made 1 Cyclone and 1 Hellion, so very light commitment here, which makes sense. Because we invested so much into these Reapers, we have to cut corners. So this is less than ideal for Bunny, but he's just trying to do the bare minimum here to gain value. So 1 Cyclone, 1 Hellion. Ling's speed is done, by the way. It finally finishes up and we wrap around. We catch the army. We get us around here on the Reapers. And soon to be the Cyclone as well. Big pick off. Bunny, he's going to get shut down. And this has just been a disastrous start for Bunny. The Reapers weren't worth it. This follow-up wasn't worth it. We take control of the 3rd CC. Vikings doing what it can. But we are stuck on 2 bases. Again, this production is even exposed as well. Like, it's very chaotic. Very chaotic here. We think about a 4th CC. We thought about it for a moment. As we're getting into a 5-rack setup, 5-1-1. Which is what we want to see on 3 bases, but Bunny has no map control and his 3rd is so delayed. He is so delayed. Behind this, we are being greedy as well. We prioritize 1-1, so DRG focuses on 1-1 upgrades. He delays his lair, delays his bathing nest, delays his bathing speed, which he can get away with. So really greedy stuff here out of DRG. He, again, will be able to get away with all this into faster upgrades. Meanwhile, double expanding. 4th, 5th base on the way. We're joining up to 70, soon to be joining up to 80 as 8 more workers are on the way. DRG, he's in full control here. He's in full control, and it does go to show how, like, important openers are. Like, openers, they do kind of set a pace, and especially early on, any kind of worker advantage you have or disadvantage that you have does impact you quite a lot. Which is why DRG is so far ahead here. Meanwhile, Bunny getting into his drop play. There is potential. Oh, he does slip in. He avoids the Lings. We dive on top of the base, and can we force a cancel? It's going to be close. Good target firing. The base is going to be safe. Big mine shot goes off at the same time. Big Ling counter attack. We save the base, and we get 13 SCVs across the map. We get on top of the factory, force a cancel. And we can go for the army. We won't quite be able to bust in. But DRG, he maintains his lead. He gets us around as well. Catches these Marines. Remember, 1-1 is done. Catch the Bio Army as well. We have another double drop towards the left-hand side. Bunny has potential, but he's just losing too much back at home. Far too much here. Deeper is going to be falling. These things will eventually be cleaned up. And again, Bunny, he needs to deal some damage to the economy. Decent mine shot. Decent mine shot here. Get some banelings. As DRG is up to 89, soon to be 93. Oh my god. 93 drones. We have sack defense on the way, spore crawlers. We can afford it. 2-2 on the horizon. Honestly, DRG can throw down infestation, and there it is. The pit has been thrown down for Hive Tech. Hydras are amassing. Now, what I will say, even though Bunny is hurting, like he is very much so hurting the economy. He barely has an economy to work with. But what he does have is an army. His army supply is comparable to that of DRG's. It's 82 army supply against the 86 of DRG, or 88 of DRG. So we can trade, we can fight. Good mine shot. Good mine shot goes off. We do trade well against the Lings. DRG overextending a little bit here. And this is what Bunny has to rely on. He needs these good fights, and he needs to keep this up to somehow claw his way back in. That was a good start. That was what? That was 48 Lings for 8 Marines. So, good start. But we need to keep that up. That's easier said than done. As we collapse on this position, Bailey's they roll on in, they connect with the Widow Mines, with the Marines. As we force back the army. Again, we do see DRG just building himself up once again. Hive is on the way, eventually for 3-3. Bunny keeping the pressure up, and he has to trade as efficiently as possible and not allow DRG to just, be comfortable. Problem is, he is pretty comfortable. DRG is maxed out. He is maxed out at this point. He's up 40 supply, almost 50. Ooh, big mine shots. Very nice mine shots here. The Lingbane gets evaporated. The Marines, they still on forward. Another good fight for Bunny. And again, this, what's that, like 2 good fights so far? We need like maybe another 2. we need to keep it up. The pressure is on. What was that? That was 28 Lings for 6 Marines. Plus the Banelings that went down as well. do see DRG getting ready for a big counterattack. Planetary soon to be up and running. Speaking of, we are going to be committing. We're going for the Planetary. Mine Shot's going to be baited out. DRG forcing back the army, and we do get on top of the Planetary, and it looks like it will survive. Another good fight. That was a lot of Ling Bane, and we got nothing. We did repair damage. The Marines! No! But we catch the army. Banelings will connect. Marines go down. We did force a kill. That was a kill in the hatchery. And you can see that at one point here, DRG, he was up 50 supply. Now, only up 20 supply. Bunny has been trading very well. He did avoid those Baneling connections, did lift up with those Marines just in time, did preserve his army. And Bunny's fighting back. Bunny can take this fight, actually. He has the concave. Not enough Banelings. Bunny, oh my god, the comeback is real. Big Link counterattack. We barely had an economy anyway. The SCVs, they don't matter. They never did. It's all about the Marines. It's all about the man with gun. 7 SCVs go down. And Bunny, we keep pushing. Bunny does turn back, but I don't think we can. Like, the longer this goes on, the better it is for DRG. DRG, he's remaxing as time goes on. Bunny, we gotta keep going. He wants these Lings. He wants to catch these Lings. He will. Shaves off a lot of Lings. Efficient fight. Efficient trade nonetheless. More Lings go down. Bunny consolidating his army, pushing in. Ling Bane rolling forward, but the spread is too good. Oh, the Banelings! Good connections on the right-hand side. Finally, some good connections from DRG. But it's not enough. That's a kill, not a cancel on the hatchery. Vipers come in for some yoinks. The Lurkers, they arrive just in time. These Lurkers are the saving grace for DRG. We're barely holding on. Bunny being forced back. These Lurkers, they buy so much time. And DRG is remaxing. He's remaxing once again. It's been impressive. Bunny now has a supply lead. An army supply lead. Something he hasn't had till now. Again, just because of these really efficient trades. And DRG, he's not out of this yet. The Lurkers, though. How many Lurkers? 5. 5 Lurkers are out. Pushing into Lurkers is a very difficult thing to do. Suddenly, the dynamic is changing. The dynamic is changing between these two players. It's like pushing into Disruptors. Like, it's... How do we? Without Libs. Without Libs or Ghost. Speaking of, another run by. We catch reinforcements. And we're collapsing. We collapse on the army. Big Bailey connections. The spines, they shoot off. And DRG takes a big fight here. GG gets called. DRG does survive and will take a 3-1 lead in this series. GG. GG, well played. The Lunkers. Everything changed when the Lurkers arrived. And again, they're just so strong defensively there. It's so difficult to push into, so difficult to be all in against Lurkers. Up until that point, again, Bunny was trading very well. It's surprising well. I was getting concerned. I was worried, like, yo, do we win this? Does this go Bunny's way? Ay. Casito, almost. Thankfully, DRG was taking up and did manage to get away with it. Did manage to hold on, despite how wild and aggressive Bunny was. And with that, we're on match point. We are on match point. DRG needs one more, uno más, to advance on, to win the show match, to shut down his opponent. Bunny has to win here and now to claw his way back in to force an ace match. The pressure is on. And again, just really impressive fights from Bunny, especially in the second half of that last game. But remember, it was good fights. Imagine if Bunny had a good start. Winding it back, a big reason as to why DRG was in control, a big reason why Bunny was struggling in that last game on Golden Aura, is because of the opener. Because the True-Axe Reaper, we committed hard, it wasn't worth it, we lost our Reapers, we didn't delay the third, we didn't kill any workers. Likewise behind it, the follow-up was lacking as well, and DRG was so comfortable in the early game and got into a really good position, into a really nice lead. A lead that almost slipped away, but a lead that DRG had nonetheless for most of that game. And now we're getting into potentially the final game of the series, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of side Delta, we have the red Zerg player, currently teamless. Again, he deserves to be on the team. Deserving to be supported here. One of the best Zergs in South Korea. It is DRG. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Mystery Gaming. He had his moments. He has had his moments here in this series, but he has to fight back here and now because it's going to be a long road to the ace match. Can we do it? Can we pull it off? He needs your support. It is Bunny. We need the comeback here and now. I'm sure that last game was a little bit frustrating. I do understand, but on the other side, I hope it's a little bit maybe motivating. Like Bunny, again, imagine if he wasn't all in. That last game, imagine if he had a good economy, if he had a third and fourth base saturated. Like with how well he was fighting, I can definitely see him breaking DRG in that last game. He almost did even without an economy to sustain himself. Again, he just needs a solid early game. A solid economy behind him. It's what he was able to accomplish as well on Alcyone, if you remember. We'll see if we can get there. For now, Rax Expand. Standard opener. We're not playing around with 2 Rax Reaper. Not after that last game. We're done with it, Bob. We're done with it. And again, likewise, the opener for DRG worked very nicely. Remember, he went gasless. He went for a gasless opener, skipped gases, skipped link speed. Despite that, still killed Reapers and got away with a very greedy opener in that last game, which is why he had a boosted economy leading into the mid game on Golden Aura. But this time, Hatch Gas Pool. Hatch Gas Pool at a DRG into a third base. Reaper's going to be dancing with the Lings. And essentially, we have standard openers from both players. We have our follow-up, Bunny going for a third CC before Starport. Very economic. Now, once again, I have to reiterate, third CC after Factory, it could be before second Rax. We have seen 3CC 211 already tonight, so I don't want to rule that out. That opener is still on the table for Bunny. As there it is, there's the Starport. Okay, 3CC before Starport is going to be a very standard meta opener here. As I say that, we have yet to open up Banshees. We have not opened up Banshees at a single point in this series, but there is a tech lab. We are poised for an add-on swap. This looks like 3CC Banshee for the first time. For the first time in this best of 7. Again, assuming that we add-on swap here. Behind this, DRG is just droning, saturating his bases, getting his third up and running. Meanwhile, ooh, we do not go for the add-on swap. We're going Marine first one. Interesting. Okay. This is a variation of what we saw on, was it Alcyone? I want to say. Where we did open up here with a Liberator. First, yeah, it was on Alcyone, where he went a single Marine into Lib. Link Scout comes in. Clutch repair. We keep the Hellion alive. Links get shut down. So we are opening up Hellions plus Liberators. Now, with this specific opener, we get fast stim. Stim is much faster here for Bunny, and I'm curious how we want to make use of it. I'm curious if we're going to be committing to a push with stim timing, or if we just go for a later medevac drop instead. Like, something like a Hellbat push isn't out of the realm of possibility here with this opener. As we get a Queen! Oh my god. Very nice start here, trading a Queen for 2 Hellions, a better trade for Bunny. Does maintain his Hellion counts, is forced back. At the same time, Overlord Scouts coming in, and we do get eyes on the 111. We do get eyes on Stim. We are aware. So a good scout here at a DRG. That's the third base soon to be taken. At the same time, Hellion's going to be harassing here on the right-hand side. They do threaten that third. Queens are in position, but we do get a couple of drones nonetheless. Oh my god, not just a couple. 7. 7 workers do go down. It's the Hellions alongside this Liberator. Very nicely done. It was 1 drone kill with the Lib, 6 with the Hellions. The Hellions survive, so does the Liberator. This is a much better start here for Bunny. Much stronger start. We deny so much mining in the main as well. Oh my god. Getting another drone. Getting another 2 workers as we come back a little bit too soon. And again, we do maintain our Hellions. We do maintain our position here at the third base. That means a Ling run by will not touch this third. We have plenty to defend. And DRG playing safe after what just happened. Going to a fast lair into Banelings. Unlike the previous couple of games, we're not prioritizing 1-1 upgrades. We're playing a lot safer this time. Much safer build. It means that the Terran will be ahead quite a bit in upgrades. 1-1 already underway here for Bunny. DRG working on a 4th hatchery. The game is going to settle for the time being, at least until medevacs hit the field. And medevacs, they're on the way. Remember, stim is done. Combat shields going to be lined up with these medevacs as well. Bunny is going to keep the pressure on. And he has a comparable economy to that of DRG. Remember, Bunny, he may be down in SCVs, but he's up in mules. Has those mules. We have Hellions once again. They've been repaired. They're moving out. So is the medevac drop. Meanwhile, we can see DRG just securing himself. Remember, with the fast Baneling nest, with the fast lair, Baneling speed underway. It does look a little bit delayed, actually, but underway nonetheless. We'll finish up in a couple of seconds. Will help here in the defense, as we are going for that split push. So the Hellions push towards the left. They do distract the army, dragging away some attention. At the same time, double drop here towards the right. So far, just clearing up some creep. Lings, they do get here just in time. And we will only trade with creep. The drop is forced to lift. Hellions do escape, bear that in mind. And Bunny does back up. So far, pretty good. Doesn't kill anything major, true, but he does deny a lot of creep here, just keeping DRG contained, keeping him in check. As we reinforce this time with Hellbats, this time with mines and more Marines. Oh, DRG getting ready for a counterattack. We don't have much at home to defend. Oh. There's not much at home, and the wall is not a wall. The Lings, they flood into the natural base. Banelings roll in as well. The mines. Connected. We run into the Banelings. No shot. 20 SCVs go down in the blink of an eye, and we're not done. We push towards the 3rd base, and in one fell swoop, the economy of Bunny is in shambles. As we still have 2 Banelings left over, and we're going for more SCVs. Not like this. Again, one swift move, one time you're out of position. We connect with the Marines, with the SCVs. We still have Lings here in the natural as well. And DRG suddenly has a massive economic lead. And Bunny, he was racing back home. He was in the middle of pushing, by the way. Bunny, he was in the middle of going for a split push. And DRG was exposed. He himself didn't have much at home to defend. But last, Bunny was forced to pull back. And just like that, Bunny down to 41 workers. Mules are good, but they're not that good. DRG able to drone up behind this, rebuild his army, has plenty of Ling Bane. Good bait there on that mine. Now, just like previously, Bunny is ahead in army supply, by the way. Bunny, he has a large army. He can take a fight. I'm getting some deja vu of Golden Aura, where, just like on Golden Aura, Bunny, his economy is crippled, but he can trade efficiently. So, just like that last game, there is potential for a comeback. The supplies are very similar here, and that is Bunny's army supply just kind of propping him up. So he can still win a fight. And from there, potentially deal some crippling damage to the economy. Lings get shaved off. A lot of Lings going down. A lot of Lings are going down. Again, DRG being as active as possible. He knows he has to make sure that Bunny stays back at home. But here comes the army. Again, he's actually quite far ahead in army supply. This is insane. This is a massive army here. We can end the game with this. Well, we gotta send it, man. We gotta send it. Here we go. Rock's being knocked down. Bunny going for a split push. Ooh, Lurker Den is on the way. Once again, bit of deja vu from last game. Can we survive until Lurkers? Macho's going off. A lot of Lings go down. Can DRG make it there? So we are going to be pushing. Still more Banelings are amassing. Bunny consolidating his army. Slowly pushing onto creep. Doesn't want to get caught out. That's a lot of Banelings. Do pull back. Decent splits here. The Banelings, they crash on forward into Marauders, into some Marines. But a good engage from Bunny. Does avert disaster. Most of his Marines do survive. And we are pushing in. And again, we have to end the game with this push. Or we have to deal some critical damage. Like breaking a base would be good enough. As Bunny is forcing his way in. DRG forced back. Up against the wall. Lurkers are on the way. Lurkers are in production. But do we have enough? And there we go. DRG trying to up. Does pull back. He thought about it. Lurkers are sieging. They are burrowing in the midst of all this. DRG going for a big counter attack. Ooh, big mine shot going off. Big mine shot links. They do hit that third base. SCV is going to be going down. But Bunny, he's breaking through. This army is breaking through. He just has to deal with these lurkers. That's all he needs to do. Easier said than done. The lurkers, the only thing keeping Bunny at bay. Waiting for more reinforcements, focusing on the defense. Links get cleaned up. Only 6 SCVs go down. Goes for the scan. The longer this goes on, the better it is for DRG. Bunny, yeah, he's running out of steam. He cannot break the lurkers, and DRG will take the series of 4-1. Will take the show match. GG. GG, well played. DRG breaks the curse, breaks the trend. So far, in all of these best of 7s in the Club NV X Ducklings Showdown, all these best of 7s, they've all gone to Game 7. They've all gone all the way to the ace match. Not this time. Not this week, as Bunny unable to fight back here. Again, happened a couple of times where it happened a couple of times where DRG, he was just so on point when it came to just finding the moment when Bunny would have his attention elsewhere. These Ling Bane run-bys, these counterattacks were brutal, whether it was on Golden Aura, whether it was here in this map as well. Just catching Bunny being inattentive for one moment, and in StarCraft, one moment is all you need. You know, it's a very high-paced game, very stressful game, where one slip up and suddenly, you know, a mine drop kills a probe line, right? Or an Oracle gets into a mineral line and kills workers. A Liberator goes ham in the main, or even a Bailing and Ling run-by manages to get in as well. Things could escalate very quickly, and that was the moment. That was the moment when DRG took control of the game and Bunny was forced all in. And as we saw, he was trading well, he was gaining ground, but DRG was able to get into those lurkers just in time, held the line, survived. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations. My condolences to Bunny. I'm a big fan of Bunny. Dude, love him. Was a big fan of CJ Entis back in the day. Always cheering for Bunny in years gone by. And do hope to see more of him. Do hope to see more of him. He's a great player. He's an amazing player here. I do think he is very comparable with DRG. Recently, though, DRG has been on fire. The IM Katowice qualifiers were crazy. DRG, he was going to town on Beyond of all players. He was going to town on Classic. DRG has been doing very well. Unfortunately, he was a little bit shy when it came to qualifying for IM. DRG didn't make it. Won't be a part of that, which is why these events, these show matches, are that much more important for players like Bunny, like DRG. So that's where we come in. That's where we come in. That's where Club NV comes in, trying to support these players, give them opportunities to really show off, to really showcase their skill, showcase themselves, and spread the love. Spread the love to as many as we can. GG. Oh. Catching up. But I hope everyone enjoyed themselves. If you're tuning in, maybe if you're tuning in for maybe one of the first times, this is a weekly show match series. It's a new series that we started this year here in January of 2024. The Club NV X Ducklings Showdown. Every single week at this time, at this hour, we're live with a show match, with a couple of show matches, featuring Korean players, featuring even some foreign players as well. Earlier today, we had Quanta versus SCV, and we ended the night with DRG versus Bunny. So every single week, we got you covered. We do have you covered. And next week, we have something a little bit different. Oh, can I show this off? I can. So we are playing around with some formats, depending on how many players we have available. And, oh boy, next week, we have something wild. Okay. So again, every week we're going to have these show matches, but we have a different format next week. As we just feature some of these players here. Hold on. Un momento. Bam. Okay, so this is next week's tournament. This is next week's show match. Going to be 7 days from now here. Quite a hefty prize pool, by the way. It's going to be 1,700 USD. All of our players getting involved will be getting a payout of some kind. And as we scroll down, that's a lot of players. That's a lot of... We have Creator, Hero, Nightmare, Cure, Quanta, DRG, Mondo, and Shin. We have a much more extravagant show match series next week. This is going to be a Swiss format group stage. So we're throwing all these players into a group, and only the best will make it out. Here we go. So we have 8 players in total, and they're all going to be facing off in a Swiss format. You can see our starting matches already. You can see there, 6 days and 21 hours. We have Creator versus Hero, DRG versus Nightmare, Cure versus Shin, and Mondo versus Quanta. There are going to be 3 rounds in total, and 4 matches in every single round. A lot of matches are going to be had. A lot of insane games going to be played out. It's going to be beautiful. Now, I'm a little bit jealous. I'm like, this is ambitious, and I look forward to it. I'm jealous. I don't know if you noticed up here. These are some Ducklings. There are some other Ducklings I won't be casting next week. We have Asher and Yaku. They got you covered. They got you covered with some beautiful casting here on the CranKy Ducklings. Inu's also going to be casting in Korean. Shout out to Into the Inu, Into the Clan as well for casting in Korean. But yeah, Asher and Yaku are going to be handling this. The reason why I won't be a part of this is because next week, while this tournament is playing out, while these show matches are playing out, I'm gonna be in the air. I'm gonna be in the sky, papi. I am gonna be flying over to Poland for IEM Katowice. I'm gonna be at IEM, and unfortunately that means that there are 2 days. It's gonna be a 32-hour trip. 32-hour trip. It's traveling anywhere from Australia is brutal, but it's regardless. So because I'm not gonna be available to cast, I'm not gonna be available to cover any games. I'm gonna be missing this, and I'm gonna be missing ESL Open Cup Americas. Those are the 2 events that I won't be covering. We'll be having some other Ducklings getting involved as well. So a big shout out to Yaku and Asher for stepping in. I know Kuro's going to be handling the production as well. And it's a big event. It's a big day. I'm jealous. Like I'll be trying to watch. I'll probably watch the VODs when I land. When I do land, like a couple of days later. So yeah, it's a big week. Big week next week. A lot of really good matches, a lot of really good games. Be sure to be here on the CranKy Ducklings for all of these amazing matches. Be sure to be there. You could pre-record a cast. That's not how it works. I just have to pull a Roddy and have like a light soundboard, like like the walls on the wall, Papi. Just they can press a button. They can say all my one-liners. He's getting out of control. But yeah, so I won't be available. I won't be casting. I'm gonna be for IEM Katowice. I've never been to an offline event before. I've never been to a Premier StarCraft event, and I always regretted not being there for Pro League. Like I was a big Pro League fan. I never could see Pro League. Never seen anything like that, especially because I'm here in Australia. So yeah, I'm going to IEM Katowice to be a part of the audience, to be watching from the stands alongside everyone else. So yeah, I'm going as a viewer, as a spectator, not as a commentator. I'd love to commentate it, but yeah, they got plenty of other talent for that. They'll be fine. They'll be fine. I'll just be there to watch. It's gonna be a little bit intimidating. Again, I've never been a part of a crowd like that or a venue like that, so we'll see. If you happen to go, then reach out, because I would love to interact and meet up with some lovely StarCraft fans. I do know of a couple of people that will be there, so I'm most likely going to be latching onto them, but we'll see. We'll see if we can meet up and enjoy some StarCraft together. Be great. Be beautiful. I'm also a little bit concerned because, as you can imagine, it's quite a climate shift from Australia to Poland. It's like winter there and it's summer here. So, it's been quite expensive, but I've been like getting, fun fact, I got a package today. basically like winter wear, like, you know, like jackets, you know, like thermal wear, like shoes as well, like to make sure I don't freeze to death. Like I'm getting ready for the trip. I have nothing prepared for that, so I had to basically buy a whole new set of clothes just for Poland, and hopefully we're okay. Hopefully we live. Hopefully we survive, Papi. We survive. Ugh. Currently it's 3, yeah, exactly. Like here it's like, you know, we have 30 degrees, 40 degrees Celsius days because it's summer here, so we'll do my best. We'll do my best to survive. But yeah, so maybe, you know, keep an eye on the crowd. I might be there. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see how things go. And yeah, so exciting times. Again, if you want some more show matches, next week we have the Swiss format. Show matches with so many amazing players, with players like Hero, Shin, Creator, Quanta, Mondo, Cure, Nightmare, DRG. It's going to be beautiful. Be sure you're a part of that. Again, a big shout out to Club NV. You can see our little mascot there, our duckling in the Club NV jersey. It's a joint effort with Club NV and the CranKy Ducklings, and much love to the Korean team Club NV for making these show matches a reality. Thank you so much. Meanwhile, we are not done for the night. Nowhere near. If you were here earlier, you would know that initially we were casting Masters Coliseum 7, the playoffs, and we casted most of it, but we casted Mar versus Cure, Cell versus Solar, Dark versus Rainer. There was one series left that we didn't get to cast, one best of 5, a PvP between MaxPax and Hero, and we had to leave it by the wayside because these show matches were starting, so we had to kind of leave and put that on hold. Now it's time to dive in. I'm going to be going on a short break, going to be setting up all the overlays, setting up all the matches, and we will be back with MaxPax versus Hero in a best of 5, the final match of Masters Coliseum. Now, if you're in the chat, you may have already watched it. Maybe you were a part of, like, I think Rotterdam was casting, I think Wardy was casting. I mean, we were casting as well, but again, we just didn't cover the last series. So no spoilers. No spoilers in the chat. We will be going over that final MaxPax versus Hero series. Right here, right before you. So again, going to be going in a short break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Maybe give me like 10 minutes at most. 10 minutes at most. Take this moment to get some water, get some snacks, go to the bathroom, freshen up, and get ready for some PvP action. Let's go. Let us go. And again, a big shout out to DRG and Bunny as well. Both players walk away with some money. DRG with the lion's share, but Bunny does make some bank as well. So much love to our players. Hope to see more of them in future show matches. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Going to be going on a short break. We'll see you guys shortly with some Masters Coliseum. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that break. Hope you're able to get ready for what comes next. We just wrapped up with the Club NV X Ducklings showdowns. We just wrapped up with DRG versus Bunny, and now we have returned with the finale of tonight's matches of Masters Coliseum 7. And here we go. We have one best of 5 remaining. We earlier today wrapped up with Cyril versus Solar. We wrapped up with Maru versus Cure and Dark versus Raynor. A lot of 3-0s. I don't know if you saw. A lot of 3-0s. I recommend checking out the VODs. The VODs, I mean, a lot of the games were pretty intense. And now we are down to one final best of 5. Can we avoid the curse of the pure 3-0? Can we avoid the 3-0s? I hope so, as the mirror matchups continue. And again, we are here to determine who advances on in the brackets in the tournament. Here we go. Again, for those who maybe are unaware, Masters Coliseum 7 is a big premier event. I believe it's around a $43,000 prize pool. and the best of the best are duking it out here. We have been running this tournament, we've been casting this event for almost the entire month of January. The qualifiers into the group stage, again. there was a lot of group stage into the playoff bracket that has begun tonight. Now, as a reminder, win or lose, both these players are still in the tournament. It is double elimination. It is a double elimination event, so regardless, both Hero and Maxx will have another chance to redeem themselves tomorrow. Tomorrow will be those lower bracket matches. Again, every day for this entire week, Mass Coliseum. Today, tomorrow, the day after, until the finals on Sunday. And here we go. We're diving on in and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Radisson Station. We have Max Packs for Psystorm Gaming. And in the bottom left, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss Hero for DKZ. Here we go, and again, a big shout out to the sponsors of this event as well. Shout out to Doyu, Honkai Star, Tidal, Autospool, and Pew Pew. Shout out to the sponsors. Without them, this event would not be possible. Without them, Masters Coliseum, World Team League, and Kung Fu Cup would be worse off. So big shout out to the sponsors. Shout out to the waifus out there that are part of Honkai Star. Uwu. And game 1 is on Radisson State. I didn't even look at the videos. Game 1 of Radisson. We're crazy. Oh my god. We are popping things off already here. I mean, it is a best of 5, so less vetoes are available. And we are opening up on Radisson Station. Now, if you're unfamiliar, this map is the most vetoed map in the map pool, but we are featuring it here tonight. Multiple times, actually, for the second time tonight, as we're getting to gate expands. Interesting. Hero going for a double gate opener. Okay, so typically the game on Radisson Station is be as greedy as possible. Be just hyper greedy, cut corners, be as economic as you can. You can see Max Packs goes for a gate expand. Gate expand out of Max Packs off of 1 gas. Meanwhile, Hero is going for a 2 gate opener. I'm a little bit shocked. Hero from here can turn into 1 base all in. Let's go! He can turn this into a 1 base all in. Pylon has been thrown down. Hero has control of the Zolnaga. And it feels like a proxy robo. It would make sense to go for a robo here, to go into a War Prism and drop into the pocket. You drop into the pocket base and you bypass the wall, you bypass the main defenses. This is about to get rowdy. It's about to get rowdy. Cybercore is still on the way. It's about to finish in a couple of seconds. Max Packs, he sees a 2 gate opener, and Max Packs should be feeling pretty suspect. Should be feeling pretty sus, like something's wrong here. Something doesn't feel right, and it's not a robo, it's a Twilight Come Proxy Dark Shrine. are we going for some DTs? Oh my god, we fully wall off as well. We fully wall up here at the natural. The probe is trapped, the probe is stuck, and Max Packs has no idea what's going on. He's going for a Stargate follow-up. Now this Stargate should be for Void Rays. We should get a Void Ray first. Because it's a Void Ray first, we won't have an Oracle, we won't have detection. There's potential. There's potential here as we throw down another gateway. Oh, we scout! No! Max Packs, he comes in, he checks his Onaga, he does confirm what's going on. It is not a Dark Shrine, it is 3-gate Blink, as Blink has started up. Oracle is on the way. I'm sure to make sure we have some form of detection. Shield battery is done, and Max Packs, he's looking solid so far. He is looking solid. As again, he's just amassing more Stalkers, has the high ground, second shield battery on the way. After this Oracle, we should be going into a Void Ray thereafter. And Hero throws down, what is that? Gateway number 4. It's going to be 4-gate Blink. 1 base, 4-gate Blink all in out of Hero. Meanwhile, Max Packs goes across the map with that first Oracle, which means he's forcing Hero to warp in back at home and to have a shield battery. Shield battery is back at home for Hero. He's getting some damage done, but we have the overcharge, and with the help of this overcharge, Max Packs doesn't lose a single unit. Oracle gets across the map, but going for the mineral line. Where's the shield battery? It is behind the mineral line. We can save our workers. We can save them. But we're out of range. And 2 probes go down. Good pickoffs. Good pickoffs so far for Max Packs. Meanwhile, Hero with Blink, we can blink into that natural. We can blink into the pocket base. It is possible. But Max Packs, he checks. He does check just to make sure he's safe and sound. He is aware that the rocks are being knocked down as well. And Max Packs will prepare back at home. He should be preparing. Yeah, more shield batteries on the way. Additional Void Rays are amassing as well. The rocks have been knocked down. Blink is 10 seconds away. And with Blink, we can blink right into the bases here of MaxPax. We do go for the dive. Now, just because we dove in doesn't mean it's going to be that much easier, though. I mean, we still have shield batteries, we still have Void Rays, we still have an army. Ooh, as the first Stalker does go down. We do trade out a Stalker. Hero waiting for reinforcements. Ooh, gonna rotate around, actually. Pivot away towards the right-hand side. Interesting choice. Stasis traps are on the way, you can hear them. Yeah, towards the left-hand side. The Oracle! Big catch! Very nicely done. Oracle goes down. Hero, he rotates over towards the right-hand side. Does get on top of the shield batteries. One shield battery gets picked up. We get one. And we dive on top of the other shield batteries as well. Void Ray goes down. We get one, we get two. And Hero, does he have enough? He goes for the final Void Ray. We'll barely get it. Boys are being pulled. We're setting up a surround. And Hero will avoid it, but again, he's down to 5 Stalkers. 5 Stalkers versus 4. He's getting some probes. MaxPax, he can afford to lose some workers. He can lose some probes and he's fine. Hero needs more damage. As we get another Warbin of reinforcing Stalkers. The Stasis! Oh my god. We avoid it. We avoid the Stasis trap. Another shield battery goes down. Reinforcements have arrived and Hero going to be collapsing on this. And it looks like Hero, he has enough. He's breaking his way through. Gets another Stalker, but the Void Ray arrives just in time, and it looks like MaxPax, he's holding. He does hold. With the help of the Void Ray, we are perfectly safe here at the natural base. MaxPax still maintains his worker lead. Another shield battery on the way. We dive on in. Focus down the Stalkers. We get one, we get two, we get three. 3 Stalkers, and Hero, does he have enough momentum on his side? Can he keep going? As he will get the final Void Ray. Has a Stalker lead, should get that shield battery as well. Goes for the probes instead. And reinforcements are on the way. It looks like Hero, he has too much. He has broken through. He's snowballing out of control. There's 2 units left. It's one Adept and 1 Stalker. That's all we have. Soon to be 1 Void Ray. And Hero, he does it. GG gets called, and Hero will break through and take down MaxPax in game 1. Oh, GG. GG, well played. That was wild, by the way. Again, going for the Proxy Twilight Council, going for the 4-gate Blink all in. I was concerned that because MaxPax had scattered it, that he would be able to handle it quite nicely, and he was holding his own for quite some time. But again, because we were kind of stuck in between the bases, because we had to defend multiple locations at once, MaxPax, he did falter a little bit there, and Hero, he gained ground, gained momentum, was able to preserve his Stalkers as well. Really good movement out of Hero, making sure he was able to just kite as well as he did, preserve those Stalkers, build them up over time, and snowball out of control. GG. GG, well played. Hero takes a 1-0 lead, but that was Raz's Station. You know, it's a very unorthodox, very unique map. I'm sure some of these other maps aren't quite reflective of how game 1 went. I'm sure we'll have more of a back and forth here, and I want to believe that MaxPax can hold on. We're going to be loading into Alkyon next. Interesting veto process, actually. Okay. Looks like we've gotten rid of some of the smaller maps like Oceanborn and Hardlead, respectively. Hero gets rid of Side Delta, that makes sense, against MaxPax, 100%. And in the bottom left-hand corner, we have MaxPax for Sidestorm. And in the top right, we have a Hero for Dragon Kaizi Gaming. Now, Hero's veto of Side Delta makes plenty of sense. Side Delta is the map that's known for gate expands. And fun fact, we actually were casting some PvPs earlier this morning, and it is very common for Side Delta to turn into Phoenix versus Phoenix. And Phoenix being Phoenix, no one likes it. No one is fond of it. We get rid of it. We get rid of Side Delta. Get it out of here. Oh. As we're getting into game 2, and MaxPax, for the first time this series, for the first time in a while, do you see what I see? I do not see a gateway on the low ground. MaxPax going for a 2-gate? I'm curious. MaxPax, he's been humbled a little bit here. It's going to be a 2-gate opener out of Hero. MaxPax sticking with 1 for now. Oh, it's going to be a gate cyber. Okay. So we've seen this from MaxPax before. MaxPax, it's going to be a gate expand out of our blue Protoss player, but in a more unorthodox fashion. And in a way, a little bit more riskier here at the natural. More exposed. So you can see MaxPax is going for a gate cyber into expansion on the low ground, but the wall is going to be set up on the high ground instead. So it's a new variation, an interesting variation that MaxPax has been going for. Meanwhile, Hero is setting up for a one-base all-in. He's setting up for a one-base all-in. Let's go. Now, the problem here is that because of MaxPax's SimCity, like, his production is going to be more safe. It is going to be safe and sound in the main. Shells the proxy. MaxPax going for a Stargate opener before his expansion. And we throw down the Robo. It is going to be a one-base all-in out of Hero. It's going to be a fast series. It's going to be a fast one, Papi. Let's go. Hero comes in, sees lack of expansion, but as he dips in even further, he will see the only one gate. So he recognizes that it's still an economic opener, and that MaxPax should still be expanding. So there it is. Expansion is thrown down. So this is basically the same as a MaxPax traditional gate expand, except the base is more exposed because there's no SimCity to protect it. There's no SimCity, no shield battery, there's no wall. Instead, MaxPax is more secure in his main base, as opposed to his natural. Now, it's a bit of a give and take because Hero is going for a one-base all-in, which means killing the natural is not good enough. Hero, he needs to break the main, and the main is that much more fortified. Shield battery on the way. Adepts have arrived. And they're going to be able to get down the Zealot at least. Zealot will fall as Hero does pull back. Now behind this Hero, he's going for a proxy Prism first. So the Prism is to ferry these Adepts into the main base. The Oracle's on the way. And the Oracle, it looks like we will scout. Yeah, big scout here. We do get eyes on the Robo Immortals in production behind this. Adepts being dropped into the main base, and we are looking for some economic damage. We're going for the dive. We're going to try and focus down as many probes as we can. And probes, they are falling. The juggling is looking pretty damn good as well. 3, 4, 5 probes go down. Ay. 6 workers, and the Adepts survive. Just like that, Hero takes a worker lead. And we're not done because we have Immortals behind this. Now, Void Rays are amassing, and there's no Stalkers. These Void Rays are going to do well for themselves against the Adepts. Speaking of, they continue to threaten Shades into the main. Ooh, going for a drop as well. Okay, Hero. We have a Immortal Stalker drop for the main base, but the Void Ray does read this. Good positioning. Good movement out of MaxPax. He's holding. Now, we are building up the Immortal count, that is true, but we need more Stalkers. We need more Stalkers because that Void Ray count is getting higher and higher. And all the Void Rays have to do is kill the Stalkers, and then they break this. Like nothing else shoots up. You have 2 Void Rays already against 4 Stalkers. We go for the Immortal. The Immortal does take a lot of damage. So far, good juggling here, but alas, there just aren't enough Stalkers. And the Immortals, they're left exposed. One Immortal goes down, the other barely survives. We're going for another warp into Stalkers. Is it enough? Is it barely enough? So we force back the army. The Adepts, they get in! The Adepts, they get into the main base. Probes are falling left and right. We break through that pylon. We depower the gateway. Only Void Rays remaining. I love this. Hero, he doesn't go for the main. He gets secure damage at the natural, which means Hero can expand. If he wants to, he can expand behind this. He's just making sure he maintains his economic lead. Takes down the natural. Focusing down at that wall as well. And good juggling out of Hero. Here we're going to be falling. MaxPax still in a lot of trouble here, as he can only make Void Rays. And he's supply blocked? No shot. The supply block is real. And we're doubling down on one base. Twilight Council's on the way. We have a shield battery, a couple of Stalkers back at home as well to defend against the Oracle. Hero looking solid back at home. And MaxPax, he's still just stuck on one base. He has a comparable army here, but I imagine we want to work towards Blink. Blink will help so much against these Void Rays. We need mobility against them with these Stalkers. And again, from here, Hero could just expand. There it is. We have our expansion. Hero, he takes an economic lead, he's holding on to it, and now suddenly MaxPax is all in. Going for a robo. So MaxPax is building up a Void Ray Immortal army. That's what he should be working on. It's kind of like mech. It's kind of like a Protoss mech style. Just pure robo forces. It's all he can really work with from here. And to be fair, Immortals and Void Rays can trade very well against Stalkers. They can. But how many Stalkers is the question. Void Ray is going for a counterattack. MaxPax still stuck on one base. I believe MaxPax hasn't seen the expansion yet from Hero. If we try to take the gold, then MaxPax could shut it down. Speaking of, the gold base could be an option for MaxPax. That could be an option here. But I'm sure he doesn't want to get into a longer game. Like, he's still stuck on one base. Like, he's so far behind. In the economy, specifically. Revelation does get eyes on the expansion. Border is coming in. Puts back alignment. We get one. We force a recall. We force the overcharge as well. Stalker army forced back into the main. You can see that Hero is just splitting up his forces. Blink is on the horizon. And once Hero gets Blink, he can be active. He can push out. Meanwhile, we do see those Void Rays moving out as well. You can see that MaxPax, again, he's committing to Mass Void Ray and Immortal. A very DPS heavy army. Like, there's a lot of DPS potential here. Like, 6 Void Rays, Immortals. There's a lot of firepower. But there's not much finesse. There's not much maneuverability with it. Do you have a stasis trap? Here we go, we're pushing in. MaxPax, can he break Hero? He's got a shield battery. Overcharge is on cooldown. It was spent earlier in the main. Bear that in mind. Bear that in mind. As here we go. We dive on in. The stasis trap gets baited out as well. And we can focus on every single Void Ray from here. GG gets called. And Hero takes a 2-0 lead. GG. Oh my god. Again, Hero showing that, mate, MaxPax, you can go for these greedy economic openers. And I know that you're known for defending against one base all-ins. I'm gonna kill you anyway, okay? I'm a one base all-in you anyway. And this was an interesting dynamic as well, where MaxPax, because of his own opener that game, his natural was so much more exposed. And he was well set up to defend against a main push, but Hero opened up Adepts. He opened up Adepts with a proxy War Prism, not with like 4-gate Blink Stalker, for example, which would have had a harder time there from the side of Hero. So Hero, he was able to bypass the defenses, able to get a lot of economic damage done. Snowball out of control. Really good control, really good decision making out of Hero. MaxPax had a hard time keeping up and defending against said Adepts as well. And with that, we're getting into game 3, and so far, nothing but 3-0s. It's been purely 3-0s tonight. Will that continue as we get ready for Equilibrium? So get ready for Equilibrium as game number 3. This is going to be an interesting one. We have seen the goal base come into play in PvP. We have seen this goal base come into play. I'm sure Hero is tempted to take the gold. We'll see if he does. We'll see if MaxPax does instead. We shall see. Did MaxPax get a new haircut? He's looking good. He is looking good. I'm glad I'm not the only one that noticed. I love what he's doing with his hair. As here we go. In at the top right-hand corner, we have the Danish Protoss MaxPax for Psystorm. And in the top left, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player, Hero, for DragonKy Gaming. I guess people have adapted to his style, kind of. I wouldn't say that. I would say Hero has. Because MaxPax, he still has his way with Showtime, with Classic, with Nightmare. Like MaxPax, he still has really strong PvP. But specifically, Hero, he's like the anti... I don't know if I want to say anti-MaxPax, but like, there are two sides of the same coin, where MaxPax is hyper greed and very economic in PvP. And Hero is hyper aggressive. He's all about, like, even not even against MaxPax. Like, cast Hero versus Showtime or Hero versus Classic, and Hero, he's just hyper aggressive and very all in with his PvPs. So they have very different styles, very different dynamics, and I mean, Hero has struggled against MaxPax before, but here he's finding a little bit more success. He is, again, just adjusting his all-ins, adjusting his aggression. He's able to punish his opponent. MaxPax going for a gate expand. Oh my god! MaxPax goes for a gate expand. So does Hero. How do we fight greed? With greed. Both players going for a very fast Nexi. Both players opening up economic this time. Okay. So, at least what I will say is that this time Hero, he's not going one base all in. He went Nexus first. I need to emphasize this. Hero, he went literally the greediest you can be. Nexus first out of Hero before gateways. He's crazy. MaxPax goes for a gate expand. You don't see this too often, but in this PvP, MaxPax isn't the greedy one. MaxPax is not the greedy one in this PvP, so Hero one step ahead in that respect. And we'll see how this turns out. MaxPax is going to be following this up with a Stargate. Should be for Oracle production into Void Rays. Maybe just Oracle. But yeah, we'll see if Hero can get away with this. I'm a little bit scared for Hero. I feel like Hero, he dove into the deep end, you know? He's like, oh, I'll do a MaxPax. I'll be green. I'll go Nexus first. It's like, Babi, are you sure? Yeah, you got to be safe here. Are you okay? We'll see. Hero, he dives into the deep end, and we'll see if he can swim. Sink or swim. As MaxPax going to be dipping out across the map, getting eyes on the opener. He was too late. Oh, barely in time. Barely does shade in time. Does wall off. Oracle is on the way for MaxPax. Hero going for a Stargate. Hero going for his own Stargate, going Phoenix. Oh god, let's go. Hero, he's aware of his opponent's Stargate opener. MaxPax doesn't know, and with this Phoenix we can shut down the Oracle, but we shade in. We get eyes on that Stargate. A big misstep there from Hero. The Adepts, they get a couple of worker kills. And you can see MaxPax, he cancels, no sorry, I think he finished the Oracle, but we have a Phoenix on the way. Which is scary because this could be the beginning of Phoenix Wars. The Phoenix Wars has begun here as we're locked in. At this point, we're locked in. There's no other way about it. Oracle gets into the main. There's nothing here. And the Oracle goes ham, getting 4 probe kills. Hero, he may have had a more economic opener, but he is behind in the worker count. Now, Hero, though, is ahead in Phoenixes. He is ahead by 1. He has 1 extra Phoenix compared to his opponent. But can he sustain himself here? He's, again, hurting right now. MaxPax throws down a second Stargate. And he's going to get into additional Phoenixes. I think Hero just took too much damage. It's just too much. Adepts, they threaten the shade. MaxPax, he's up 9 probes. Like, Hero, he can't afford a second Stargate. That's the problem right now. Because he took so much damage, he just can't afford it. And he's going to be falling behind. And in Phoenix Wars, if you fall behind, you die. Like, you need to sustain yourself. You need to be able to keep up with your Phoenix production. Otherwise, you'll be overwhelmed. You will be overwhelmed. Yeah, you can see here. Now Hero starts up another Stargate, but it's so late. It's so late at this point. Yeah, he has to catch up double Stargate. So he's going up to triple Stargate production. He needs to. But there's a window. There's a window. Before the second and third Stargate can produce anything, MaxPax will have an advantage. And he is so on top of just diving on top of your army. He, like, has that killer instinct in PvP. In Phoenix versus Phoenix. As for now, we're going to be testing each other. MaxPax just in position outside his main. Hoping to catch a unit. I would love to see the unit count right now. That's the most important thing. Like, it's not about the production tab, not about the bases even, as Hero, he's rushing into the gold. I do like this. A good way to come back is to take the gold. Phoenixes are up and running, but I would love to see the Phoenix count overall, because that's what matters most. And MaxPax is ahead. Like, eyeballing it, looks like MaxPax does have a Phoenix lead. And there it is. Yeah, 9-8. He's up 1. And 1 can be all it takes. As I say that though, Hero is making 3 Phoenixes at a time. I do think that Maxpax was too passive. I do think that he was a little bit too passive. I do think he had a big advantage, and it's slipping away from him as Hero's recovering. We do have a Fleet Beacon on the way. Fleet Beacon for Phoenix range, Anion Pulse Crystals. And Hero, he's getting away with that triple Stargate play, by the way. He's getting away with it. He's building up. He's catching up in Phoenixes. Hero, he's back in this. You can see here, now takes a lead. 13 Phoenixes to 12 of Maxpax. So Hero, he has recovered in the overall army count. He's recovering in economy. A big power spike from Maxpax is going to be Phoenix range. The Fleet Beacon just finished, and it will soon be able to get into range. Now, this is a bit of a give and take. It technically is it's a really good upgrade. You can outrange your opponent. But the reality is, if your opponent is up in Phoenixes, and if they close the distance, if they get on top of your army, then range doesn't matter. You get 1 extra hit in to begin with at the start of the fight, and that's it. You only get 1 extra hit, and then the massive amount of Phoenixes overwhelm you. So it is an important upgrade, but it's not the end all be all. So you have to be careful. You still have to respect your opponent's position. It's a very delicate dance. As again, Hero, he has 19 to the 16 of Maxpax. We are getting across the map. You can see Hero, he's just stacking his Phoenixes. So is Maxpax. Oh, okay, we need a stack. Oh. Who shoots first? Hero, again, he has the advantage. He does get on top of this army. He will be able to focus down a lot of these Phoenixes. Show us the unit count. Show us the unit count. As Hero does pull back, he has a couple of Stalkers as well to help support. Oh, didn't quite stack his army. We have the overcharge, and Hero, he has the advantage. Remember, he had the lead in Phoenixes. Range did not matter. He will chase this down. Oh, he's running out of steam, though. Running out of steam. And Maxpax, he does take a 3-4 Phoenix lead. GG gets caught just like that. Hero went for the dive. Did not pay for itself. The overcharge did help quite a lot. And Maxpax fights back. Oh my god. GG. Maxpax, in a longer game, in Phoenix versus Phoenix, he does come out on top. Hero had potential there, and he did take a good fight initially. He took a really good fight first, and then I think Hero extended. He chased the army into the overcharge, further into the bases. Maxpax could kite. He could make use of his range, and Maxpax did take it here. Ooh. And again, all it takes is a couple of extra Phoenixes. Or even range, of course, that did come into play. GG. GG, well played. We have a series. We have broken the curse. It's not a 3-0. It's a back and forth. And we're going to be getting into game number 4 on Golden Aura. Now, what I will say is that we probably won't see Phoenix versus Phoenix again, just because we got rid of Site Delta. Site Delta is another big map that does occur on. God, I'm done. It's 3 AM. I'm done, Bobby. I'm done. It does also occur on Site Delta, so we're gonna be avoiding that entirely. Avoiding the Phoenix versus Phoenix there. Golden Aura is going to be an interesting one. So, short rushes to spike round. Very short. And I wonder if that is going to come into play. In the bottom right, we have Maxpax from Psystore. And in the top left, we have Hero from Dragon Kaizi Gaming. Also, I don't know if you saw there, it looks like Hero Uber Eated like some coffee. And he opened the door and there was the coffee left on the doormat. That was great. He just stepped on back, got his coffee. Let's go. I'm jealous. I want some coffee now. Gibbs, Bobby, Gibbs. He went to get his Protoss juice. Let's go. Let's go. As we are settling on into this, once again, Maxpax goes for the high ground gateway. He does not go for the low ground gate expand. He's going double gas. So is Hero. Interesting. Maxpax, what do you have in store for us? 2-gate opener out of Hero. Max Packs, it looks like he's going for a gate Cyber Expand once again. Yeah, it's going to be a Cyber Core out of Max Packs. So just like how we saw on Alcyone, it is going to be a more economic opener, but with the SimCity on the high ground instead of the low ground. You can see there on the production tab, Cyber Core is on the way for Max Packs. So he is going for a faster expansion. Meanwhile, Hero is sneaking out a hidden pylon. Now this looks like a fake. Yeah, it's a fake proxy pylon, so Hero, he's faking out an all-in when really he isn't. Not yet. He's at least not proxy. So Max Packs is in the dark. Max Packs, he sees that the pylon is missing, doesn't know where it is. And we'll see how he responds. Max Packs responding with a Zealot. He's going for a Zealot opener. Sentry on the way for Hero. Interesting, going to be a Stalker Sentry opener from our Red Protoss. Very safe way to play, actually. Hero. Interesting. Now, with a Sentry, it does keep you safe because you can go for Hallucination Scouts. Probe comes in. We do get eyes on the gate Cyber into Stargate. Again, just like on Alcyone. And we do get eyes on the would-be expansion on the Natural. So we'll get an economic opener out of Max Packs. How does Hero respond? The pylon has been found. Max Packs, he's aware he's not being all-in. He knows he doesn't have to rush into Void Rays. He knows he is safe. And Hero is taking a later expansion. Okay. So there's a bit of a give and take here. On the one hand, Max Packs is going to be ahead in economy. On the other hand, Hero is going to be ahead in army. He's going to be ahead in Stalkers. So he has that advantage at least. Tyler Council on the way. Hero getting into Blink. And we're getting into the mid-game. We're going to be easing our way into the mid-game. There will not be an all-in from either player. For the first time this series, I mean, I guess we kind of got that last game on Equilibrium, but that's different. Well, that was Phoenix versus Phoenix. Okay, that's not really PvP. Max Packs getting into his own tech. Oracle gets in. Good positioning here at a Hero. Does force back the Oracle. Second Oracle on the way. Max Packs doubling down. Again, because he saw the expansion, Max Packs, he knows he doesn't need Void Rays. So he commits to Oracles. Does commit. Phoenix versus Phoenix is literally PvP. True. It's the real PvP. It's as PvP as PvP gets. The only thing better than Phoenix versus Phoenix is Probe versus Probe. The Probe Wars. Ah, oh, let's go. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. Not like this. As Oracles are going to be threatening the mineral line. Hero doubling down on Blink Stalkers. Does lose one probe. And again, Max Packs has a pretty healthy lead. He has 36 workers to the 33 of Hero. Again, because of the faster expansion. So Max Packs, he's going to be able to snowball out of controller. Get quite an advantage in the mid-game. As he's now getting into his own gateway explosion. Hallucination Scout coming in. Getting eyes on the production, on the tech. Hero is now aware there's going to be Blink Stalker versus Blink Stalker. We are aware. Hero being so annoying here, setting up all these stasis traps as well. Ensuring that Hero doesn't get away with a fast third. As Max Packs takes his own fast third base. So looking to get further ahead. Honestly, like, Max Packs looking very comfortable. Like, this is the ideal. The purpose of his economic openers is to boost ahead or get ahead here in the mid game. So Max Packs looking comfortable. Hero, where do we take this? He's building up an immortal count. Oh, third base is going to be delayed. Thankfully, the probe isn't quite in position to block the base itself. So we can expand. Hallucination moving out, gets eyes on the army. Is going to be denied. Now, here, something that he's been doing here is that he has been getting into really fast immortal production. He does have a handful of immortals to support his army. Forge is on the way for +1. So Hero working on plus one Blink Stalkers alongside Immortals. Max Packs going to be committing to, or going to be delaying his upgrades. Committing to pure Blink Stalker for the time being. Army has been revealed. He's pushing towards the third. Hero in position with his Immortal. But as the army's distracted, here come the Adepts. They shade into the mineral line. Late reaction out of Hero. Yeah, probes will get picked off. Oracles at the same time, they come in, and Hero, he's being pulled apart. 6 workers go down, a sentry as well. Very nicely done here by Max Pax. He already had an economic lead, and now it's even greater. Now it is even greater here. As Max Pax dives into the main base, catches the production, depowers the gateways and the robo as well. And again, Max Pax, he is running away with this. The Immortals are stuck behind the army as well. Hero just can't engage. And Max Pax, he can just rotate from here. He just back off, rotate over towards the third. Can avoid this. He is in control. Hero even losing workers here to more Adepts towards the third base. Show us the third. 4 probes went down. 4 workers. Now, the main army for Hero is still terrifying. Remember, Hero has faster +1 and he has more Immortals. He has Immortals in the mix. So in a head-on fight, Hero has an edge. But Max Pax, he's been avoiding it. He's been avoiding these fights, just harassing, poking, prodding. Crippling the economy. Getting the production. Picking up a sentry. Good blinks. Nice blinks out of Max Pax. As Double Oracle comes in once. Oh my god! Comes in once again. Gets another 4 probes. And the Immortals are left exposed. Yeah, again, like this is the ideal Max Pax game here, where he's able to get away with his economy. Why going for these faster expansions are so deadly in PvP and why they typically need to be punished. And Hero has just been on the back foot the entire time. Has been on the receiving end. The trigger on the shields. Dark Shrine on the way for DTs. We aren't even behind. It's anytime. Dark Shrine. Hero still amassing his army. Getting into Disruptors, interesting choice. This is a good way to come back. Double Robo Disruptor production for Hero. He's up against Blink Stalkers, but he can always get a massive Nova, and if he does, he can take a fight in his favor. Picks up a Stalker. Another base on the way. The Disruptors are on the horizon here. We can come back. It's a bit of a Hail Mary play, but Disruptors, they are the great equalizer. Again, 1 or 2 good Novas, and Hero can tie up the supply. That also relies on Max Pax overextending, though. So let's rely on him overextending. And 4th base on the way, Max Pax, he's here to deny it. Where are those Disruptors? Still on the way. Good pick off there by Hero. Gets an extra Stalker. Is going to be pulling back a little bit too far, actually. The base is going to go down. Forces a cancel. Big pick off. The Immortal is going to be focused. Disruptors have arrived. Novas go off. Don't quite connect. Not yet. Just forcing Max Pax back. But he got what he wanted. All he wanted was to deny the base. Deny the 4th. And Max Pax, he maintains his lead. That Prism quite low. Very low, actually. Shadow Stride on the way. Prism into the main. Never goes up. Doesn't connect. Clutch blink there by Max Pax. But it is on cooldown. Hero knows that. Another Nova will connect. Oh, not quite. Does avoid it just in time. Hero, a couple of seconds too late there. We'll have to pull back. And so far, Max Pax trading well. Here comes a mass amount of Zealots and Dark Templar into the main base. Hero not ready for it. He has a cannon, has shield batteries. Well, DT is going for the Robos. At the same time, Zealot Rumba hit towards the third base. A tri-pronged attack. DT's in the main, Zealot towards the third, and the main army towards the fourth. And Hero, can he keep up? He's taking a lot of hits. Oh my god, losing a lot of workers. 10 workers go down. Max getting a lot of damage done on that fourth. It looks like he can get a kill. He will. Once again, the fourth is denied. But that's a lot of disruptors. My god, that's what, 7 disruptors? Jesus. Okay. Let's go. Hero, he doesn't have an economy. He's down 30 workers. He's down 30 workers, but he is up in army supply. He is all in. Completely all in with this. It's all or nothing for Hero. Max base trade. We go for the base trade. Never goes up. Nervous are going to be going off. Hero trying to hold on back at home. These disruptors looking a little bit vulnerable. Oh, even forced to do some friendly fire there. There's the recall. Max racing back home. Disruptor goes down. We do have 6 left though. Sorry, we have 7 left. DTs are coming in. Do we have detection? We have detection as Nova's going to be going off one after the other, forcing Max back. Big connections. Big connections on the army. Finally, a fight going Hero's way. But DTs, they're coming in from behind, and we have a way to deal with them. The Dark Templar, they're going ham, and there's no observers. Big revelations here. The observers now on the way for Hero. Forced to back off. He's making this close though. Get some cannons. Both players being knocked down in supply. Prism has the right to reinforce. Observers are being rallied across the map. And we take down this 5th base. Now again, Max, he can afford to give up a 5th. This 5th doesn't really matter for Max. Not the biggest of deals, not the biggest of losses. DT's harassing. They're going to be cleaned up eventually. Hero still ahead in army supply. Can still make this work. He has observers. One disruptor gets sniped. The stasis! Decent stasis trap. Does connect with a couple of zealots. Sorry, stalkers even. We are down to 5 disruptors. We had 7. We're down to 5. Nova's going to be going off, zoning away the army. We dive on top of the disruptors. And the Novas will not connect. Yeah, Max taking a better fight here, taking a better engage. He has immortals, no more disruptors. That's all that Hero had left. And Max, he will shut this down. And he is looking to force the ace match. Hero had a very strong start, but GG gets called. Max ties it up. We're going to game 5. We are going all the way to game number 5. GG. Again, Hero had a strong start in this series. The first 2 games, fun fact, were all-ins. Hero, he won with his all-ins. Game 2 was a more macro game, Phoenix versus Phoenix. Here in game 3, likewise, Hero had a much more passive start as well, trying to keep up with the economy of Max. And clearly in these longer games, Max snowballs out of control because of his better economy, because of his better production. Max was able to just pull Hero apart left and right. Hero had potential with his disruptors, is what I will say. I was impressed. Like, he still made a game out of that, still had a shot. But over the course of that game, he was bleeding out disruptors, and he just could not replace them. And the DTs, they were able to hold on. The Dark Templars were some of the MVPs of that game for Max. And now we're going all the way to game 5 on Hecate. Interesting. Not a bad map for a 1-base all-in. Not a bad map for Proxy Robo. We've seen a lot of Proxy Robo on Hecate. Do we see it again? Do we see it again? Here we go. Is this live or recast? This is a live broadcast of events that occurred a couple of hours ago. Cast is live. Here we go. Game 5 on Hecate. We're diving on it. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Hecate, we have our Danish Protoss, Max for Psystorm. And in the bottom left, we have Hero for DragonKy Z Game. Where we go? As Max Pax, he's going for his traditional gate expand. Pylon on the low ground. Max Pax, this entire series, even when he's gone for economic openers, he's gone for a gateway on the high ground instead. But now he's going for what he's known for. The Max Pax special. The first time in my life I'm cheering for disruptors. Oh my god. Here we go. Super glad you're casting. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. You can check out our VODs if you want. We did cover the entirety of day one, and this is the final series. This is the final match here of the night. The final best of 5. As a reminder as well, no one is being eliminated. This is day one of the playoffs. This is day one, and it is double elimination. So the players that lose here tonight, they have another chance tomorrow. They are still in the tournament. They're just going to be in the lower brackets with 1 life left. Meanwhile, we just see Hero hiding his probe, going for, I imagine, a fake proxy pylon. There it is, pylon is thrown down. The question is this fake or is this real? Do we commit? Now, this is an awful position for a proxy Robo, but not a bad position for a proxy Stargate or even a hidden Twilight Council. So we can commit to hiding some kind of tech. Cybercore's about to finish, and the probe does leave. Okay, so it's a fake proxy pylon trying to lure Max Pax into a false sense of security, or trying to fake out an all-in, essentially. Fake out a proxy. Adepts are on the way. And, ooh, we have our tech of choice. It's going to be a Twilight Council. Meanwhile, Max Pax goes for his gate expand into a Stargate. So the Stargate was delayed in favor of the Nexus, so a bit of a greedier opener out of Max Pax. This does mean that the Void Ray and the Oracle is slightly delayed compared to previous games. Is going to be a little bit more delayed here from Max Pax. Should be going Oracle first, though. And you can see that Max Pax, he's fanning out his units. He's looking for the pylon. He has units on the right-hand side. Adepts through the center. Oh, Hero throwing down a second. No, he gets scattered. There's down a second proxy pylon, but it is going to get scattered here. Max Pax, he's aware. And Hero, do we commit? Max Pax going for a Void Ray first. He skips the Oracle. Is scared, is terrified. Gateway's on the way. Hero is going for a 1-base all-in. You juke him out with the fake pylon into the real pylon. Let's go. But again, it's a Void Ray first. A Void Ray first from Max Pax. He will have it. Now remember, he went Nexus before Stargate, so he would otherwise have potentially a second Void Ray on the way by now. So they're gonna have one. It does force back the army. Does focus down one of those Stalkers. Shield batteries on the way. Proxy shield batteries. Let's go. 2 more gates is gonna be 4 gates. So it's gonna be 1-base 4-gate blink all in from Hero. Void Rays are amassing. Now, with Blink, Hero, he can avoid the natural. That's the power behind this. We can avoid the massive amount of shield batteries that are amassing here at the natural base. Hero can avoid it. He can go for the main. He can go for the main base instead, as we have cannons on the way as well. Jesus, Max Pax doubling down. I want to see the main. It looks like there is stack defense in the main base as well. It looks to be the case. I think there's 1 shield battery and 1 cannon, which is good. Like, Max Pax does need it. And yeah, we have confirmation. So there's some stack defense in the main base, second pylon at the natural. Max Pax, he's patrolling. He's ready for the dive into the main. Void Rays, they rotate over as well. Hero looking for a way in. Does get a Stalker. Good pickup. Stalker does go down. Gateway taking a lot of damage. Is going to fall as well, but we're getting up to 4 Void Rays. That's a lot of Void Rays. The wall has been broken, which means Adepts can shade in, which means Adepts give high ground vision. We commit to the shade, we get eyes on the stack defense. Hero, he wants none of it. He wants none of the main base. He's focusing on the natural. That Cybercore is exposed. We're going to be focusing it down. Yeah, the Cybercore will fall. No more Stalkers. But it's not about the Stalkers, it's about the Void Rays. And that Stargate is a little bit more exposed as well. It's taking a lot of damage. We're up to 5 Void Rays. Stargate is going to fall. We have a Robo behind this. We're going for the dive. Oh my god. Jesus. Calm down, hero. Calm down. Almost gets the cannon. Oh, he did bait out the prismatic alignment. Oh, that's huge. That's actually pretty huge. Every Void Ray activated his prismatic alignment. The bait was real. The bait was real. Hero, he has potential to dive in even further. He's picking away at the army. Getting a cannon. Repositioning his army. There is an overcharge. Immortal is on the way. Hero, we're on a timer. Like 5 Void Rays plus an Immortal, that's going to be huge. It's going to be an insane army that MaxPax has to work with. And we're going to be committing. We focus that one. We get 2. 2 cannons go down. Prismatic Alignment was activated. Immortal does arrive. Hero being very careful here with his control. Second Immortal on the way. I don't think we can allow that to pop out. I mean, Hero, he is gaining ground. He's gaining ground. Oh. Barely gets the final shield battery. Oh, we depower the Robo. And here we go, just like that. There's no production. There's nothing left here for MaxPax. No Stargate, no gateways, no Robo. This is huge. He's made his way through. He gets repowered for a second, but gets denied. MaxPax, he's in a lot of trouble right now. This is all he has. This is all he has left. The boys are here. Another pylon on the way. Of course, I canceled. We can see the pylon behind the Robo. We can focus it down. And we're forcing the army back further into the main. Again, just cool, calm, and collected. Just delicate control here at a Hero. Slowly pushing in, shuts down the natural. We have 2 Robos on the way. And we're just flooding on forward here. We dive on top of the army. 1 Void Ray goes down. Oh, we have Prismatic Alignment. Prismatic Alignment is activated. Hero bleeding out a lot of units. He gets a 2nd Void Ray, a 3rd Void Ray. There's 2 left. And we do force back the army. Well, there's only 2 Void Rays. Hero, he's done it. He has done it. Oh my god. Hero snowballing out of control, just slowly, methodically chipping away at the natural, breaks his way through. And this is all we have left. 2 Void Rays and a cannon, 1 shield battery as well. GG gets called, the writing is on the wall, and Hero will take the series 3-2, advancing on to the next round. Whew. GG. GG, well played. I was a little bit concerned, not gonna lie. I was concerned that Hero was taking too long. I was concerned that the Immortal count would get too high. But thankfully for Hero, all the production was on the low ground. All the production, the Robo, the Stargate, the gateways, everything was there. And Hero was slowly working his way through it. Eventually got on top of the Robo before the 2nd Immortal did arrive. And when we lost control of the natural, we lost control of the game. It was then and there. That was all that MaxPax had left. And Hero takes it 3-2. GG. GG. Well played. Congratulations to Hero, to Rainer, to Cyril, and to Maru for making it through into the next round. And with that, we have tomorrow's matches. All right, let's go tomorrow. Maru versus Cyril. Hold on, let's zoom in. Maru versus Cyril, Rainer versus Hero in the upper half, in the upper bracket, in the lower half of the elimination rounds. Cure versus Solar, and Dark versus MaxPax. Let's go. Tomorrow we have another 4 matches. It's going to be the upper bracket best of 5s and the lower bracket best of 7s. There it is. Cure versus Solar, Dark versus MaxPax. The elimination matches. Now, I think I misspoke. I think tomorrow is the elimination matches. The day after that is the upper bracket matches. I think. I believe. I do believe. Oh boy. So yeah, these are best of 7s, by the way. Best of 7s to determine who is the first to be eliminated from the tournament. And yes, I just confirmed these are the only matches tomorrow. 2 best of 7s. Oh boy. 2 best of 7s tomorrow in less than 24 hours. Be sure to be there.
宇宙浩瀚无垠，
Be sure to be there, Poppy. GG, well played. A great night of StarCraft. Oh, I should fix that. There we go. Bam. A great night of StarCraft here. What was that, 5 hours? 5.5 hours straight here. Plenty of Masters Coliseum, the Club NV X Ducklings Showdown as well. GG, well played. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves. And I'm happy that this final series wasn't a 3-0. It was a night full of 3-0s when it came to the MC, when it came to the Masters Coliseum matches. So it was great to see an ace match here. We got to see kind of the strengths and weaknesses of both players in a way, right? Where, fun fact, if you recall, every game that Hero won was a 1-base all-in. every game that he won was a 1-base all-in. It's where he thrives in PvP. You know, he's a terrifying, very aggressive player. And the games that MaxFax won was when he was able to get into a proper economy. You know, Equilibrium, Phoenix versus Phoenix, 3-base versus 3-base. On Golden Aura as well, where MaxFax was left to his own devices, was allowed to get into an economic opener into 4-base economy, and he was just snowballing out of control. So given a longer game, that's where MaxFax can really thrive. Here in the other game, MaxFax is known for defending against all-ins. That's his reputation, right? Like, that's what he's known for. But Hero is built different, and he's arguably the most aggressive Protoss player out there. I would still favor MaxFax against anyone else, right? Against anyone else all-inning. Nightmare, Classic, Showtime, Skilless, MaxFax. I would favor him definitely. I would even typically favor him against Hero, but Hero showed us here tonight that he all-ins like no other. He all-ins like no other, and is able to bring it to arguably like the best defensive Protoss in PvP out there. So GG, well played. Really great PvP. And again, like it went to the ace match. I'm sure the next time they play, it could go MaxFax's way, right? It's back and forth, back and forth. It wasn't like a clean sweep by any means. It wasn't an easy series. Even Hero, he was, it felt like relieved after the end of that best of 5. Yeah, with that, thank you so much. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all had a great time. And we'll see you guys tomorrow for day number 2 of the playoffs. As a reminder, tomorrow is going to be Cure versus Solar and Dark versus MaxPax. This is where the pressure is really on, because those are elimination matches. You lose there, you're out of the tournament. You are out of Masters Coliseum. And we spoke about this, like there's that much more pressure on MaxPax because this is MaxPax's tournament. What I mean by that, it's an online event. This is one of the few premier tournaments where you don't have to be at the event itself offline to compete in. MaxPax, he doesn't play in Home Story Cup. He doesn't play in IEMs or DreamHacks. He plays in the online regionals, but he obviously doesn't partake in the offline finals or anything like that. So this is where he needs to really show off. He's not going to IEM Katowice in a couple of weeks. Like, this is where he focuses. This is where his focuses lie, and he is struggling a little bit. Here. We'll see if he can bounce back tomorrow. We'll see if he can bounce back. So best of luck to MaxPax. Otherwise, thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for the support. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. And again, tomorrow we're going to be live once again with day number 2. Quickly checking our calendar. We may be live tomorrow a little bit earlier, actually. So, fun fact. We have something special in the chat. You can see it with the point redemptions. Replays. We cast viewer replays. And I have like 6 viewer replays that have been submitted over the past 2 weeks. And I haven't had time to cast them. Tomorrow, we may go live a little bit earlier and go over some viewer replays. A handful of them, a handful. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after as well. We'll see. We'll figure it out. Depending on how tired I am. We may go live a little bit ahead of time just to go over some replays. Submitted by pro players and also amateur players alike. Gonna be a lot of fun. Then we ease ourselves into Masters Coliseum. So look forward to it. Do look forward to it. Otherwise, hope you all enjoyed yourselves. As a reminder, Masters Coliseum is every day of the week. Every day of the week until Sunday. And Sunday is the grand finals. So mark your calendars and be there on the CranKy Ducklings. Otherwise, we'll see you guys next time. Hasta luego. Hasta luego. Bye, papi, bye. Ga, papi, ga.